Reincarnation of the Strongest Sword God audiobook by Kevin. Chapter 3161, Chapter 235, Asura's Strongest. Chapter 235, Asura's Strongest. Teal notes. Made a correction in Chapter 2030, 4th July 2022. Original. Numerous powers were gathered at the plaza where the divine statue was situated. Corrected version. Numerous powers were gathered at the plaza located on top of the divine statue's head. Boundary Mountain Range, 2nd underground level, outside the divine statue plaza. A 1,000-man team was currently making its way up the staircase, lining the divine statue to reach the plaza on top of the divine statue's head. Then, around 2,000 yards away from the plaza, the team erected a magic barrier to stop for a quick break. Why are there so many void creatures flying around the divine statue? Why do Asura's members have so much stamina? We have significantly more players than them, so we should be able to conserve more stamina than they can logically. Yet, they managed to shake us off easily. They've probably already reached the uppermost plaza by now, Tao Yue said, as she looked up at the distant plaza with an envious gaze. According to the information the Flower of Seven Sins just shared, various powers from the Two Gods domain were currently gathered at the uppermost plaza to complete a VIP's commission. Among them included the various powers from the several great alliances. Meanwhile, so long as these powers could complete the VIP's commission, they'd have a much easier time establishing a foothold in the greater God's domain. However, the several great alliances had kept their lips shut on this matter to prevent others from getting a cut in the action. By the time world dominators in Blackwater learned of this commission, everything was already too late. Although they've already done their best to hurry to the plaza on top of the divine statue, they still couldn't reach the plaza in time to participate in the commission. Do you honestly think Asura's team will have the qualifications to participate in the commission, little girl? The Flower of Seven Sins' Death Omen said contemptuously and rolled her eyes when she overheard Tao Yue's words. You must have seen the other God's Domain's players we passed by on our way here. The overall standard of the other side's players is much higher than ours. A force of 8 God-ranked experts might be powerful on our side, but it is only one of many teams among the other side's various superpowers. Without a recommendation, Asura's team won't even qualify to participate in the commission. The VIP's commission might be extended to all powers originating from the Two Gods domain, but the authority to verify whether a power was qualified to participate in the commission lay in the hands of the Desolate Star God's domain's 2 hegemonic powers. In other words, without the 2 hegemonic powers' agreement, a power couldn't even qualify for the commission. The several great alliances managed to qualify for the commission because they had gotten in touch with the Bright Dragon Guild, one of Desolate Star's 2 hegemonic powers, very early on. Among them, the Flower of Seven Sins even had something that interested Bright Dragon. When Thousand Swords and Jing Yang overheard Death Omen's words, the two kept silent because they understood that what the woman said was most likely true. They also no longer hoped to be able to participate in the commission. The only reason they continued following the several great alliances' 1,000-man team even now was so that they could hopefully get acquainted with some of the Desolate Star God's domain's powers. Unlike ordinary superpowers, world dominators in Blackwater knew a connection had already formed between their world and the greater world. They also knew that their world would eventually merge with the greater world, and everyone on Earth would inevitably have to live in the greater world. If world dominators in Blackwater could establish a certain degree of partnership with the Desolate Star God's domain's superpowers, it'd be of immense help to them in God's domain and the real world. After all, the Desolate Star God's domain's real world had become connected to the greater world long ago. By now, Desolate Star's players had already established a foundation for themselves in the greater world. This was a stark contrast to the players of their world, who had hardly anything in the greater world. After their short conversation, Death Omen and the others continued their ascent and quickly reached the plaza on top of the divine statue's head. As soon as they arrived, the sight of several thousand players frantically fleeing out of the spacious plaza greeted them. Death Omen even spotted a familiar figure among these fleeing players. What's going on? Death Omen grew confused when she saw Gluttony fleeing out of the plaza. Gluttony was tasked with leading the Flower of Seven Sins experts to participate in the commission at the Divine Statues Plaza. Yet Gluttony was now fleeing out of the plaza with his team. Moreover, aside from Gluttony, Death Omen also noticed many god-ranked experts among the fleeing crowd, their numbers easily exceeding 100. Aside from Death Omen, Chiang Tianhe, Thousand Swords, and the others were also flabbergasted by this scene. Although they had long known that the Desolate Star God's domain was much more powerful than their God's domain, they didn't think the other side would be this powerful. God-ranked experts were no different than cabbages in this place, with every team having at least 2 or 3. The Desolate Star God's domain circumstances were completely different from their God's domain. "Quickly retreat. We can no longer stay in this place," Gluttony shouted when he saw Death Omen's group at the staircase's entrance. However, Gluttony's reminder didn't get much of a response from Death Omen and the others. This was because their attention was drawn toward the gigantic skeleton in the middle of the plaza, Nether King Diaklo. They could clearly sense the Nether King's might even from over 1,000 yards away. Not to mention, Diaklo was still wielding its soul fire even until now. However, compared to the Nether King that could easily extinguish players' souls, what astonished Death Omen and the others even more was the man who had stopped Diaklo's attack with a gigantic sword. How did he do it? Death Omen's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Shi Feng. At Tier 3, even a god-ranked expert would be nothing but an ant that could be crushed instantly in front of a Tier 5 monster. It wouldn't matter even if the Tier 5 monster in question was being suppressed. There was no way a Tier 3 player could single-handedly block and survive the attack of a Tier 5 monster. Yet Shi Feng had actually accomplished this feat. For a moment, Death Omen even started to wonder if Shi Feng was still a Tier 3 player or if he had secretly completed his Tier 4 promotion already. Meanwhile, Thousand Swords and Jing Yang also gaped in shock at this scene. After seeing Shimmering Sword's over-the-top performance previously, they thought that Shimmering Sword was undoubtedly the Asura Mercenary Alliance's strongest player. After all, the woman already had the strength to go up against an entire superpower all by herself. Yet Shi Feng had blocked the attack of a Tier 5 Nether King. What was up with this situation? As for Flanders, who stood in the middle of the plaza, he was both surprised and relieved to see Shi Feng's extraordinary strength. After all, if Frey's soul were to get erased, the Tower Alliance would be doomed. In fact, everyone participating in the operation would most likely meet a tragic fate, while everyone inside and outside the plaza had fallen silent. Shi Feng suddenly looked toward the exhausted Frey and asked, "Would you like to make a deal, Miss Frey?" As soon as Shi Feng finished speaking, Flanders couldn't help but have the urge to roll his eyes. He couldn't believe that Shi Feng was trying to make a deal with Frey in this situation, rather than think of a way to get out of the plaza alive. A deal? Frey wasn't a pampered princess. Although she was surprised by the strength Shi Feng displayed, she quickly calmed down and asked, "What kind of deal?" "If we can defeat Diaklo, I want half of the Nether King's loot and the right to have first pick over one item," Shi Feng said without any reservations. "What is he thinking?" Maria, who stood next to Frey, widened her eyes in shock as she looked at Shi Feng. She felt that Shi Feng must have lost his mind to try to bargain with Frey. If the Galaxy Corporation's fourth princess got angry, she could even make the people of their 2 worlds vanish forever, let alone the Tower Alliance. However, Shi Feng was convinced that Frey wanted to kill Diaklo, and if she missed this opportunity, there would be no second chance. Moreover, Frey should know that the raid was doomed to fail now that most of the teams here were thinking about running for their lives. So now was the best opportunity for Shi Feng to get his hands on some of the Nether King's loot. Tier 5 monsters were very rare in God's domain. This was the case even in the Greater God's domain. However, all Tier 5 monsters found in the Greater God's domain, or special worlds that connected multiple God's domains, such as the miniature Ancient World, would have a great chance of dropping a cross-border guild promotion order. This was an item that could directly promote a basic cross-border guild into a bronze cross-border guild, granting the guild privileges that a basic cross-border guild could only dream of having. The status of a bronze cross-border guild was also crucial in allowing guilds to establish a foothold in the greater world. Now that the world passage's opening was fast approaching, if he were to miss out on this opportunity, he'd have to wait until he entered the greater god's domain before he could obtain a cross-border guild promotion order. Chapter 3162, Chapter 236, Silver-Ranked Swords Orbit. After hearing Shi Feng's offer, a look of hesitation appeared on Frey's face as she watched Shi Feng holding back the Nether King. "You can have half of the Nether King's loot, but I cannot give you first pick on the loot," Frey said resolutely after taking a deep breath. "However, I can give you 5 million star coins as compensation." When the players from the desolate star god's domain heard Frey's counteroffer, a look of envy immediately appeared on their faces. Even Flanders couldn't help but look at Frey in astonishment, not expecting Frey to be willing to offer such a high price. It should be known that the Tower Alliance was only offered 3 million star coins to take on this commission. Of course, Flanders and the others also understood that Shi Feng was most likely the only person capable of going up against Diaklo right now. No other team or player present had the strength to survive the Nether King's attacks. Not to mention, most of the participating teams had fled the plaza already, so the offer of 5 million star coins was completely understandable. At this time, even Shi Feng was a little stunned. He didn't think Frey would make him such a lucrative offer. Although he yearned for a cross-border guild promotion order, the promotion order was nowhere near worth 5 million star coins. "Deal," Shi Feng answered without hesitation. Shi Feng was confident he could defeat Diaklo because of the Tower Alliance's magic barrier and Frey's soul annihilation spears. Without either of these factors, it'd be impossible for him to defeat the Nether King. Hence, had Frey refused his offer, his only option would be to escape. Now that Frey had made him an even better offer, he'd be a fool to throw this opportunity away. "You're too amazing, guild leader. With this we just earned 100 life potions," Su Qianlu said excitedly through the team chat. A sum of 100 life potions was something that could make the various international corporations' jaws drop. Zero Wing could even become a major corporation by relying on these 100 life potions. As for Shi Feng's ability to block Diaklo's attack, anyone who had seen the fight between Shi Feng and Solitary Soul in the stratified abyssal realm wouldn't be surprised. After all, aside from not having any Tier 4 skills or spells, Shi Feng was no different than a Tier 4 player already. In terms of the strength attribute, he was even superior to the average Tier 4 expert. Otherwise, he couldn't have defeated Solitary Soul, who had become a bona fide Tier 4 player. The Nether King might be an insurmountable opponent for Tier 3 players. Still, now that its basic attributes were weakened by 30% and its soul was injured to a certain extent, even Tier 4 experts had a chance of defeating it, let alone a monster like Shi Feng. Meanwhile, Lu Yu Wusheng and Galaxy Past couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock after seeing this turn of events. They didn't think that Shi Feng could actually hold his ground against a Tier 5 Nether King, his strength in no way inferior to Shimmering Sword. Add, if Shi Feng had such strength, even if the Flower of Seven Sins' 3 commanders attacked him together, the only outcome awaiting them would be death. "All right, everyone, get moving," Shi Feng said to his team with a faint smile. "I'll keep the Nether King busy while the rest of you attack its blind spots." Following Shi Feng's command, everyone in Shi Feng's team went into action. Shi Feng took on the Nether King from the front, while Laura Crater, Echoing Judgment, Hidden Soul, and the other God-ranked experts attacked the Nether King from its sides. Everyone else coordinated their attacks with the God-ranked experts from a distance. For a time, the Nether King could be seen stopped in its tracks by Shi Feng's team, unable to target Frey any longer. Its HP was even steadily decreasing with time. What a powerful team. They've managed to stop a Tier 5 Nether King with only a 100-man team of Tier 3 players. Could they be from some hegemonic power from the greater god's domain? So that's why the Tower Alliance's team took the initiative to greet those people. When the other teams in the plaza saw Shi Feng's team successfully pinning down the Nether King, curiosity immediately filled their minds. The feat of pinning down a Tier 5 Nether King with only a 100-man team of Tier 3 players was something not even the desolate star god's domain's 2 hegemonic powers could accomplish. Yet Shi Feng's team had accomplished it. This meant that Shi Feng's team should have extraordinary origins. Good. Now that the Nether King is kept busy, everyone else focus on eliminating the Revenant manipulators. When Flanders saw this turn of events, a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes, and he promptly commanded the remaining teams in the plaza to relaunch their offensive. Although there were significantly fewer teams in the plaza than before, due to the Tower Alliance's team's participation, the process of eliminating the Revenant manipulators was not the slightest bit slower than before. In less than 20 minutes, all 10 Revenant manipulators were defeated. Diaclo's HP bar had also decreased by a lot, the Nether King having only 70% of its HP left. This situation caused the various teams that had long since fled out of the plaza to grow incredibly envious. Damn it! Why didn't we stay a little longer just now? With this, not only did we lose half of our team, but we're not even getting any compensation. A crusade quest differed from a normal boss raid out in the fields. Once the boss of a crusade quest was summoned, the raid would begin and a combat zone would be designated. If players were to leave this combat zone during the raid, they would be prohibited from entering the combat zone again afterward. Of course, players who weren't in the combat zone from the beginning would also be prohibited from taking part in the raid. The combat zone for the legendary crusade quest was limited to the Divine Statue Plaza. Since their teams had fled out of the plaza, they naturally couldn't participate in the Nether King raid anymore. Moreover, since they fled in the middle of the raid, it went without saying that they wouldn't receive any compensation from Frey. After all, they had taken the initiative to give up on the commission before Frey had declared the operation a failure. He did it on purpose. Black Flame must have done it on purpose. Flames of anger burned in Gluttony's eyes as he glared at Shi Feng's figure in the center of the plaza. When Diaclo was incinerating the various teams with its soul fire, Shi Feng had chosen not to take action despite having the strength to stop the Nether King. Yet he had taken action as soon as the Flower of Seven Sins team had left the combat zone. Even a fool could tell that Zero Wing was targeting the Flower of Seven Sins and making sure that the Flower of Seven Sins did not receive any share of the Commission's compensation. To make matters worse, the Flower of Seven Sins had lost nearly half its main force members to the Nether King. After such a devastating loss, the Flower of Seven Sins' exploration progress of the Boundary Mountain Range would definitely fall behind the various superpowers' main forces. Don't worry, they won't succeed, Meng Hao said, chuckling as he looked at the distant Nether King. At the end of the day, Diaclo is still a Tier 5 monster. If those people had the ability to take care of a Tier 5 monster all by themselves, the Tower Alliance would have never invited Bright Dragon. Gluttony instantly calmed down after hearing Meng Hao's words. Tier 5 monsters were such challenging opponents that it would normally take a team of Tier 5 experts to bring one down. This was because players beneath Tier 5 would have a very difficult time surviving the Tier 5 skills and spells of a Tier 5 monster. Look, isn't this the beginning of the end? Meng Hao said as he pointed at the Nether King that had suddenly started chanting an incantation. The Tower Alliance didn't invite Bright Dragon to challenge this commission together out of the kindness of its heart. Instead, the Tower Alliance had done so because of a certain Tier 4 defensive magic scroll Bright Dragon possessed. Holy Realm! This was a Tier 4 defensive curse that summoned a barrier capable of withstanding even Tier 5 skills and spells used by a Tier 5 monster. However, now that Bright Dragon had already withdrawn from the operation, what would Shi Feng use to stop the Nether King's Tier 5 spell? This is Reign of Stars, a Tier 5 destruction spell. When Flanders, who had just hurried back to Diaclo's side, saw the gigantic crimson magic array in the sky that essentially covered the entire plaza, his complexion paled instantly. Flanders did not forget that the Nether King could use Tier 5 skills and spells. Even so, he hadn't worried too much about this previously, since it was still possible to whittle Diaclo to death with their numbers advantage. However, Flanders never imagined Diaclo would use a Tier 5 destruction spell of all things. This attack alone was enough to annihilate every player in the Plaza ad. Before Flanders could think of a way to salvage the situation, miniature stars that measured several dozen meters in radius began descending from the crimson magic array. Meanwhile, when Shi Feng saw the several dozen descending stars, he unsheathed his other longsword, Blasphemer, and charged to the center of these stars without hesitation. Abyssal power. After letting out a low shout, Shi Feng executed his defensive sword technique, Sword's Orbit. Subsequently, a galaxy of stars formed around Shi Feng, different from the descending miniature stars made of gigantic boulders. The stars formed around Shi Feng were made of 4 or 5 sword lights each. When Shi Feng used Sword's Orbit in his duel with Solitary Soul in the stratified abyssal realm, he executed the technique with only 1 sword. Because of that, the stars he created were only composed of 2 or 3 sword lights each, and the resulting power he exhibited was only at the level of a bronze combat technique. However, Shi Feng was now executing the technique with 2 swords, which was the intended way of using Sword's Orbit. As a result, Sword's Orbit was now a sword technique that had officially stepped into the realm of silver combat techniques. Chapter 363, Chapter 237, Epic Expansion Pack. Chapter 237, Epic Expansion Pack. Boom, boom, boom. When the stars made of sword lights clashed with Diaklo's rain of stars, the space above the plaza shattered and transformed into a dark void. The resulting shockwaves of the clash caused even the players standing outside the plaza to stumble backward, and only God-ranked experts managed to keep their bodies steady. After the clash continued for around 10 seconds, the illumination in the entire second underground level dimmed as if night had descended on the area. Is that guy really just a Tier 3 player? Many of the players standing outside the plaza couldn't help but doubt their eyes when they saw the lone figure standing steadily in mid-air. This was especially so when they also noticed that the other players in the plaza had lost a portion of their HPs to the shockwaves alone. This was a Tier 5 destruction spell cast by a Tier 5 monster they were talking about. Yet, Shi Feng had stopped it completely. This accomplishment was enough to put him on par with the Greater Gods Domain's legendary individuals, AD. It should be known that these legendary individuals were experts that even the Greater Gods Domain's hegemonic powers feared greatly. Every one of these individuals stood at the Greater Gods Domain's apex. They also wielded great authority in the greater world. How is this possible? At this moment, Death Omen similarly looked at Shi Feng in disbelief. Death Omen might be a God-ranked expert, but as one of the Flower of Seven Sins' 7 commanders, she was well aware that there were significant differences even between God-ranked experts. The gap could be as big as the difference between a human and a dog, or possibly even more. This was why she had chosen to go under Supreme Sky, the Sin of Greed's commander. In the eyes of the average person, the various international corporations and the 5 great super guilds of their world might be unreachable and insurmountable existences. However, Death Omen knew that be it the various international corporations or the 5 great super guilds, they were still nothing but ants in the greater world. At most, they'd be slightly bigger-sized ants. Meanwhile, it was only a matter of time before their world merged with the greater world, if she wished to have a better chance at surviving and thriving in the greater world. Her best bet would be to go under the wing of someone strong, like Supreme Sky. After all, competition in the greater world was much more intense than in their world. Only experts like Supreme Sky were sufficiently strong to be treated well in the greater world. As for weaker God-ranked experts, they could at most earn enough to get by if they couldn't find a strong backer to rely on. Add, when Death Omen initially learned that Hidden Soul had chosen to join the Asura Mercenary Alliance and rely on some unknown outer world expert named Black Flame, she couldn't help but find the decision laughable and foolish. But now, the unknown outer world expert she had previously looked down on was not only single-handedly pinning down a Tier 5 Nether King, but he had also stopped a Tier 5 destruction spell completely. Meanwhile, he had accomplished all that while being only at Tier 3. With such strength, so long as Black Flame successfully reached Tier 6, even the greater world's top-tier corporations would treat him as a VIP. He stopped everything. Flanders was greatly surprised when he saw that the various teams had hardly suffered any casualties. At the same time, a hint of awe appeared in his eyes as he looked at Shi Feng. Previously, Flanders had been of the opinion that Shi Feng's only partnership value lay in his ability to bring players out of the stratified abyssal realm. However, after seeing Shi Feng's performance against Diaklo, Flanders realized that Shi Feng's value was much higher than he expected. "Don't get too excited yet. I can only stop Diaklo for a limited amount of time. So you need to defeat the boss as quickly as possible," Shi Feng hurriedly said when he swept his gaze across the plaza and saw the excited looks on everyone's faces. "If you still have any trump cards saved up, you'd best use them now. Otherwise, none of us will be leaving this place alive." Everyone might think he had stopped Diaklo's attack with relative ease, but he was well aware of how much stamina he had exhausted just to stop the Nether King's rain of stars. Not to mention, he had used Abyssal Power to stop the Tier 5 spell. Abyssal Power only had a 3-minute duration. Once these 3 minutes were up, he could no longer block Tier 5 skills and spells even if he executed Sword's Orbit. "It seems we cannot continue saving our strength." Upon hearing Shi Feng's words, Flanders promptly suppressed his excitement and said to his team, "Use all of the Tier 4 magic scrolls we prepared. Everyone who has berserk skills left unused, use them now. We must kill the boss before Black Flame reaches his limit." Following Flanders' command, the Tower Alliance's members activated their berserk skills one after another. They also took out the Tier 4 magic scrolls in their possession and began bombarding the Nether King with Tier 4 attacks. As for the several dozen teams in the plaza, they similarly used their berserk skills and precious tools. For a time, over 1,000 Tier 4 magic scrolls and several thousand precious tools were being used as if they cost nothing. Then, attacks at the Tier 4 caliber bombarded Diaklo one after another, each attack reaping over 10 million of the Nether King's HP. The Asura Mercenary Alliance's members were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Tier 4 magic scrolls were typically treated as strategic items by the various superpowers, and the average superpower would at most have around 100 Tier 4 magic scrolls in their reserves. Yet, now, Tier 4 magic scrolls were being used like they were Tier 3 magic scrolls. Seeing over 1,000 Tier 4 magic scrolls being used, even the several great alliances outside the plaza couldn't help but wince in pain. Not even the 5 great super guilds would dare to waste so many Tier 4 magic scrolls for a single raid. This was an act-only superpowers from the Desolate Star God's domain, which was a god's domain superior to theirs, would dare to do. Add Diaklo's HP had fallen to 5% in less than 2 minutes. Although the Nether King had cast Tier 5 spells one after another throughout this period, Shi Feng had blocked every one of its attacks with Sword's Orbit. However, Shi Feng's complexion would also turn slightly paler with every Tier 5 spell he blocked. Quick! Only 5% to go. When Flanders saw Shi Feng's pale white complexion and more experts getting killed by the residual power of Diaklo's Tier 5 spells, he knew that they were now in the final length of their race against time. He began executing silver combat techniques against the Nether King one after another, completely disregarding the massive toll he placed on his stamina and concentration. 5%, 3%, 1%. Unfortunately, before the various teams could bring down Diaklo, Shi Feng succumbed to his exhaustion and powerlessly fell out of the air. To make matters worse, the Nether King had seemingly been waiting for this opportunity, as it promptly started casting another rain of stars. Just when everyone had fallen into despair, Frey, who had been passively recovering in the middle of the plaza all this time, suddenly raised the staff in her hands. "Wither away, soul flower." Immediately, translucent vines appeared from the void and wrapped around Diaklo, the thorns that covered the vines causing the Nether King's HP to plummet until nothing remained. This situation caught everyone off guard, as nobody expected Frey to still have the strength to execute such a powerful attack. Only after using this move, Frey became so weak that she had to rely on her staff to stay standing. Meanwhile, along with Diaklo's death, a series of system notifications suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Regional system announcement. A player has killed Diaklo, the Netherworld's gatekeeper. Epic expansion pack Myriad Worlds Descent activated. The update for the new expansion pack will begin in 15 minutes. The update will take 2 natural days. Please prepare to log out. Chapter 3164, Chapter 238, Greater Era's Arrival. Chapter 238, Greater Era's Arrival. An Epic Expansion Pack. The update is going to last for 2 days? What kind of expansion pack is this? There seems to be a general introduction from the system. Before the players in the plaza could celebrate their success in bringing down the Nether King, they were stunned by the abrupt announcement of the Epic Expansion Pack. The information was so shocking that nobody even noticed they had all leveled up from the raid. System: once the Epic Expansion Pack Myriad Worlds Descent activates, the miniature Ancient World's various NPC cities will be open to the realm to which the miniature Ancient World belongs. All players under level 120 from the realm will have one opportunity to enter the miniature Ancient World. The world wall in the miniature Ancient World will no longer prevent teleportation between the cities of the 2 domains. System: 10 natural days after the activation of the Myriad Worlds Descent Expansion Pack, the top of 2 worlds teleportation will open in the Boundary Mountain Range's 2nd underground level. All players at level 115 or above can teleport to the top of 2 worlds using this teleportation gate and explore the level 120-plus maps there. Although the system's text introduction only consisted of a few sentences, every player present couldn't help but feel surprised and shocked after reading it. Even Shi Feng fell into a daze after reading the introduction. The merger got brought forward. A frown formed on Shi Feng's face. As he looked at the system notifications, Shi Feng knew that it was only a matter of time before the 2 gods' domains connected to this miniature ancient world would start interacting with each other. However, what he did not expect was for it to happen so soon and on a much larger scale. This was no longer something as simple as the players of 2 gods' domains clashing. Instead, the scale of the conflict would be extended to cover the gods' domains of an entire realm. The danger ahead for their god's domain would likely be far greater than his initial expectations. There were many realms in the greater god's domain. Meanwhile, each realm was home to at least 1,000 god's domains. The realm God's domain belonged to was the Starlight Realm. According to the information he gathered during his previous life, there were 1,654 God's domains in the Starlight Realm. Based on their size and average player standard, these God's domains could be categorized into 3 groups: elementary, intermediate, and higher. Meanwhile, the Starlight Realm had 5,549 elementary God's domains, 97 intermediate God's domains, and 8 higher God's domains. In the case of the Desolate Star God's domain, it could only be considered an intermediate God's domain if going solely by its player standards. It would even be ranked near the bottom of intermediate God's domains, and there were at least 100 God's domains in the Starlight Realm that were stronger than the Desolate Star God's domain. After all, many elementary God's domains had average player standards superior to intermediate God's domains. Meanwhile, not only did the miniature ancient world possess legacies left behind by ancient gods, but it also contained the possessions of ancient gods. The miniature ancient world itself was also quite wealthy in resources, so the miniature ancient world was a considerably tempting treasure trove even to the greater god's domain's various powers. Originally, the struggle for the miniature ancient world only involved 2 gods' domains. Even if the Desolate Star God's domain was an open God's domain, players from other gods' domains would first need to gain the Desolate Star God's domain's permission before they could enter the miniature ancient world. Otherwise, they'd be annihilated by the Desolate Star God's domain's native powers before they could event each the miniature ancient world. However, once the Myriad Worlds Descent Expansion Pack took effect, the Starlight Realm's various gods' domain would no longer have to go through the Desolate Star God's domain to enter the miniature ancient world. At that time, the number of players and powers flooding into the miniature ancient world would be simply unimaginable right now. Shi Feng even started to doubt whether their god's domain's mighty superpowers could survive the Myriad World's descent. Crazy, this is crazy. How did things turn out like this? When Thousand Swords and the others saw the system notifications, their expressions turned incredibly somber. Add, while it was great that they would have more opportunities to interact with the powers of other gods' domain, having the powers of so many gods' domain flood into the miniature ancient world was not good news. Instead, it was a nightmare. The miniature ancient world had limited space and NPC cities. At best, it could only accommodate the players of 3 or 4 gods' domains, not 1,000 or more. If players from so many gods' domains flooded into the miniature ancient world, even a fool could tell that competition would shoot through the roof. At that time, players and powers wouldn't just be competing for monsters and resources. They'd also have to compete frantically for living space. Weaklings might not even be able to continue surviving in the miniature ancient world. While everyone was shocked by the news of the epic expansion pack, Frey was the only one who had happily walked up to the Nether King's loot. She didn't care about the miniature ancient world's epic expansion pack in the slightest. The only thing in her eyes were the dozen or so items the Nether King dropped. Sure enough, it's here. A happy smile appeared on Frey's face when she saw a gray, withered seed among the dropped items. Immediately, she walked up to the withered seed, picked it up, and put it into her spatial bag. Throughout this process, she didn't spare any of the items a single glance, even though every one of them radiated dense mana. You all did a good job this time. I will transfer all the promised compensation to your God's Domain accounts afterward. For those without a God's Domain account, you can contact the Tower Alliance and they will resolve this problem for you, Frey said as she looked at the several hundred players that remained in the plaza. Then she turned to Shi Feng, who was barely keeping himself standing, and continued, I will be taking this seed as per our agreement. You can have the rest of the loot. Consider it the Asura Mercenary Alliance's bonus compensation. As for the 5 million star coins, if you do not have a way to accept it, Flanders will help you solve it. Add. After saying so, Frey seemingly didn't wish to spend even a moment longer in the Boundary Mountain Range's second underground level as she took out a Tier 5 teleportation scroll and activated it. A Tier 5 teleportation scroll was an item that even superpowers wouldn't dare dream of owning. Yet, Frey had used it without hesitation. Moreover, she didn't even use it to get herself out of a precarious situation. Instead, she used it simply to save herself some travel time. However, none of the Desolate Star God's Domain's players were surprised by Frey's extravagant behavior. On the contrary, they even felt it was an action befitting Frey. After all, Frey was the Galaxy Corporation's 4th princess. With her position's importance, she'd use even a Tier 6 teleportation scroll without hesitation as long as she could save time. Meanwhile, Shi Feng didn't know what to say when he saw Frey's prodigal behavior. He felt that only someone like the Galaxy Corporation's heiress could treat something as precious as a Tier 5 teleportation scroll so nonchalantly. What should we do next, Guild Leader? Su Qianlu quietly asked as she looked at Shi Feng. She was no longer the ignorant executive of a third-rate power anymore. After her trip to the stratified abyssal realm, she more or less knew what a realm was. She knew that the epic expansion pack's name of Myriad Worlds' Descent truly meant the descent of a myriad of worlds into the miniature ancient world. Add. Everyone's tired. Don't think about anything for now and just go offline and rest, Shi Feng said when he saw the anxiety on the faces of Su Qianlu and the others. We'll talk about future matters after we come back online. Everyone nodded and followed Shi Feng's instructions, choosing to log out of the game and rest. As for Shi Feng, he stuffed the Nether King's loot into his spatial bag before similarly logging out of the game. After having used Sword's Orbit so many times in a row, he was having trouble even staying conscious right now, so he naturally wasn't in the mood to inspect the loot or care about anything else. However, although Shi Feng wasn't in the mood to consider the new expansion pack, it was a different story for the rest of the miniature ancient world and the main continent. The Myriad Worlds Descent expansion pack's announcement quickly sparked a huge uproar. Chapter 3165, Chapter 239, Myriad Worlds Era, Chapter 239, Myriad Worlds Era, Boundary Mountain Range, 2nd Underground Level, Divine Statue Plaza. Am I hallucinating, teacher? Every god's domain in our realm will have access to our miniature ancient world. Doesn't that mean we can get in touch with the various gods' domains players? Tao Yue asked excitedly as she turned to look at Thousand Swords. as one of World Dominator's peak geniuses. She was privy to much more information than most players. So she naturally knew that their God's Domain and the Desolate Star God's Domain weren't the only God's Domains in existence. Instead, there were many, many more God's Domains out there. Previously, the various superpowers had invested a considerable amount of manpower and resources into the miniature ancient world so that they could have a better time interacting with the Desolate Star God's Domain's various powers. Meanwhile, the reason they were trying to interact with the Desolate Star God's Domain's powers was so that they could learn more about the Greater God's Domain, which would in turn give them an easier time once their God's Domain got integrated into the Greater God's Domain. However, according to the system notification, the new expansion pack would allow the players from many other God's Domains to enter the miniature ancient world directly. Not only would this give them a much easier time learning about the Greater God's Domain, but they would also have access to many more fortuitous opportunities than before. At this moment, even Gu Yiren couldn't help but look forward to the expansion pack. There were two reasons why so many Tier 4 and Tier 5 experts were attracted to the miniature ancient world. Firstly, it was because the miniature ancient world contained many god legacies. Secondly, it was because they could spar and interact with the Desolate Star God's Domain's experts. They could climb to higher tiers if they could further improve their technical standards. Now that many more experts from other God's Domains would be coming to the miniature ancient world, they might even have hope to reach Tier 6, let alone Tier 5. We can indeed interact with many more experts. Unlike Tao Yue and Gu Yiren, Thousand Swords did not reveal any feelings of joy or excitement. On the contrary, his face looked somewhat gloomy as he said, "But this is both good news and bad news for us." The new expansion pack had indeed granted them more opportunities to interact with powerful experts and broaden their horizons. However, the arrival of more experts would also mean that competition in the miniature ancient world would become more intense. It wasn't hard to imagine that once the expansion pack took effect, the status quo in the miniature ancient world would undergo a significant change. Even super guilds like World Dominators would not be spared from this change. However, Gu Yiren and Tao Yue did not feel worried despite what Thousand Swords said. On the contrary, they even hoped the expansion pack would come sooner. That way they could spar with the experts of other gods' domains and rapidly improve their strength. At that time, they'd be able to stand out more in the miniature ancient world and become legendary individuals among the younger generation. When the rest of the players in the miniature ancient world and the players on the main continent learned about the epic expansion pack, the official forums quickly exploded with activity. What's going on? Wasn't the miniature ancient world supposed to only be for players of our God's Domain and another planet's God's Domain? I thought there were only 2 God's Domains in existence. But looking at the system's introduction, there seemed to be many more God's Domains in existence. That is indeed the case. You guys might not know this, but there actually exist many, many God's Domains. Moreover, the players of these God's Domains aren't from other planets. Instead, they are people from parallel worlds. It's just that God's Domain can connect all of these parallel worlds. This information has always been known to only the executives of the various superpowers and first-rate powers. These powers have also prohibited the spread of this information. What a bunch of nonsense. Parallel worlds, how can such things exist? Also, if this information is prohibited from being spread, how did you come to know it? That's because I'm a first-rate guild's reserve executive. I can share this information now since it won't be a secret once the new expansion pack takes effect. So that's why the various corporations have invested so much into God's Domain. These sneaky bastards. If that really is the case, God's Domain's value is much higher than we imagine. The miniature ancient world's value might also be far higher than the main continent. Trading currencies and resources in the real world with other parallel worlds might not be possible. But we can buy technologies that are unavailable in our world. If a corporation can get its hands on new and unavailable technology, it can definitely make a fortune. I just checked the exchange rate for coins. The value of coins increased tenfold not long after the new expansion pack was announced. The people who have stocked up on coins previously are probably making a killing right about now. This won't do. I'm going to transfer to the miniature ancient world as soon as the update finishes. I've decided as well. Although I went through great pains to reach Tier 4, the opportunities available in the miniature ancient world are far superior to the main continent. Going to the miniature ancient world now isn't a bad idea. Although players choosing to enter the miniature ancient world now cannot bring any coins or magic crystals, can only bring up to 50 slots worth of items, and cannot reconstruct their mana bodies. We will only regress to level 120, Tier 3. Overall, it is still a good trade-off. Shortly after the new expansion pack launched, many players came to know about the secrets of God's domain. Meanwhile, after learning these secrets, these players were filled with expectations towards the miniature ancient world. It was especially true for the main continent's Tier 4 and Tier 5 experts. Tier 4 and Tier 5 experts might be able to earn a sizable salary by working for the various powers, their earnings in a single year enough for them to buy a house in a first-rate city. However, this salary was nothing compared to the possibility of getting their hands on unknown technology and selling it for a fortune. While the whole world was discussing the miniature ancient world's new expansion pack, Jinhai City's God's Domain Association building welcomed a group of people. Along with the arrival of this group, the originally lively lobby instantly turned quiet. Their uniform? Are they from the Green God Corporation? Quick look. Elder Li has come out to greet them. What's going on? Elder Li is personally greeting them? Isn't Elder Li a director in the Green God Corporation? Look at the woman at the front. She might be young, but she's wearing a 3-leaf emblem, proof that she is an executive in the Green God Corporation. Elder Li might be a director in the corporation, but he is only one of the corporation's many outer directors. He isn't part of the corporation's middle management. Just one word from that woman can probably get Elder Li kicked out of the Green God Corporation. What? Why would an executive from the Green God Corporation come to this place? It isn't just the Green God Corporation's executive. See that man wearing sunglasses next to the woman? If I'm not mistaken, he should be Breeze Wine, the Midnight Tea Party's former commander. That's right. That is definitely Breeze Wine. I met him in the early years of God's Domain. He was one of God's Domain's 3 great guardian knights at the time, but he suddenly disappeared a few years ago. Rumor has it that he died, so I really didn't expect him to appear here. Even the Midnight Tea Party's former commander has appeared. Did some great personage appear in this place? I recall that under Breeze Wine's lead, the Midnight Tea Party dared to challenge even the 5 great super guilds. If not for Breeze Wine and the Midnight Tea Party's commander disappearing, the Midnight Tea Party might surpass the 5 great super guilds in terms of apex combat power. But why would big shots like them suddenly come to this place? Curiosity and confusion filled the people in the lobby when they saw the Green God Corporation's group of 10 or so people. For a moment, their attention had even shifted away from the Myriad Worlds Descent expansion pack. What brings you here, Miss Shia? Elder Li, an elder of the God's Domain Association, conducting a routine inspection on Jinhai City's association branch, asked respectfully as he looked at the young woman before him. It's nothing worrying. I'm just here to find Zero Wing. Can you lead the way for me? The young woman asked with a faint smile. Although Elder Li was greatly confused by this request, he still led the young woman and her entourage to Zero Wing's temporary office. Meanwhile, when the players in the lobby overheard the woman's words, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Zero Wing was nothing more than a small guild that didn't even have its own headquarters. Zero Wing had even offended the Flower of 7 Sins and was at risk of disbanding at any time. Yet this small guild had actually managed to get an executive from the Green God Corporation to visit it in person. This was simply unbelievable. At the same time, a piece of shocking news appeared on the official forums of God's Domain. One of the parties involved in activating the Myriad Worlds Descent expansion pack was Zero Wing. Chapter 366, Chapter 240, Greater World. Chapter 240, Greater World. Inside a training room filled with all kinds of state-of-the-art training equipment, a group of young men and women around 20 years of age and dressed in dark, tight clothing were frantically fighting multiple six-armed demons on a stage that measured 50 meters in length and width. If the various superpowers peak geniuses were to see this, they would definitely be shocked. This was because the six-armed demons on the stage were blade demons, Tier 4 great demons. Moreover, even though the 6-meter-tall blade demons were only holographic simulations, they fought like real existences, their every attack causing the youths to stumble and retreat. Whenever these youths received a direct blow from the blade demons, they would even get knocked back by 3 meters. It didn't look like the blade demons were simulations at all. However, the fact that these youths were getting pushed around didn't mean they were weak. On the contrary, they were extraordinarily strong for youths of their age. On top of having the physical fitness of Henglian masters, every one of these youths possessed incredibly high combat standards, with some having already reached the Void Realm. In addition, every one of them had already reached the realms of Truth's Truth Realm and could apply the Truth Realm's principles to real-world combat. After the battle continued for around 20 minutes, the youths eventually defeated all of the blade demons and breathed a deep sigh of relief. "Today's training is finally over," a young man sweating profusely said after collapsing onto the stage. "I thought I was going to fail just now. I'll probably be kicked out if I fail again. Consider yourself lucky that we have a lot of talented newcomers this time. Otherwise, we would have definitely lost this battle," a short-haired girl of roughly similar age said to the young man. Then she looked toward a silver-haired girl kneeling near her and said enviously, "Aren't you improving a little too quickly, Wu Xiaoxiao? Even though we are all newcomers here, you have already caught up to the earlier batch of trainees that joined 3 months ago. At this rate, it probably wouldn't be long before you get shortlisted." "No, I still have a long way to go compared to you all, senior sister. Moreover, there are countless geniuses here, but only 10 will get shortlisted. Even those at the domain realm wouldn't necessarily get chosen," Wu Xiaoxiao said, shaking her head. However, she couldn't help but feel a sense of yearning at the mention of getting shortlisted. "By the way, Xiaoxiao, I heard that the guild your little sister is in has done something amazing this time," the short-haired girl suddenly said. "I can't believe Zero Wing was one of the parties responsible for activating the new expansion pack. Everyone in God's domain is talking about it right now. Zero Wing will definitely gain a significant advantage over the various superpowers. Add, it doesn't matter even if Zero Wing gets an advantage over the various superpowers," the young man lying on the ground said disdainfully. "Superpowers are as numerous as the stars among the myriad gods' domains, and most of these superpowers can barely survive in the greater god's domain. Xiao Qiao, seeing as you are so talented, your little sister should be quite talented as well, right? If you make further improvements, you'll be able to bring your little sister here. If your little sister wants to make any noteworthy accomplishments in the future, it's best if she comes to us." The short-haired girl nodded in agreement. If Wu Xiaoxiao's younger sister wished to have a better life in the future, bring Lingling over. When Wu Xiaoxiao thought of Wu Lingling, who was more talented than she was, a hint of resolve appeared in her eyes. Zero Wing might have powerful instructors and god-ranked experts, but in this place, reaching Tier 6 was only a beginning. Moreover, so long as Wu Lingling came to this place, she'd be able to understand the true extent of God's domain. She would realize that their God's domain or the miniature ancient world were nothing but insignificant existences. God's Domain Association building, Zero Wing's temporary office. "Something big happened. Guild leader," Blackie said after hurriedly entering the room. "People from the Green God Corporation are here. They're asking to have a chat with you." "The Green God Corporation?" Shi Feng was a little surprised when he heard Blackie's words. That the Green God Corporation was the largest corporation in their world, bar none. Be it their world's God's domain or miracle potions like the S-rank nutrient fluids and life potions, all these things came from the Green God Corporation. Because of this, once powers in God's domain grew to a certain extent, it was inevitable for them to make contact with the Green God Corporation. However, no matter how Shi Feng looked at it, the current Zero Wing was nowhere near strong enough to catch the Green God Corporation's attention. After all, the standard of technology and manpower the Green God Corporation possessed was far beyond the imagination of any superpower. The corporation was so powerful that not even the 5 great super guilds were worthy of its attention. Although Zero Wing currently possessed considerable fame in the miniature ancient world, and even had 4th-floor experts safeguarding it, these were still insignificant matters to the Green God Corporation. Hence, Shi Feng found it incredibly hard to imagine why the Green God Corporation would take the initiative to seek out Zero Wing. "Do you want to meet them?" Blackie asked quietly. "I don't think we have a choice in this," Shi Feng said with a bitter smile. "Go and greet them. I'll see you in the reception room later." Understood. Blackie hurriedly left to make the necessary preparations. The Green God Corporation was in existence far above even the Flower of 7 Sins. If they accidentally provoked the Green God Corporation's people, Zero Wing would probably cease to exist before the day ended. God's Domain Association building top-floor reception room, when Shi Feng, Su Qianliu, and Blackie stepped into the reception room that was roughly the size of a basketball court, they found that around a dozen people were already seated in the room. Out of these dozen or so people, even the weakest among them was a Henglian Grand Master with physical fitness far beyond the average person. Even Su Qianliu, who had already reached the Henglian Master standard, found herself feeling suffocated when standing in the presence of these people, her mind warning her to stay as far away from these people as possible. After seeing the arrival of Shi Feng's group, the young woman sitting at the head of the Green God Corporation's group took the initiative to stand up and introduce herself. "Hello, I am Xie Qingyan, Vice President of the Green God Corporation." "Hello, I am Shi Feng, Zero Wing's acting guild leader," Shi Feng responded, feeling a little surprised when he saw the young woman before him. However, he did not show his surprise on his face as he calmly asked, "May I know what business you have with Zero Wing, Vice President Xia?" "Xia Qingying?" The young woman might look like she was in her early 20s, but Shi Feng knew that the other party was even older than he currently was. Meanwhile, in addition to being one of the Green God Corporation's core executives, she also possessed extraordinary individual strength. Most importantly, she was a mental strength grandmaster. If Xia Qingying wanted to, she could single-handedly wipe the floor with every person in this room. "I see that you are a straightforward person, Guild Leader Shi Feng," Xia Qingying said, a smile forming on her face as she scrutinized Shi Feng. "In that case, I'll get straight to the point. I am here today to make a deal with Zero Wing. I heard that Zero Wing had received 5 million star coins from the Galaxy Corporation previously. The Green God Corporation is willing to sell Zero Wing a slot to the greater world. I'm sure Zero Wing should know how valuable the greater world's entry slots are, right? As for the price, it'll be 5 million star coins. How about it?" ADTL notes. "Bring your little sister here in this place." I don't know where exactly here or this place is referring to. The author decided to be incredibly vague here for some reason. Following Chapter 54, here this place should be referring to Crimson Emperor, but the author might not be referring to Crimson Emperor, so I'll leave things vague. Chapter 3167, Chapter 241, Going Online, Chapter 241, Going Online, 5 million star coins are enough to cause the Green God Corporation to make such a huge move? Su Qianliu couldn't help but blink her eyes in surprise when she heard Xia Qingying's words. The Green God Corporation was the #1 corporation in the world. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the Green God Corporation's yearly revenue exceeded even the revenue of every other corporation in the world added together. The amount of wealth the Green God Corporation possessed was simply unimaginable. A large part of why the Green God Corporation could generate so much revenue was because it was responsible for constructing and operating the several dozen upper zones around the world. The various upper zones possessed technological and living standards far superior to the rest of the world. Because of these superior standards, people living in the upper zones tended to have an average life expectancy of around 180 years. Moreover, they could even retain their youth up to 60 years old or above, add. Due to these reasons, countless wealthy people were willing to pay hundreds of millions or more just to live in an upper zone. Although the Green God Corporation would only give out qualifications to live in the upper zones to several thousand people each year, that was already more than enough to let the corporation generate astronomical amounts of wealth. Logically, with so much wealth in its possession, there shouldn't be anything that could tempt the Green God Corporation to take action. Yet now, the Green God Corporation had sent one of its vice presidents to visit a small guild like Zero Wing just to purchase the 5 million star coins in Zero Wing's possession. This situation both surprised and confused Su Qianliu. According to Flanders, 5 million star coins were only enough to exchange 100 life potions. Meanwhile, a sum of 100 life potions was nothing to the Green God Corporation. After all, every bottle of S-rank nutrient fluid and life potion in their world came from the Green God Corporation. There was no way 100 life potions could tempt the Green God Corporation into action. Deal. Zero Wing will buy the Greater World's entry slot, Shi Feng answered Jia Jingying without hesitation. Guild leader? Blackie couldn't help but look at Shi Feng in confusion, according to what he learned from Flanders. He knew that people from many parallel worlds in existence could head to a single world known as the Greater World. More specifically, every parallel world would eventually be integrated into the Greater World. Hence, he knew that if Zero Wing could enter the Greater World ahead of other powers, Zero Wing could secure itself a head start in the Greater World. However, although he understood the importance of getting a head start, trading away 100 life potions for just one slot was simply too much for Zero Wing. Zero Wing was very tight on money right now. It was especially so after the new expansion pack's announcement. Just the announcement of the new expansion pack had already caused the various powers to increase the benefits they offered to their core members, afraid that other powers would poach their core members. Once the new expansion pack took effect, competition in the miniature ancient world would become even more intense. At that time, Zero Wing's credit expenditure would definitely skyrocket. This isn't a loss for Zero Wing, Shi Feng said to Blackie quietly. You can even say that we've profited. If other superpowers receive this opportunity, the corporations behind them will agree to the offer, even if they have to sell their assets. We naturally cannot miss this opportunity. The Greater World was a gathering place of the many parallel worlds. Although people from the various parallel worlds would eventually have to live in the Greater World no matter what, the order of one's entry into the Greater World would significantly impact one's life in the Greater World. After all, the sooner one entered and learned about the Greater World, the sooner one could prepare for the eventual integration. Of course, Shi Feng didn't need to learn about the Greater World since he had long since learned about it in his previous life. The only reason he was trying to enter the Greater World sooner was so that he could prepare for Zero Wing's future development in the Greater World. As for the price of 5 million star coins for one entry slot into the Greater World, it was definitely an offer that favored Zero Wing massively. Now that their god's domain had yet to become fully open, entry slots for the Greater World in the real world would be extremely limited. If not for the Green God Corporation urgently needing star coins, there was no way Zero Wing would get the chance to buy an entry slot into the Greater World for just 5 million star coins. You are a very straightforward person indeed, Guild Leader, Black Flame, Jia Qingying said as she looked at Shi Feng with a faint smile. The passage to the Greater World will stabilize in 7 days. Someone from the Green God Corporation will come to pick you up at that time. If you don't have any other problems, we will be taking our leave. After saying so, Jia Qingying left the reception room with her entourage, her behavior making it seem as if she wasn't interested in Zero Wing in the slightest. Miss Xia, there are only 10 entry slots for the Greater World, and the various corporations have spent countless resources to exchange for them. If these corporations learn that Zero Wing only spent 5 million star coins to buy a slot, they'll most likely have opinions about it, Breeze Wine said worriedly. If they refuse to cooperate after entering the Greater World, it'll create a lot of problems for my side of the operation. Opinions? Jia Qingying's mouth curled slightly when she heard Breeze Wine's concerns. They should be thankful that the Green God Corporation is willing to even sell them a slot. Do they think we are lacking that little bit of resources? If not for the President hoping for other corporations to have some presence in the Greater World, they wouldn't receive a single slot. If any of them dare to refuse to cooperate with you after going over to the other side, I will show them the harshness of the Greater World. Breezewine was relieved when he heard Jia Qinying's assurance. If he only had himself to rely on, there'd be nothing he could do if the representatives of those several corporations refused to obey his commands. After all, he had just barely managed to establish a foothold for himself in the greater world. He had no authority to speak of in the greater world. However, it was a different story for the Green God Corporation. The Green God Corporation had already entered the greater world and achieved a certain degree of development there many years ago, let alone now. Even after the several corporations' representatives had entered the greater world, so long as the Green God Corporation wanted to, it could end these people's careers easily. Although Jia Qinying's sudden visit had caused a huge uproar in Jinhai City, everyone's attention gradually shifted away from the matter as the arrival of the Myriad Worlds Descent expansion pack neared. This was because the new expansion's impact on the world was growing bigger and bigger throughout the two-day update. Even players on the main continent were constantly talking about the expansion pack. Among the topics discussed, the topic that came up most frequently involved the actions taken by the various corporations worldwide to ensure they could secure themselves a place in the miniature ancient world. The various corporations were poaching talents left and right with lucrative offers. Some corporations even offered independent Tier 5 experts the chance to live in the upper zones. The upper zones were places that countless people sought to live in. Just the benefit of retaining one's youth up to 60 years old and living up to 180 years old on average was more than enough to attract anyone. It should be known that the living standards of modern people were already very high. It had also become a norm for people to conduct physical training on a daily basis. However, even after factoring in the advancements made in the fields of nutrition and medicine, the average person's life expectancy was only 100 years, and the life expectancy of wealthy people was 120 years. That was a far cry compared to the upper zone's average life expectancy of 180 years. Not to mention, people living in the upper zones could retain their youth up to 60 years old and only start to grow old after reaching 100 years old. Moreover, the upper zone's living standards were continuously improving with time. Hence, the sooner one moved into an upper zone, the better their life would become in the future. Unfortunately, the upper zones only accepted several thousand new residents each year. One couldn't necessarily acquire a slot even if one was willing to pay 1 billion credits. Even corporations with many business dealings with the Green God Corporation could only get their hands on very few entry slots each year. So few that they didn't even have enough to use for their own families. Now, corporations were using these slots to recruit players. Through this point, one could imagine just how valuable the miniature ancient world was. For a time, many hidden experts and young talents operating on the main continent couldn't help but get the urge to enter the miniature ancient world. According to a survey conducted by the Gods Domain Association, at least 1 million experts with official membership in the Gods Domain Association were prepared to enter the miniature ancient world. Among them, many were experts in the professional leagues A League and B League. Nighttime, Qingju Villa District. I can finally go online after 2 days of waiting. When Shi Feng heard the update completion notification sound coming from his virtual gaming cabin, he took a deep breath and got into the gaming cabin. Then, he chose to log in to God's Domain. Chapter 3168, Chapter 242, Myriad Worlds Players, Chapter 242, Myriad Worlds Players. Boundary Mountain Range, 2nd Underground Level, Divine Statue Plaza. Players appeared one after another in the plaza. Apart from Shi Feng and his team members, the members of the Desolate Star God's Domain's various powers similarly did not leave the plaza when the system update started. Instead, they had chosen to log out of the game to rest. Strange, why does my body feel a lot heavier than before? Su Qianlu immediately noticed the change in her body as soon as she logged into the game, and she couldn't help but be confused by this situation. Me too. My body's reaction speed has also slowed down significantly, Zhuo Yalan said with a stunned look on her face. Could there be a bug with the update? God's Domain's environment had been fixed from the very beginning. Although the Boundary Mountain Range's 2nd underground level had a special environment, it still didn't make sense for the environment to change because of the system update. Add not to mention, Zhuo Yalin could feel that her reaction speed had slowed down significantly, and her physical fitness was reduced to that of an ordinary person. In this situation, she'd be fortunate if she could exhibit even half of the combat power she could previously exhibit in the second underground level. No, this isn't a bug. This is the true God's domain, Maria, who stood nearby, said. The true God's domain? Lu Wusheng looked toward Maria in confusion. Aside from Lu Wusheng, the others present, such as Crimson Heart, Hidden Soul, Gentle Snow, and the others, also turned to look at Maria, curious to learn what the other party meant by true God's domain. In response, Maria looked to Lu Wusheng and explained, the environment we are in now, or more specifically the level of control we have over our bodies currently, is the true standard of control players should have in God's domain. This is the standard that the greater God's domain and all God's domain that has come out of isolation share. When a God's domain remains in an isolated state, players of that God's domain can move their character bodies with only a single thought. Unlike in the real world, the nervous system is not involved in the entire process of controlling one's body in God's domain. As a result, it is significantly easier to control one's character body than one's real body. However, once a God's domain comes out of isolation, everyone belonging to that God's domain will see this manipulation method changed to match that of the real world. So you will feel as if your bodies cannot keep up with your brains. Lu Wusheng and the others instantly understood Maria's explanation and realized what had gone wrong with their bodies. At the same time, unprecedented pressure fell on them. The way they had to control their bodies had changed. After playing in their isolated God's domain for so many years, they had long since gotten used to having their character bodies execute movements with a single thought. In that state, one could say that their bodies could move as quickly as their brains could think. However, in their current state, their body's reaction speed could no longer keep up with their brain's reaction speed. This situation would make fighting monsters incredibly difficult for them in the future. More specifically, whenever they fought against monsters in God's domain in the future, it'd be no different than if they were to fight these monsters in the real world. The only difference would be that their character bodies would be much stronger than their real bodies. However, there was no doubt that their combat standards in God's domain would plummet. From today onward, Refinement Realm experts would probably have difficulty beating even High Lords of the same level. Players would most definitely have to change their combat methods to adapt to this new control method for peak experts, and above, though, they wouldn't be affected by this change as much as other players. With their ability to perceive their surroundings clearly, they could compensate for their body's reduced reaction speed by predicting their opponent's moves in advance and taking the appropriate countermeasures. Though when it came to using combat techniques, skills, and spells, peak experts would also be severely affected like ordinary players. Aside from Lu Wusheng and the others, the various superpowers members standing in the distance similarly felt great pressure after experiencing the true God's domain. Even the Flower of Seven Sins, Death Omen, and Gluttony wore ugly looks on their faces. With this change, the gap in strength between our God's domain and other God's domains has just grown even bigger. The corners of Thousand Swords' eyes twitched when he finished listening to Meng Hao's explanation. Originally, Thousand Swords thought that even if the various foreign gods' domains' powers came to the miniature ancient world, the native powers of their god's domain could rely on their numerical and geographical advantages to maintain a considerable advantage. However, after learning about the changes that had taken place, it wouldn't matter even if they had a numerical advantage. The gap in combat standards between both sides was simply too massive. After the update, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Refinement Realm and Flowing Water Realm experts were not much different than ordinary experts. They were merely better at making use of their five senses. However, due to the limitation of their body's reaction speed, Refinement Realm and Flowing Water Realm experts wouldn't gain much advantage even if they could use their five senses better than ordinary experts. It would no longer be possible for Flowing Water Realm experts to single-handedly wipe the floor with a 100-man team of ordinary experts. This would be the case even if stamina restrictions were removed. In the current state of God's domain, If ordinary players were said to be able to exhibit 60% of their body's potential, then flowing water realms could only exhibit 80% of their body's potential. The difference between the two was considerably small. As for domain realm experts, they were probably only at the 90% to 95% standard. Their overall strength advantage over ordinary experts was also considerably limited. A domain realm expert might even have difficulty going up against a few refinement realm experts with the same basic attributes. While everyone was feeling stressed by the unexpected changes, Shi Feng was calmly inspecting the loot he got from the Nether King. He wasn't at all surprised that the various superpowers were having a hard time processing this situation. This was the process that all players of isolated gods' domains had to experience sooner or later. This was also why in the greater god's domain, players were divided based on their accomplishments in the World Tower, rather than their accomplishments in the realms of refinement. From now onwards, one's accomplishments in the realms of truth would be just as important as one's accomplishments in the realms of refinement. Even if players reached the domain realm and could exert their 5 senses to their very limits, they wouldn't be considered third-floor experts if they had no accomplishments in the realms of truth. In fact, even if a domain realm expert managed to reach the truth realm, which was the realms of truth's entry level, and achieve combat power at the third-floor standard, they wouldn't be recognized as third-floor experts by the greater god's domain's hegemonic powers. They would still be deemed as second-floor experts. Only after a player had reached the realms of truth's ascension realm on top of reaching the realms of refinement's domain realm, would they be considered a true third-floor expert, which was also the so-called God-ranked expert. After reaching the level of a God-ranked expert, players would have the ability to defeat multiple second-floor experts in the greater god's domain, assuming that there were no stamina restrictions in place. "We got quite the good harvest this time, so it's about time we leave," Shi Feng said after sorting out the Nether King's loot. Shi Feng had gained quite the harvest from the Nether King this time. Aside from gaining enough EXP to reach level 117, he had also obtained 2 fragmented legendary weapons, a staff and a greatsword. In addition, the Nether King had also dropped a Tier 5 magic scroll, a teleportation magic array design, and a bunch of legendary materials. Most importantly, the Nether King had dropped a cross-border guild promotion order, an item that could instantly promote a basic cross-border guild into a bronze cross-border guild. Lu Yu Wusheng and the others nodded when they heard Shi Feng's words. Now that numerous foreign gods' domains were about to enter the miniature ancient world, the last thing they should do would be to waste time grinding in the second underground level. According to the system's introduction, the miniature ancient world's city system would also undergo a significant change once the myriad worlds descended. If they didn't adapt to this change as soon as possible, the various foreign powers would quickly eliminate them from the miniature ancient world. After Shi Feng bid goodbye to Flanders' team, he promptly led his team out of the Boundary Mountain Range. Then, after traveling on Mount for around 10 hours and exiting the Boundary Mountain Range's underground area, Shi Feng and the others took out a return scroll and teleported back to 100 Flow City. 100 Flow City, teleportation hall, followed by the appearance of numerous flashes in the teleportation hall's teleportation array, Shi Feng and the others finally returned to 100 Flow City. So many people actually came? Galaxy Past gasped when he saw the crowded teleportation hall. Currently, players standing shoulder to shoulder could be seen crowding the lobby the size of a football field. Moreover, these players were incredibly high-leveled, nearly all of them being at level 120. These level 120 players were also equipped with epic equipment sets, their equipment standards not the slightest bit inferior to the various superpowers' main force members. However, compared to these players' equipment standards, their combat standards were even more shocking. At a glance, Galaxy Past could see Refinement Realm experts everywhere, with many Void Realm experts and above among them. He even felt a sense of danger from quite a few of these experts. Chapter 3169, Chapter 243, Guild Promoted. Chapter 243, Guild Promoted. 100 Flow City, Main Street. When Shi Feng and the others walked out of the teleportation hall, they found that the main street outside was similarly crowded with players. Players couldn't even run in the spacious main street right now. At best, they could only walk at a quick pace. After Shi Feng and the others took a few steps away from the teleportation hall, the players on the street suddenly stepped aside and created an empty path. Then a 100-man team of players dressed in uniform equipment and clothing walked down this path. Meanwhile, the mere presence of these 100 players caused Liu Wusheng, Crimson Heart, Hidden Soul, and the others to step back subconsciously. Is this the strength of other gods' domains? A grave expression appeared on Liu Wusheng's face when he saw the 100-man team. Although this team only had 100 members, Liu Wusheng could feel an oppressive feeling coming from every one of them. He felt he wouldn't even be a match for these 100 players in a one-on-one fight. Moreover, he could also sense a suffocating presence from several of these experts. The auras of these people had clearly reached the Tier 4 standard already. Echoing Judgment, Wordless Ember, and Flowing Quicksand also wore serious expressions on their faces. Unlike Liu Wusheng, they knew exactly how terrifying this 100-man team was. Every member of this 100-man team could rank within the top 30 of Slumber City's Temple Knights. Among them, the several players walking at the front of the team were even more terrifying than Solitary Soul. Those several players were experts at the Vice City Lord level. Who are these people? Who would send such a powerful team here? Even hegemonic powers of intermediate gods' domains can't afford to part with such a team. A level 120 Tigerkin with tanned skin exclaimed after seeing the 100-man team disappearing into the distance. Upon hearing the Tigerkin berserker's words, a level 120 elven man standing next to the Tigerkin rolled his eyes and said, "Are you a native of this miniature ancient world? How can you not know about the Divine Hunters Guild?" Divine Hunters? The Divine Hunters from the Four Saints' higher god's domain. The Tigerkin berserker was stunned. That's right. That Divine Hunters. Otherwise, why do you think everyone made way for those people? The elven man nodded. Then he sighed and continued. It seems 100 Flow City is going to be the Divine Hunters Guild's territory from now on. Guilds from intermediate gods' domains like ours won't stand a chance here. That's not for certain, right? The Divine Hunters Guild might be powerful, but if hegemonic powers from intermediate gods' domains are willing to shoulder the cost, it's not impossible for them to compete with the Divine Hunters. After all, there are only a few hundred cities in this miniature ancient world. There aren't even enough to go around for the intermediate gods' domain, let alone the other higher gods' domains, the Tigerkin berserker said. What do you know? With a bitter smile, the elven man said, "Now that the city system has been activated, the top 10 players of each city's Colosseum will receive a portion of their respective cities' management rights. However, Divine Hunters has sent 6 of its titled commanders here. It's almost certain that Divine Hunters will have absolute control over 100 Flow City." What? Is the Divine Hunters Guild crazy? Is 100 Flow City so important that it needed to send 6 titled commanders? The Tigerkin berserker shouted in astonishment. Those are titled experts we are talking about. Upon hearing the Tigerkin berserker's words, the experts from the various gods' domains were similarly astonished. Only Liu Wusheng and the players native to the miniature ancient world remained puzzled by this situation. How extravagant of Divine Hunters! Shi Feng was also inwardly surprised by this situation. The term titled expert referred to experts who had received a title from the Greater Gods Domain's 7 Luminaries Alliance aid. Players native to the miniature ancient world might not know the significance of a titled expert. However, players who had lived in the Greater Gods Domain would know that any expert who had received a title from the 7 Luminaries Alliance was like a war god in God's domain. This was because every titled expert was in existence capable of going up against 100 opponents of a similar level and tier simultaneously. They were top-tier existences even among 4th floor experts. If we have to go up against so many experts, even maintaining our foothold in 100 Flow City will be a challenge. Su Qianliu experienced a headache when she saw the various gods' domains experts that crowded the street. Originally, Su Qianliu had been rather confident in Zero Wing's future. However, after seeing so many experts appearing in 100 Flow City, She doubted that Zero Wing could even retain its position in 100 Flow City. This would be terrible for Zero Wing. Only the various NPC cities had teleportation arrays in the miniature ancient world. This meant that most trades between players would be conducted in NPC cities. If Zero Wing couldn't maintain its foothold in 100 Flow City, it couldn't even trade with other powers. Even if powers were willing to go through the hassle of trading with Zero Wing, they'd exploit Zero Wing to an unimaginable level. At this time, Suqian Liu wasn't the only one feeling pressured. Liu Wusheng, Galaxy Past, and Crimson Heart were in a similar situation. The miniature ancient world might be rich in resources, but these resources were mainly concentrated in the trade network formed by the various NPC cities. If they couldn't join this trade network, they'd be isolated by the powers that were a part of it. You don't need to worry about this. God's domain isn't a place where you can achieve greatness with only a few experts, Shi Feng said, chuckling. Sometimes status is much more important than strength in God's domain. Status? Suqian Liu suddenly thought of the stratified abyssal realms nobility system. Some of the stratified abyssal realms upper-class nobles might not be as strong as temple knights, but they still enjoyed much better treatment in the various NPC cities than temple knights. However, another question quickly popped into Suqian Liu's head. How were they supposed to acquire status in the miniature ancient world's NPC cities? Something like the Abyssal Tower did not exist in the miniature ancient world. Although the various cities had a peerage system, obtaining a noble title required a vastly greater sum of contribution points than obtaining an ordinary noble status, and it wasn't something that could be accomplished within a short time. However, Shi Feng did not offer any additional explanations. He simply had Suqian Liu and the others return to the Asura Mercenary Alliance to gather a large number of magicians and collect the materials necessary to construct a teleportation array. Then, he made his way to 100 Flow City's Adventurers Association. When Shi Feng arrived at the Adventurers Association, the building was crowded with players from other gods' domains going through the procedures for guild creation in the miniature ancient world. "How may I help you, sir?" A half-elf female administrator working the front desk on the second floor asked when she saw Shi Feng approaching. In response, Shi Feng took out the Bronze Cross-Border Guild promotion order and said, "Hello, I want to promote Zero Wing into a Bronze Guild." Chapter 3176, Chapter 244, First Bronze Guild's Reward. Chapter 244, First Bronze Guild's Reward. A look of surprise appeared on the half-elf administrator's face when she saw the ancient scroll in Shi Feng's hands. However, she quickly reverted to wearing her cordial smile, an additional hint of respect appearing in her eyes. "Please wait a moment, sir, as you are using a Bronze Cross-Border Guild promotion order instead of the standard promotion procedure. I will need to have the association's elders verify your promotion order before I can process the promotion for you," the administrator explained as she took the ancient scroll from Shi Feng. "No problem." Shi Feng nodded, unsurprised by this situation. The promotion of a cross-border guild was different from the promotion of standard guilds. It represented the recognition of all adventurers' associations in God's domain. At the same time, it was also a recognition of status in the greater God's domain. Normally, a basic cross-border guild seeking promotion would need to fulfill two conditions. Firstly, the guild would need to accumulate 1 million God's domain popularity points. Secondly, the guild would need at least 100 members to become certified advanced adventurers, which also meant they needed to reach the World Tower's second-floor standard. In addition, ordinary cities did not possess the qualifications to test players. Only Adventurers Association branches in the Greater God's Domain or Holy Cities situated in the junctions between God's domains were qualified to conduct the certification test. Meanwhile, the so-called Adventurer Certification Test was essentially a test of a player's combat standards. Players were required to challenge the World Tower during the certification test, and there were 4 levels of certification players could aim for: Basic Adventurer, Advanced Adventurer, Superior Adventurer, and Top Adventurer. These 4 certification levels corresponded to the World Tower's 4 floors. Only players who had successfully cleared the Basic Adventurer certification would be recognized as first-floor experts. After reaching this standard, one would also become officially recognized as an expert in the Greater God's domain. As for players who managed to pass the Advanced Adventurer certification, they'd be recognized as second-floor experts in the Greater God's domain. They'd also be treated as mid-level mainstays in the Greater God's domain's various guilds, and they'd be qualified to challenge the large-scale crisis quests issued by Adventurers Association. Meanwhile, crisis quests could be considered one of the main sources for cross-border guilds to raise their god's domain fame. Among them, large-scale crisis quests required a minimum of 100 players to challenge. This was also why one of the conditions to become a bronze cross-border guild required 100 second-floor experts. Shi Feng took a big shortcut by using the bronze cross-border guild promotion order, so it was understandable that the half-elf administrator would try to verify his promotion order's authenticity. After all, NPCs had already started to behave no differently from real people after the main god system had undergone several upgrades. It was just that NPCs normally wouldn't interfere in the matters of players. Afterward, the half-elf administrator quickly left with the promotion order, leaving Shi Feng by himself at the front desk. Unlike the quiet front desk, the nearby quest area for guilds was filled with chatting players. Did you guys hear? The various superpowers had to abandon their territories and join forces just to occupy a few small cities. Even the 5 great super guilds have only managed to occupy a medium city after banding together, none of them daring to set foot in large cities, a level 109 assassin said, sighing. I don't even know what first and second-rate guilds like us are supposed to do. No surprises there. Have you guys seen the players from those foreign gods' domains? They're absurdly strong. Even though I'm a refinement realm expert, I feel no different from an ordinary player in front of those people, a level 110 middle-aged berserker said. I also heard that most of these players are only the younger members of their respective powers. You can say that our miniature ancient world has become a training ground for the various gods' domains' younger generation. I heard about that too. Our miniature ancient world is one of the few places where they can compete from the same starting line after all. I also heard that the youths who perform well might have a chance at getting recruited by the greater world's conglomerate to become reserve executive members. This has stirred the competitiveness of the various gods' domains' youths, and they are now duking it out at the Colosseum, a level 1-ton elementalist said, nodding. It's a pity that our local powers are too weak. In our god's domain, youths that are peak experts are incredibly rare even in the 5 great super guilds. But even the weakest among the foreign gods' domains youths are at the level of peak experts. If only our youths were a little stronger, then we wouldn't be looked down on by the other gods' domains so much, and we wouldn't have to be called natives. Don't get your hopes up, the level 109 assassin said. Have you seen the battles taking place in the various NPC cities' colosseums? Do you know about Nature Hall's one-eyed ghost? He's one of our god's domain's 8 swordmeisters, yet he lost to a 17-year-old swordsman in less than a minute in Rock Devil City's Colosseum. To make matters worse, he didn't even manage to reduce the boy's HP by 1/3 before he got taken out. I've heard about that swordsman. Aside from him, a little monster has also appeared in Red Obsidian City's Colosseum. She's a 17-year-old berserker, and she took out Warring Tiger, one of the 5 blades, in only 19 moves. Even when Warring Tiger used his trademark move, 7 Tigers, the girl blocked the attack completely and lost less than 20% of her HP, the level 110 middle-aged berserker said, sighing deeply. Many more of such little monsters have appeared in other cities. Unless the god-ranked experts on our side make a move, I doubt anybody can go against these little monsters. When the various guild players in the hall talked about the battles taking place in the various NPC cities' colosseums, they couldn't help but be shocked by the foreign god's domain's strength. At the same time, they also despaired when they thought about how the outcome of these battles would be deciding a portion of the various NPC cities' management rights. The management rights one could earn through the Colosseum would not only give one the right to manage the city's auction house, but one could also decide the city's entrance fee. However, the problem of the entrance fee was only secondary. What really worried everyone was whether they could even enter the various NPC cities, after all. Now that so many more players had flooded into the miniature ancient world, the various NPC cities were no longer enough to accommodate all players. Every NPC city could only accommodate a limited number of players. Meanwhile, once an NPC city reached full capacity, subsequent players that sought to enter the city would have to wait in line. However, players with an NPC city's management rights could give priority to certain people to enter the city. Once the various foreign powers took control of the miniature ancient world's NPC cities, it went without saying that they would give this priority to their own members. Then they would give second priority to their allied powers and players from their god's domain, while local players of the miniature ancient world would receive the least priority. In this situation, there was almost no way local players with the least priority would get a chance to enter the various NPC cities. However, NPC cities were essential for players to rest and conduct trade. Even leveling up would become a problem if players couldn't enter a city to rest. They also couldn't sell the resources they obtained, resupply on daily necessities, or repair their weapons and equipment. Although trades could still be conducted in the fields, doing so came at great risk. After all, areas outside of NPC cities were considered combat zones. The risks that came with robbing other players were much lower. Moreover, even if players could create a space outside where trades could be conducted safely, any trades that took place there would most likely involve a lot of price gouging. Even the greater world's conglomerates are paying attention. Shi Feng couldn't help but be surprised by these guild players' discussion. Shi Feng wasn't surprised that the miniature ancient world's local powers were having difficulty getting by after the myriad world's descent. After all, their god's domain had developed for only 10 years. How could it possibly compete with god's domains that had developed for multiple decades or centuries? This was also why he was in a hurry to promote Zero Wing into a bronze cross-border guild. Once Zero Wing became a bronze cross-border guild, its members would have priority to enter the various NPC cities. Although a bronze cross-border guild would only have 30,000 priority slots to enter an NPC city, which was a pitiful amount considering large guilds tended to have hundreds of thousands or even millions of members. This amount was enough for the current Zero Wing. The only thing Shi Feng did not expect was for the greater world's conglomerates to be paying attention to the miniature ancient world. This was a very rare situation in the greater god's domain. It should be known that any corporation in the greater world capable of being considered a conglomerate held considerable power in the greater world. A conglomerate was like a gigantic alliance of powers. Meanwhile, any player or power that received even a little bit of support from a conglomerate would have a much easier time getting by in the greater world. Otherwise, they'd only be taken advantage of by the greater world's various powers and have great difficulty achieving greatness. This was also why people from elementary and intermediate gods' domains all sought to join a conglomerate. While Shi Feng was in a daze, the half-elf administrator returned to the front desk with his promotion order. "We have verified the authenticity of your guild promotion order, Mr. Black Flame," the half-elf administrator said respectfully. "Now all you need to do is pay a 10,000 gold processing fee, and Zero Wing will be promoted into a bronze guild." "All right. Here is the money," Shi Feng said as he took out the 10,000 gold he had prepared beforehand. "I have verified the payment. I will take care of the promotion procedures for you right away," the half-elf administrator said after verifying the payment amount. Around 30 seconds later, a system announcement was sent to every player in the miniature ancient world. System announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for getting promoted into a bronze guild and becoming the first bronze guild in the miniature ancient world. Rewarding 100,000 God's Domain Fame points. All guild members will have their death penalties halved, and EXP acquisition is increased by 100% for the next 10 days. System, congratulations. Your guild, Zero Wing, has become the first bronze guild in the miniature ancient world. Rewarding 1 legendary legacy scroll, 1 overtier spellbook, and 3 levels. Chapter 317-1, Chapter 245, Demon God's Armament. Chapter 245, Demon God's Armament. Zero Wing got promoted into a bronze guild. Amazing! Zero Wing actually got promoted into a bronze guild already, as expected of the guild responsible for starting the myriad world's descent. With this, our local guilds have finally surpassed the foreign gods' domains guilds in something. I just checked, and it seems that a bronze guild has 30,000 special authority slots that can be used to gain priority entry into any NPC city. Crap. Doesn't this mean that Zero Wing's members can freely enter even NPC cities that have already fallen into the hands of other gods' domains? This means that the foreign gods' domains powers will have difficulty taking Zero Wing's territories even if they want to. Zero Wing can make a fortune by using this advantage to trade with other local powers. Not even the 5 great super guilds can be a match for Zero Wing now, since they have occupied only one NPC city. At most, the auction house in their city will be connected with the auction houses of several neighboring cities. In comparison, Zero Wing can freely access the auction houses of every NPC city. After the system announcement was repeated 3 times, the miniature Ancient World's local players instantly went into an uproar, many going to the official forums to discuss Zero Wing. Particularly, the topic of how to join Zero Wing became the focus of many people's attention. For a time, Zero Wing became the most desired guild for players to join in the miniature Ancient World. Damn it! How did things turn out like this? Inside the top-floor VIP room of a high-class restaurant, Jing Yang's rage shot through the roof when he learned about the details regarding bronze guilds. Previously, he had chosen to withdraw Blackwater from the Asura Mercenary Alliance because he wanted Zero Wing to know Blackwater's significance to the Mercenary Alliance. However, Zero Wing had quickly proved him wrong time and again. First, Zero Wing had revealed astonishing foundations by forcing its way into the Boundary Mountain Range with only a team of 100 players. Moreover, out of these 100 players, there were 3 fourth-floor experts that even a hegemonic power like Bright Dragon had to be wary of. Now, Zero Wing had even gotten promoted into a bronze guild, instantly solidifying its position in the miniature Ancient World. In contrast, Blackwater had only managed to secure the management rights to a small NPC city after joining forces with other superpowers. Moreover, they weren't even certain if they could retain their hold over this NPC city. It hadn't been more than a day since the Myriad Worlds Descent expansion pack took effect. There would be more and more players from foreign gods' domains entering the miniature Ancient World from now on. So competition in the miniature Ancient World would only grow even more intense in the future. How was he supposed to explain himself to his superiors? It should be known that it was entirely his decision to withdraw Blackwater from the Asura Mercenary Alliance. Now that Zero Wing had become a bronze guild, it instantly became the most sought-after partner for all local powers. After all, players needed the various services the various NPC cities offered. At this moment, the representatives of the other powers, which had also withdrawn from the Asura Mercenary Alliance, in the room were similarly filled with mixed feelings. As for Thousand Swords, he sighed deeply after reading about the details of bronze guilds and said, "It seems I'll have to pay Zero Wing a visit." "Teacher, can our guild really not survive in the miniature Ancient World without Zero Wing?" Guyiren asked with a confused expression. World Dominators was a veteran super guild. In Guyiren's opinion, World Dominators should have no problem securing its hold over a small NPC city, so he felt it unnecessary to seek partnership with Zero Wing. "It's going to be very difficult," Thousand Swords said and shook his head after giving Guyiren's question some thought. "This is only the Myriad Worlds Descent's first day. The players we have seen thus far are only the vanguard of the various foreign powers. Once those foreign powers start to dispatch more god-ranked experts, even the 5 great super guilds will have difficulty safeguarding their city, let alone other superpowers like us. Also, even if I visit Zero Wing, it's uncertain whether Zero Wing will agree to partner with us." Thousand Swords couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile when he spoke up to this point. Although he had long since known that the powers of other gods' domains would be very powerful, he didn't think they would be so powerful that they'd have experts capable of rivaling him among their younger generation. Moreover, this was only the first day of the new expansion pack. The various foreign powers were only testing the waters with their younger members. Hardly any of their veteran experts had made a move yet. Red Obsidian City, Flower of Seven Sins Residence. We have finished reallocating our core members and resources, Commander Omen. We have already sold all of our lands and shops in the various NPC cities, and we can set out for Shadow Fog City at any time. A level 110 masked ranger said respectfully to the bewitching woman resting in the office. "Have everyone move out, then?" Death Omen commanded. Then, while looking at the report on her desk, she said, "A bronze guild, is it? Count yourselves lucky. Once the level 120 maps open, we'll see how you can continue retaining your place in the miniature ancient world." After saying so, Death Omen left her office and withdrew from Red Obsidian City with the rest of the Flower of Seven Sins members. Then they moved toward Shadow Fog City, a large NPC city controlled by Bright Dragon. While the Flower of Seven Sins was secretly moving its base of operations, Shi Feng had teleported to Zero Wing's residence in Abyssal Star City, not daring to stay even a moment longer in Hundred Flow City's Adventurers Association. Aren't these rewards a little too much? Even after reading the system notification exclusive to him several times, Shi Feng still couldn't help but feel astonished. During his previous life, Zero Wing had conducted its promotion into a bronze guild in the Greater God's domain, so it didn't receive any rewards for its promotion. Although he had fortunately acquired a bronze cross-border guild promotion order in this life, he didn't think becoming the first bronze guild would come with such abundant rewards. It was incredibly difficult for a guild to raise its God's domain fame in the Greater God's domain. Yet God's domain fame was crucial for guilds to get promoted beyond the bronze rank. For example, a large-scale crisis quest would only award a guild with 1,000 fame points. Yet a bronze guild needed 500,000 God's domain fame points to get promoted to the silver rank. Add, aside from needing fame to get promoted, a bronze guild that had accumulated 200,000 fame points could apply with the Adventurers Association to construct a world tower of its own. Although bronze guilds could only construct the first 2 floors of the world tower, it was still a privilege that many bronze guilds dreamed of obtaining. This was because players would need to pay 100 units of 7 Luminaries crystal each time they applied to challenge the Advanced Adventurer certification with the Adventurers Association. Indeed, the application fee was charged in 7 Luminaries crystals, not coins or magic crystals. However, if a guild managed to acquire its own world tower, it could lower the fee by 50%. This would drastically reduce the 7 Luminaries crystals it needed to spend to let its members take the Advanced Adventurer certification. Now that Zero Wing had received 100,000 God's domain fame as soon as it had become a bronze guild, it would no doubt save Zero Wing a lot of time in the future. However, compared to the guild rewards, the personal rewards Shi Feng received were what truly surprised him. Not only did he receive 3 level-ups, which instantly propelled him to level 120, but he also received a legendary legacy scroll and an overtier spellbook. Both of these 2 items were of extraordinary value, and they normally could not be bought with money. An overtier spellbook was a spell capable of exhibiting strength above its tier. For example, a Tier 3 overtier spell could exhibit power at the standard of Tier 4 spells, while a Tier 4 overtier spell could exhibit power at the standard of Tier 5 spells. Typically, a Tier 3 overtier spellbook would be worth 1 piece of fragmented legendary equipment. As for Tier 4 overtier spellbooks, their value exceeded even fragmented legendary weapons. Add, moreover, the Tier 4 overtier spell that Shi Feng received was even a Berserk-type spell. Demon God's Armament. Tier 4 overtier spell requires Tier 4. Upon use, borrow the Demon God's power to create a set of weapons and equipment with 100% adaptability, increasing the effects of all your weapons and equipment by 100%. Duration, 60 seconds, cooldown, 1 hour. The greater a player's equipment standard, the more strength they could draw from this Tier 4 overtier spell. In Shi Feng's opinion, the effects of Demon God's armament were not the least bit inferior to a Tier 5 overtier spell. After carefully keeping the overtier spellbook away, Shi Feng turned his attention to the ancient dark purple scroll in his bag. If he were to say that Demon God's armament had given him a pleasant surprise, this ancient dark purple scroll had given him a fright. Chapter 3 FUP 1772, Chapter 246, God-ranked expert ranking list. If the miniature ancient world's various powers were to learn about this thing, Zero Wing will probably cease to exist before tomorrow comes. Shi Feng thought to himself as he looked at the ancient dark purple scroll in his bag. He had returned to Zero Wing's residence from the Adventurers Association without hesitation because of this legendary legacy scroll. Individual rewards awarded by the system would briefly appear before the recipient when the system handed them out. Although other players could not inspect the information of the awarded items, they could still determine the quality of the items based on the mana and glow effect given off. Meanwhile, a purple-gold glow typically represented fragmented legendary items, while a dark purple glow represented legendary items. If the reward he received was only an ordinary legendary item, the various superpowers might grow envious, but it wasn't enough to make them go crazy. After all, every superpower had legendary items of its own, with some even having legendary weapons. Needless to say, powers from foreign gods' domains would also have legendary weapons. However, it was a different story for the legendary legacy scroll. Its value was above even that of legendary weapons. The best legacy scrolls Shi Feng had seen during his previous life were epic legacy scrolls. An epic legacy scroll could not only teleport players directly to a Tier 4 legacy land, but players could also challenge the same legacy land up to 3 times. This made epic legacy scrolls highly sought after by Tier 3 players who had difficulty finding a Tier 4 legacy land. Meanwhile, above epic legacy scrolls were legendary legacy scrolls. However, the existence of the legendary legacy scroll was akin to a myth in even the greater god's domain, and its existence had only ever been mentioned in library records. There were no records of people actually finding a legendary legacy scroll in reality. As for the value of a legendary legacy scroll, it was something that even the Galaxy Corporation, a titan in the greater world, would try to obtain, even at the cost of destroying an entire world. This was because a legendary legacy scroll did not simply teleport the user to a random Tier 4 legacy land. Instead, it would teleport the user to a legacy land related to their legacy. It might not seem like there was a difference, since the players would be teleported to a Tier 4 legacy land regardless of whether they had used an epic legacy scroll or a legendary legacy scroll. However, the difference between entering an ordinary legacy land and a legacy land related to one's legacy was like night and day. It was especially true if one had a unique legacy. If a player entered a legacy land related to their legacy, they could further improve their legacy. It was especially true for God legacy holders. If a God legacy holder got promoted to Tier 4 via a legacy land related to their legacy, they would become much closer to the god they inherited their legacy from. It should be known that gods were known as the strongest existences in God's domain. Even an apex race like dragons was beneath the god race. Dragons might be known to be invincible among opponents of the same tier, but gods were known to transcend tiers. This was why Tier 6 gods could kill Tier 6 god-ranked players easily. It would be the same if an ancient god legacy holder got promoted via a Tier 4 legacy land related to their legacy. They would become closer to the ancient god. Their legacy was tied to after they got promoted to Tier 4. Although ancient gods were also gods, they had existed for a much longer period of time. They wielded strength of much greater purity, and they were much stronger than gods under the same tier. In God's domain, any Tier 6 player who had managed to master a complete ancient god legacy would become a symbol of invincibility. They could control a world at will, and even the Galaxy Corporation would have to bow its head to such existences. Meanwhile, a legendary legacy scroll had the ability to create such an invincible existence. Even if the chance of success wasn't 100%, it was still enough to cause all powers in the greater god's domain to go crazy. After taking a long look at the legendary legacy scroll, Shi Feng set it aside in his bag. He did not hurry to challenge his Tier 4 promotion. The Myriad Worlds Descent expansion pack had thoroughly changed the status quo in the miniature ancient world. Before Zero Wing's situation stabilized, Shi Feng dared not challenge his Tier 4 promotion. The Tier 4 promotion took a long time to complete. The whole process could take anywhere from several days to half a month. Such a long time was enough for significant changes to take place in the ever-changing miniature ancient world. He wouldn't even be surprised if Zero Wing no longer existed by the time he completed his Tier 4 promotion. Hence, only after making all the necessary preparations could he challenge his Tier 4 promotion with peace of mind. However, despite Shi Feng's thoughts, it was also true that Zero Wing urgently needed high-end combatants. So he promptly contacted Laura Crater and handed her the Tier 4 Legacy Search Scroll he acquired from killing the Void Serpent. This situation surprised Laura. She didn't think that Shi Feng would give her the Legacy Search Scroll instead of using it himself. It was especially so now that Shi Feng had reached level 120 already. With Shi Feng's strength, he could easily complete his Tier 4 promotion and allow Zero Wing to progress further in its development. In response to Laura's confusion, Shi Feng simply said he had many matters he needed to tend to and wasn't in a hurry to get promoted to Tier 4. After hearing this, Laura no longer refused the Legacy Search Scroll. After all, the quicker she raised her tier, the sooner she could head to the Greater God's domain. Hence, after taking the Legacy Search Scroll, she promptly left for the Boundary Mountain Range in search of a Tier 4 Legacy Land ad. Shortly after Laura left for the Boundary Mountain Range, Su Qianlu and Blackie excitedly ran into Shi Feng's office and reported Zero Wing's latest situation to Shi Feng. Many experts have applied to join Zero Wing after we became a Bronze Guild leader. In addition, students of many academies have also sent us their resumes. We have already received over 200,000 applications in total for the time being. That's even more than what the Asura Mercenary Alliance has received at its peak. Some well-known A-League experts have also applied to join Zero Wing, Blackie said excitedly. Zero Wing had very high recruitment standards. Aside from youths under the age of 20, those above 20 needed to be at the half-step refinement realm standard at the very least. Yet despite these harsh standards, Zero Wing still received many applications to join. Among these applicants, over 50 of them were A-League experts. It should be known that every A-League expert was a peak expert or above. If Zero Wing accepted all of these applicants, its overall strength would be close to matching the 5 great super guilds. I have received partnership requests from over 10 superpowers on my side, one of them being the Secret Pavilion. All of these superpowers are willing to let us help nurture their peak geniuses like Twilight Echo. Moreover, they are offering to pay 6 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid per person, Su Qianlu said with a smile. According to the estimates these superpowers have provided, we should be receiving over 500 peak geniuses in total if we choose to partner with all of them. That's a minimum of 3,000 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid. We can even afford to nurture a 1,000-man main force with that many S-rank nutrient fluids. Moreover, those peak geniuses will also become Zero Wing's combat power. Just the thought of having so many peak geniuses fighting for Zero Wing sent shivers down Su Qianlu's spine. With such a powerful force, Zero Wing could even clash against the hegemonic powers of other gods' domains. 6 bottles per person is too little. We're already having trouble training our own geniuses, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. Tell those superpowers that they'll have to fork out 10 bottles per person. Moreover, we will only be accepting 300 people in total. Add, Shi Feng was well aware of what those superpowers were trying to do. They were simply looking to form close ties with Zero Wing. However, his supply of hypersensitivity potions was limited. After deducting the portion he needed to nurture Zero Wing's experts, he didn't have many left to nurture the experts of other powers. However, it wasn't good to outright refuse those superpowers' partnership offers either. As the saying went, never slap a smiling person. Rather than openly refuse these superpowers and risk offending them, it would be better to ask for a higher price and scare them away. I understand. I'll inform them afterward, Su Qianlu said, agreeing with Shi Feng's sentiments. Have you prepared the materials and magicians I had you prepare? Shi Feng asked. The status of a Bronze Guild might have allowed Zero Wing to stabilize its foothold in the miniature ancient world, but it wasn't enough to allow Zero Wing to thrive. For that to happen, Zero Wing would still have to earn a large amount of wealth in God's domain. Meanwhile, now that the myriad worlds were descending to the miniature ancient world, it was the perfect opportunity to make a fortune. The materials are ready, but we are still missing a few master magicians, Su Qianlu said, feeling a little ashamed. Although many experts had come to join Zero Wing, master magicians were still incredibly rare. Most master magicians remained in the hands of the various superpowers, and there were very few independent master magicians. That's enough. Have all of them gather. I have something I need them to do right away, Shi Feng said. Shi Feng was well aware that the struggle for the various NPC cities had only just begun. If Zero Wing wished to thoroughly stabilize its foothold in the miniature ancient world, it would need its own city. Moreover, it'd have to be a guild city that could connect with the NPC cities. This was also the basis of survival for the various guilds in the Greater God's domain. Afterward, Su Qianlu had all of the master magicians she found gather in Zero Wing's residence. Then Shi Feng took out the medium teleportation magic array design he acquired from the Nether King and had the various master magicians begin constructing the magic arrays stated in the design. The design could only be used to construct 3 medium teleportation arrays that could teleport up to 50 people at a time. Each medium teleportation array cost 100,000 magic crystals to construct. The construction of a medium teleportation array was much more tedious than a small teleportation array. The complexity comparable to the construction of an NPC city's teleportation hall. Moreover, the core magic array was even a Grand Master magic array that could only be constructed by a Grand Master magician. Add. Fortunately, Shi Feng was a Grand Master magician, so constructing the core magic array wouldn't be a problem. While Shi Feng was leading the many master magicians to construct a medium teleportation array for Abyssal Star City, competition in the miniature ancient world was growing fiercer and fiercer. It wasn't until the 4th day after the expansion pack's launch that the various powers' management rights over the various NPC cities were decided. The struggle between the various powers these past few days was incredibly exciting, and many experts and powers had either risen to fame or fallen into obscurity. The struggle was so heated that everyone quickly forgot about Zero Wing's promotion into a bronze guild. At the same time, the Seven Luminaries Alliance, one of the Greater God's domain's strongest powers, had released a ranking list in the miniature ancient world, the God-ranked expert ranking list. The ranking list included the top 100 God-ranked experts that have appeared in all coliseums across the miniature ancient world, and it became an important reference for the greater world's various conglomerates. Chapter 31730, Chapter 247, Primordial City Upgraded. Chapter 247, Primordial City Upgraded, Abyssal Star Primordial City. As the sky gradually darkened, more and more players began gathering in the restaurants and street stalls that lined the eastern side of the city's main street. It's getting increasingly difficult to get into Abyssal Star City. I had to wait in line for 2 whole hours today, a level 112 shield warrior clad in pitch-black armor complained as he sat down at a street stall. The entrance fee has also been increased to 20 silver today. That's 10% of my earnings today gone. Upon hearing the shield warrior's complaints, the level 110 elementalist sitting next to the shield warrior clicked her tongue and said, "You're a bronze member in Asura, so you have to wait for only 2 hours to get into the city. Do you know how long I had to wait in line as a normal member?" "I was just saying," the shield warrior said, scratching his head as he revealed a silly smile. Ever since the Myriad Worlds Descent expansion pack took place, Abyssal Star City had become one of the few cities local players could rest in. This drastically increased the number of players seeking to enter the Primordial City. However, as the city only had a maximum capacity of 6 million players, even after the Asura Mercenary Alliance had raised its membership requirements, the Mercenary Alliance's member count had still exceeded 10 million. This was far above Abyssal Star City's maximum capacity. If he hadn't joined Asura earlier on and gotten himself a bronze membership, he would be stuck as a normal member and have had to wait in line for 7 to 8 hours just to enter Abyssal Star City. At this time, a level 112 ranger wearing chainmail walked over and sat down next to the shield warrior and elementalist, saying, "Our adventurer team is already one of the more fortunate ones. We were lucky we chose to set our base of operations in Abyssal Star City. Had we set up base in an NPC city, we wouldn't even be able to get into the city right now." Over 99% of NPC cities have already become the territories of the various foreign gods' domains. We'd have to wait ages to enter an NPC city even if we are willing to pay the exorbitant fee of 30 silver. Many adventurer teams that entered the miniature ancient world at the same time as we did have to hire people to repair their weapons and equipment outside NPC cities at an exorbitant price. Even then, they still have to wait in line to get their weapons and equipment repaired. That's right. If our broken dream adventurer team hadn't joined the Asura Mercenary Alliance long ago, we would be lining up outside NPC cities like most other adventurer teams, the Elementalist said, nodding. It would be great if I could find a boyfriend who's a core member of Zero Wing. In that case, I could teleport straight into his private house instead of waiting in line. Keep on dreaming, the Shield Warrior said, rolling his eyes at the Elementalist. Every male core member of Zero Wing is prime real estate for the various academies' young ladies right now. You don't stand a chance against those young ladies. Currently, all core members of Zero Wing enjoyed a special privilege that allowed them to purchase a private house in Abyssal Star City so long as they had enough guild contribution points and coins to afford it. Meanwhile, on top of being able to accommodate up to 4 players, every private house also allowed its occupants to teleport directly into the city, skipping the need to wait in line. Because of this, many players were desperately seeking to purchase a private house's teleportation slot, with some people offering up to 5 million credits per slot per month. However, even at this price, it wasn't guaranteed that one could buy a teleportation slot. Can't you let me dream? The Elementalist glared at the Shield Warrior. Noticing the awkward atmosphere, the Ranger hurriedly changed the topic, saying, "Have you guys seen the God-ranked expert ranking list? The list is truly astonishing. Only 2 people from the 5 great super guilds have managed to enter the list, and both of them are old monsters rumored to have reached the Beyond Domain realm already. Even then, they have only managed to rank 89th and 93rd. I've seen the list. I heard that those 2 old monsters only got into the list because the 5 great super guilds managed to secure over half of Burning City's management slots and gained thorough control over the city. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't even get into the top 100. The Shield Warrior said. The various gods' domains' expert standards are vastly greater than ours. Even Beyond Domain realms experts can just barely squeeze into the top 100. There simply is no place for people like us. Subsequently, the level 112 Ranger said, but an amazing expert has appeared in our Asura Mercenary Alliance this time. That expert actually got ranked 27th. This has greatly increased our reputation among the various gods' domains. That's right. I was very surprised when I learned about it. I originally thought Zero Wing's guild leader Black Flame would be the one to enter the ranking list. I didn't think it would be the Glimmer Adventurer team's Vice Commander Cassio instead, the Elementalist said, sparkles appearing in her eyes when she mentioned Cassio. His skills are simply amazing. He defeated a ranger bearing the title of Blood Eagle in just 35 moves. It's a pity Cassio went silent after securing a slot in Hundred Flow City. Otherwise, he can definitely rank higher in the list. Cassio's appearance is indeed expected, but what's even more surprising is Thousand Scars, a little monster from the Flower of 7 Sins. She managed to rank 10th among the 20 outstanding youths at the young age of 19, the Shield Warrior said. In terms of combat standards, she is already close to entering the top 100 of the God-ranked expert list. The second place among the 20 outstanding youths is ranked 98th in the God-ranked expert list. From what I can tell, there isn't much difference between that guy and Thousand Scars, so she should probably be close to entering the God-ranked expert list's top 100. Indeed, Thousand Scars is already recognized as the #1 genius in our god's domain. A conglomerate from the greater world has even extended an invitation to her. This has instantly elevated the Flower of 7 Sins position beyond the 5 great super guilds. The various foreign gods' domains' powers have even taken the initiative to let the Flower of 7 Sins have Gray Copper City. Now the Flower of 7 Sins is the only power in our god's domain to hold control over 2 NPC cities. Moreover, it is also the only power that can enter the Boundary Mountain Range's second underground level to search for Tier 4 legacy lands. Now, even the 5 great super guilds are looking to further their partnership with the Flower of Seven Sins, the elementalist said. Then, she worriedly continued, if the 5 great super guilds really do deepen their ties with the Flower of Seven Sins, it's going to be tough for our Asura Mercenary Alliance in the future. The Shield Warrior and Ranger nodded in agreement. The Asura Mercenary Alliance might have Abyssal Star City to rely on, but it didn't have absolute management rights over any NPC city. It only had 2 management slots in 100 Flow City, which allowed it to receive a portion of the city's income. Absolute control over the city lay in the hands of the Divine Hunters Guild, which held 6 management slots in 100 Flow City. Although Abyssal Star City sat in a strategic location, its importance would fall when players gained access to level 120+ maps and the NPC cities there. Even if players needed to find a place to rest, they would choose to rest in the NPC cities situated in maps below level 120 so that they could use the teleportation halls there to teleport to the level 120+ NPC cities. At that time, Abyssal Star City would be put into an awkward situation, and the Asura Mercenary Alliance would lose its ability to compete with the Flower of Seven Sins. While the Broken Dream Adventurer team's members were chatting among themselves, 3 level 115+ players sitting on the open-air roof of a nearby restaurant were quietly eavesdropping on their conversation. I didn't think our core members would be so popular. Shi Feng chuckled when he overheard the conversation of Broken Dream's members. It's not bad. You should have seen Blackie's situation, guild leader. He doesn't even dare to step out of the God's Domain Association's entrance recently. I can probably form a line that stretches from North Street to South Street with all the people who've asked me for Blackie's contact information, Su Qianlu said, chuckling. Can you not just make fun of me, Qianlu? You speak as if nobody has asked for the guild leader's contact information, Blackie said, curling his lips. I heard that if you hadn't announced that you've sealed the information, a crowd would have stormed the God's Domain Association building. Shi Feng was a little stunned when he heard this. Let's set this matter aside for now, Su Qianlu said, faking a cough. I came here with important business. 100 Flow City's teleportation array is completed already. Now, all that's left is to activate the main teleportation array in Abyssal Star City, and teleportation between the 2 cities will become possible. It's done already? Blackie's eyes glowed with excitement when he heard Su Qianlu's words. The various local powers have had plenty of interactions with the foreign gods' domain's powers thus far. Some superpowers had even traded with these foreign powers and acquired many combat techniques that allowed players to adapt to the greater gods' domain's environment much more easily. This, in turn, allowed the members of these superpowers to develop their combat standards rapidly. Unfortunately, Zero Wing didn't have anything special that attracted the attention of the foreign gods' domains. As a result, the development speed of Zero Wing's members had become vastly inferior to the various superpowers members. However, things would change once teleportation between Abyssal Star City and 100 Flow City became possible. Previously, players from foreign gods' domains couldn't be bothered to visit Abyssal Star City since they needed to travel all the way to the city on foot, and weren't even guaranteed to be allowed into the city. After all, the Asura Mercenary Alliance's members had priority entry into Abyssal Star City. Now, though, foreign players could treat Abyssal Star City as a teleportation hub, although they would still be forcibly removed from the city if the city's occupancy was maxed, they could still save up on plenty of travel time. Good contact, Soul, and have her activate the teleportation array right away, Shi Feng said, smiling. He had been eagerly awaiting this moment for a long time already. After all, he didn't have any items suitable to be used for trading with the foreign gods' domain's powers. Shortly after Shi Feng issued his command, a pillar of light rose from a cordoned area in Abyssal Star City's eastern district. At the same time, a small 2-story teleportation hall also rose from the cordoned space. System: Abyssal Star Primordial City has fulfilled the upgrade conditions. Do you wish to upgrade the city now? Chapter 3174, Chapter 248, Primordial City's Qualitative Transformation, Chapter 248, Primordial City's qualitative transformation. The upgrade conditions have been fulfilled just like that. Shi Feng was momentarily stunned. The conditions to upgrade a primordial city were vastly greater than that of ordinary guild cities. Not only did a primordial city have to meet a vastly greater population requirement, but it also needed to fulfill a much greater building requirement. Originally, Shi Feng thought that Abyssal Star City would need a few more advanced constructions built before it could get promoted from an advanced town to a basic city. He didn't think that the primordial city would meet its building requirement after having only a medium teleportation array constructed. Did something happen, guild leader? Su Qianlu asked curiously when she saw Shi Feng suddenly falling into a daze. It's nothing. We simply struck gold, Shi Feng said, chuckling. It was a qualitative transformation for a primordial city to become a basic city. The changes that would take place would be even greater than an ordinary intermediate guild city becoming an advanced guild city. Add, struck gold? Su Qianlu tilted her head, her confusion growing even deeper. The teleportation array connecting Abyssal Star City with Hundred Flow City would indeed generate a significant amount of wealth for Zero Wing. The cost of teleporting players between Abyssal Star City and Hundred Flow City was 30 silver per person. If the city charged each player 1 gold, that would be a profit of 70 silver. However, the medium teleportation array could only teleport up to 50 people at a time, and each teleportation took around 1 minute. Taking into account that there were 48 hours a day in God's domain, Abyssal Star City could at most earn around 100,000 gold of profit through the teleportation array each day. That might be a significant sum of money, but it was nothing compared to the money earned from Abyssal Star City's entrance fees. Currently, Abyssal Star City was making 1.2 million gold per day through entrance fees alone. Even after deducting the maintenance cost of the city's constructions and NPCs, the city would still be left with 600,000 gold, which was still multiple times more than what the city could make through the teleportation array. Su Qianlu couldn't understand how Zero Wing had struck gold. In fact, let alone striking gold, the teleportation array couldn't even allow Abyssal Star City to match the income players could make from managing a small NPC city. Even a small NPC city had upwards of 10 million in population. Moreover, aside from entrance fees, players that held management rights over an NPC city would also receive a portion of the profits generated by the city's auction house. Overall, Abyssal Star City's total net income couldn't even match 1/3 of what players could earn from managing a small NPC city, let alone medium and large NPC cities. Moreover, considering that Zero Wing's member count was now over 500,000, an additional income of 100,000 gold was nowhere near enough for Zero Wing to consider it striking gold. At the end of the day, the addition of the teleportation array only allowed Zero Wing to have stronger bargaining power against the foreign god's domain's powers. How much are advanced lineage crystals selling for in auction houses now, Blackie? Shi Feng asked as he turned to Blackie. Add advanced lineage crystals? After pondering for a moment, Blackie answered, They're going for 200,000 gold each on average. Many superpowers are buying the advanced lineage crystals that the foreign powers have brought in, so prices aren't going any lower for the time being. That's very cheap already, Shi Feng said, a smile appearing on his face. Previously, he had sold ordinary lineage crystals for several 100,000 contribution points through the Asura Mercenary Alliance. Meanwhile, each contribution point was worth 40 silver. Yet, now, advanced lineage crystals, which were much better and rarer than ordinary lineage crystals, were being sold at only 200,000 gold. This was definitely a very low price. Do you plan on buying some guild leader? Su Qianlu asked worriedly. Advanced lineage crystals might be excellent items, but Zero Wing's expansion had drastically increased its expenditure. The change in the miniature ancient world's environment had only worsened things. Nowadays, it had become normal for players to die at least once when grinding out in the fields. If players were unlucky, their entire team might get wiped out. In that case, resurrection would become impossible and they'd lose an entire level plus a piece of equipment. Because of this, Zero Wing needed to spend large amounts of gold coins each day purchasing weapons and equipment from the auction house to restock its guild warehouse, although the guild could also obtain weapons and equipment through dungeons and grinding out in the fields. The amount obtained was nowhere near enough to meet demands. So Zero Wing was in no situation to be purchasing advanced lineage crystals that cost 200,000 gold each. Even purchasing only one advanced lineage crystal a day would immediately put Zero Wing into the red. At that time, Zero Wing's many members would have to stop grinding for levels and focus entirely on raiding team dungeons just to prevent the guild from running out of weapons and equipment. Of course. Moreover, we're going to buy in bulk, Shi Feng said, chuckling. Then he shared the system notification he had just received with Su Qianliu. Due to the influx of advanced lineage crystals in the miniature ancient world, it had become normal to see 100-man teams led by higher lifeform players in the Boundary Mountain range. It wouldn't even be strange to see an entire team made up of players with Tier 4 mana. However, it was a different story for an entire team made up of higher lifeform players with Tier 4 mana. The cost of establishing such a team was too much for any individual power to afford. Even if a power had the money to do so, it wouldn't be wise to invest so much money into a single team. Having said that, in the event that such a team came into being, it'd be unstoppable in the current miniature ancient world. Originally, Su Qianliu was still very opposed to Shi Feng's decision to purchase advanced lineage crystals in bulk. However, she was immediately stunned after seeing the system notification Shi Feng had shared with her. Then she asked, "Guild leader, is this real? If Abyssal Star City could get promoted into a basic city, they'd indeed be striking gold. It should be known that a settlement's size would increase several times when upgrading from the advanced town status to the basic city status. Not to mention, Abyssal Star City was a special settlement that was vastly superior to the average settlement. Even at the advanced town status, Abyssal Star City was much larger than the average advanced town and was only slightly smaller than a basic city. It was safe to assume that Abyssal Star City would be significantly bigger than the average basic city once it got upgraded to the basic city status. If they factored in the teleportation array they just built, Abyssal Star City's income could probably rival medium NPC cities. "You'll find out in a moment," Shi Feng said, not bothering to explain himself. Instead, he promptly chose to upgrade Abyssal Star City. Immediately, all players within Abyssal Star City received a system announcement. Regional system announcement. Abyssal Star City will be upgraded into a basic city. The upgrade will take 6 hours. All players within Abyssal Star City will be teleported out of the city in 10 minutes. Please prepare to get teleported. The system announcement appeared 3 times. Before the players within the city could react to the teleportation hall that had suddenly appeared in Abyssal Star City, they were abruptly struck with the mind-blowing news of Abyssal Star City becoming a basic city. What's going on? First, a teleportation hall suddenly appeared in Abyssal Star City. Now, Abyssal Star City is getting upgraded into a basic city? Abyssal Star City has become a basic city on top of getting a teleportation hall. Is Abyssal Star City on its way to becoming the #1 city in the miniature ancient world? Everyone in the city promptly started a discussion about the abrupt changes that had taken place. The Asura Mercenary Alliance's members, in particular, grew ecstatic after learning about these 2 pieces of good news. Normally, be it Abyssal Star City gaining a teleport function or Abyssal Star City becoming a basic city, neither development could spark an uproar if they had appeared on their own. However, it was an entirely different story when both developments appeared together. After all, this essentially meant that Abyssal Star City had just become the closest NPC city to the Boundary Mountain range. Not only could players purchase the daily necessities sold in NPC cities from Abyssal Star City, but they could also access the auction house from Abyssal Star City. In fact, Abyssal Star City's auction house would be even better than the auction houses of NPC cities. This was because a guild city's auction house had the option of setting the handling fee it charged to be much lower than the handling fee charged in the various NPC cities' auction houses. Combined with the convenience of teleportation, it wasn't hard to imagine that Abyssal Star City would become the miniature ancient world's trade center in the future. Meanwhile, as members of the Asura Mercenary Alliance, they had priority to enter Abyssal Star City. So, they would no longer have to worry about not being able to purchase their daily necessities. They also wouldn't have to worry about not being able to sell their harvests for a good price. Subsequently, after everyone was forcibly teleported out of Abyssal Star City, news of Abyssal Star City's promotion and acquisition of a teleportation hall quickly spread across the entire miniature ancient world. TL notes. Add. So apparently Abyssal Star City was an advanced town all this time. I have an excuse as to why I made such a mistranslation: primordial city, Gucheng, Gucheng, city, Chuncha, Chengxi, town, Xiaochen, Xiaojian. Up until this chapter, the author hasn't ever clearly stated whether his Gucheng was referring to a primordial city or a primordial town. When people use the term Gucheng, they are usually talking about an ancient city or a primordial city in this case. It is also the case for Chem. When someone mentions X-Chen, it's assumed that they are talking about X city, not X town. In the case of towns, people will usually use Zigen or Zisao-Gen when referring to Z-Town. To prove my point, here are two examples of how the author names his towns and cities. 1. Silverwing Town, Sao-Gen, Chapter 1728 of Main Story. 2. Hundred Flow City, Balo-Chen. However, I will not be changing Abyssal Star City to Abyssal Star Town. Since the author has insisted on using Xinyuan Guchon, Abyssal Star City, since Chapter 95, I am going with the assumption that Abyssal Star City is a settlement named Abyssal Star City, but had the status of Advanced Town. This is quite a confusing development, so if you have any questions, feel free to join my Discord and ping me your questions. Discord. https://discord. JDMQ Sax 9 p.m. Chapter 3175, Chapter 249, Primordial Towers, 2nd Floor. Chapter 249, Primordial Towers, 2nd Floor, Miniature Ancient World, Tide City, Tower Alliance's residence. The Tower Alliance's residence occupied an area of 2 sports stadiums. In the large city that housed over 100 million players, the residence was a unique existence. As for the guild members and independent players that walked in and out of the residence, many of them had reached the standard of peak experts. Even after the Myriad Worlds Descent expansion pack took effect and powers from the many gods' domains entered the miniature ancient world, many independent experts were still seeking to join the Tower Alliance. The Abyssal Star Primordial City that's under Zero Wing's control has been upgraded into a basic city already, Great Elder Favra, combined with its ability to facilitate teleportation to NPC cities. It will definitely become a densely populated large city in the future. The Demidragon woman Maria said excitedly as she looked at Favra, the young-looking lady sitting at the center of the conference table while quietly reading the document in her hands. I suggest we establish a trade center in Abyssal Star City as soon as possible. That way, the Tower Alliance will have an even greater advantage in the miniature ancient world. Add. Although we still can't access level 120+ maps, I agree that we should deepen our partnership with Zero Wing, Vice Guild leader Flanders said in agreement. Abyssal Star City was a guild city that bordered the Boundary Mountain Range. On top of that, it even had a teleportation hall that allowed players to teleport to Hundred Flow City, an NPC city. It wasn't hard to imagine that Abyssal Star City would become a transit hub or base of operations for the many Gods' Domains players in the future. At that time, the city's popularity would exceed every one of the current NPC cities. As icing on the cake, Zero Wing was also a guild with extraordinary potential. Hence, nothing could go wrong with furthering the Tower Alliance's partnership with Zero Wing. We can indeed carry out further cooperation with Zero Wing, but establishing a trade center in Abyssal Star City will require more consideration. You two should know that the establishment of a trade center is of utmost importance. Zero Wing's Abyssal Star City might be considered the #1 guild city in the current miniature ancient world, but that might not necessarily be the case once level 120+ maps open up and the Myriad Worlds powers begin developing their own settlements, Favra, the young-looking lady said, shaking her head. Our desolate Star Corporation only has a limited number of trade center slots, Wasting even one slot will incur us severe losses. Trade centers. This might be a term foreign to players from isolated gods' domains, but it was one of the main methods for the various gods' domain powers to generate income in the greater world. A trade center was a special shop that allowed players to conduct transactions using real-world currency directly. Add. Unlike offline transactions made to trade in-game resources for real-world currencies, transactions made through the trade center were absolutely confidential. Players wouldn't have to worry about exposing their identities when trading through a trade center. Hence, so long as the option was available, players in God's domain would always choose to trade through a trade center, even if they had to pay a slightly higher processing fee. Because of this, almost every prosperous guild city would have a trade center. Moreover, so long as a guild city could maintain a stable player population of 100 million, the annual income the city could generate through the trade center alone could rival 15% of a greater god's domain's hegemonic power's annual income. Of course, increasing a guild city's player population to 100 million was easier said than done. Even hegemonic powers in the greater god's domain would only have a few of such guild cities under their control. After all players sought to grow stronger, and to do so required them to transition to better maps at some point. Unless a guild city was established in a strategically important location, it'd be very difficult for it to thrive for very long. This was also one of the main reasons the many gods' domains' various powers had come to the miniature ancient world to develop. The miniature ancient world was one of the few unexplored lands in the greater god's domain. After factoring in the miniature ancient world's massive player population, developing a guild city with over 100 million player population wouldn't be difficult. In fact, developing one or two mega guild cities with a player population of over 500 million wasn't even out of the question. Meanwhile, aside from Abyssal Star City, the Desolate Star Corporation had many other options to establish its trade center. After all, while the Desolate Star Corporation might only be a subpar conglomerate in the greater world, it was still the majority shareholder of over a dozen hegemonic powers. The Tower Alliance wasn't the only hegemonic power the conglomerate owned shares in. What if I exercise my right as the sixth successor? Maria asked, reluctant to give up even after hearing Favre objecting to her suggestion. Have you lost your mind, Maria? Favre yelled as she looked at her niece in astonishment. Every successor only has one trade center slot. It is also your only capital to develop in the greater world. You'll lose your qualifications as a successor if you mismanage this slot. Life in the greater world was incredibly harsh. Hence, competition between the successors of a conglomerate was extraordinarily intense. Depending on how a successor handled the competition, they could end up living even worse than the average civilian for the rest of their lives. Favre had high hopes for Maria. Not only did this niece of hers have great talent, but the girl had also managed to become a vice commander in one of the Tower Alliance's frontline teams at such a young age. At this rate, it probably wouldn't take more than a year for her to rise to the position of commander of a frontline team. Then, maybe in another 2 or 3 years, she might be able to join the Tower Alliance's main force and become a vice commander there. At that time, Maria would have considerable authority in the Tower Alliance, and she'd be able to cultivate a group of trusted aides to help her in competing for the position of family head in the Desolate Star Corporation. Meanwhile, Maria's trade center slot would be her only source of income in the future. It would also become the capital for her to develop her cronies. After all, developing talents required a large amount of resources. Investing this precious slot in a small and developing guild like Zero Wing was insane. I know, which is why I want to invest it in Abyssal Star City, Maria said resolutely. Unlike her aunt, Maria did not think her decision to invest her only trade center slot in Abyssal Star City was rash or crazy. This was because she knew about Zero Wing's foundations. With the support of the stratified Abyssal Realms players, there'd be no worry that Abyssal Star City couldn't prosper. Fine. I'll go and take a look at Abyssal Star City with you, Favre said, sighing. If I see that the city does have a good future ahead of it, I won't stop you. Thank you, Auntie, Maria said with a fawning smile, while the meeting at the Tower Alliance was taking place. The myriad gods' domains' various powers also began sending people to 100 Flow City in wait for Abyssal Star City's opening. This was so they could investigate Abyssal Star City and determine whether it was worth investing in. Subsequently, time passed by quickly. After 6 hours passed, the barrier enveloping Abyssal Star City vanished, revealing a magnificent city that occupied an area several times larger than before. The sight of this city filled the players waiting nearby with awe and shock inside Abyssal Star City. So this is the new Abyssal Star City? Su Hianliu and the others couldn't help but be astonished by the sight they saw after entering the upgraded Abyssal Star City. Although they hadn't started exploring the city yet, they could already tell that the city was extraordinary. If speaking purely in terms of size, Abyssal Star City was already comparable to a small NPC city. Now the revenue Abyssal Star City could generate through entrance fees alone would most likely surpass the total income a power could earn through occupying a small NPC city. Aside from size, the density of Abyssal Star City's mana had also increased by a significant margin, so much so that the city's mana environment could already rival the stratified Abyssal Realm's mana environment. This also meant that Abyssal Star City's mana environment far surpassed that of the miniature ancient world's various NPC cities. However, what surprised Su Qianliu and the others the most would still have to be the city's improved purification effect. Originally, Abyssal Star City's ability to purify the corrosive mysterious energies was already very amazing. However, after the upgrade, the city's purification effect had transcended to an entirely different level. Even if a player's body was fully saturated with mysterious energies, it would only take them 2 or 3 hours of rest in the current Abyssal Star City to clear out everything. The purification rate had more than doubled compared to before. This would give players more time to spend out in the fields. While Su Qianliu and the others were awed by Abyssal Star City's changes, Shi Feng had set his sights on the heart of the city, the Primordial Tower. The second floor is finally open. A flash of excitement appeared in Shi Feng's eyes when he saw the system notification before him. System: Abyssal Star City has been upgraded into a basic city successfully. The Primordial Tower's second floor is now open. Chapter 3076, Chapter 250, Terrifying Abyssal Star City. Chapter 250, Terrifying Abyssal Star City. As expected of a primordial settlement, to think it would undergo such a drastic change just by becoming a basic city. When Hidden Soul sensed the change in Abyssal Star City's mana environment, flames of excitement ignited in her eyes. With the current Abyssal Star City, it's only a matter of time before we can catch up to the foreign superpowers. At present, local players of the miniature ancient world were vastly inferior to the foreign gods' domains players in terms of combat standards. It was especially true when they compared the core members of both sides' superpowers. In the case of foreign superpowers, even the weakest of their core members were Void Realm experts, rivaling local domain realm experts in strength. In comparison, local superpowers would be fortunate if their core members could even reach the Void Realm standard, let alone the domain realm standard. Simply put, local superpowers had too few experts they could put to use. Even the 5 great super guilds were no exception. However, Abyssal Star City's mana environment, which rivaled the stratified Abyssal Realm's mana environment, combined with the various combat legacies brought in from the Greater God's domain, it would be easy for the Asura Mercenary Alliance and its associates to nurture a batch of capable core members within 2 or 3 months. Catch up to those superpowers? Shi Feng shook his head and chuckled when he heard Hidden Soul's words. Isn't your goal a little too small? The Abyssal Star Primordial City was one of the 9 primordial legacy cities of the second sequence. Moreover, going by the Primordial Tower's effects, Abyssal Star City was most definitely ranked near the front of the 9 primordial legacy cities. With Abyssal Star City, it'd be child's play for the Asura Mercenary Alliance and its associates to surpass the various superpowers from the Greater God's domain. Small, Lu Wusheng, Galaxy Past, and Crimson Heart, who stood nearby, couldn't help but be stunned by Shi Feng's response. They might not have understood how powerful the greater god's domain's superpowers were in the past. However, after these superpowers displayed a portion of their strength in the miniature ancient world, they realized just how massive of a gap existed between their local superpowers and the greater god's domain's superpowers. Setting aside core members, just the number of god-ranked experts they had was different by orders of magnitude. Even the weakest among the foreign superpowers had dispatched over a dozen god-ranked experts into the miniature ancient world, while the stronger ones had mobilized 2 or 3 dozen. In comparison, the Asura Mercenary Alliance in its entirety only had 9 god-ranked experts under its service. "I doubt you'll believe anything I say now, so it's best if you check it out for yourselves," Shi Feng said as he glanced at Liu Wusheng and the others. Then he led everyone to the primordial tower located at the center of the city. Add. The 9 primordial legacy cities would undergo a qualitative transformation whenever they underwent an upgrade. It was especially true for the city's core structures. In Abyssal Star City's case, this core structure would be the primordial tower. Primordial tower. As soon as everyone entered the primordial tower, they promptly noticed that the environment inside the tower had also undergone an earth-shattering change. How is this possible? Liu Wusheng and the others were dumbfounded when they saw the mana environment inside the tower. The mana inside the primordial tower had always been much denser than the mana outside. Even before Abyssal Star City was upgraded into a basic city, the primordial tower's mana had already reached a near mist-like state. At the time, the primordial tower's mana environment was already comparable to the Holy Lands for mana found on the main continent. Now, though, the primordial tower's mana had thoroughly taken on a mist-like state already. This was an exceedingly rare mana environment, even on the main continent. Meanwhile, any location with such a mana environment would be one that even god-ranked experts would seek to live in. However, the shock Liu Wusheng and the others experienced reached a whole new level when they arrived on the tower's newly opened second floor. This was because the mana environment inside the 100 miniature worlds on the second floor had already taken on a liquid state. While standing in these miniature worlds, even experts like Hidden Soul had experienced a feeling of omnipotence. Learning skills, spells, combat techniques, and mana techniques had become as simple as child's play in these miniature worlds. Even the learning difficulty of silver combat techniques had decreased drastically, and it only took them a few tries before they could execute these combat techniques at a rudimentary level. The effect of these miniature worlds was something even Shi Feng did not expect: silver combat techniques. Any player who had managed to learn a silver combat technique, even if their mastery over it was only at a rudimentary level, would become invincible among players of the same tier. If players thoroughly master a silver combat technique, they could even transcend tiers add. In reality, the various superpowers of God's domain were in possession of many silver combat techniques. However, the number of experts who had managed to actually learn how to use a silver combat technique numbered incredibly few. This was also the case even in the greater God's domain. Simply put, the various superpowers and hegemonic powers did not lack silver combat techniques. What they lacked were people capable of learning silver combat techniques. However, the primordial tower's second-floor mana environment could reduce the difficulty of learning silver mana techniques by tenfold or more. With such a drastically lowered learning difficulty, even second-floor experts could fully master silver combat techniques, let alone third-floor god-ranked experts. Of course, the effects of the second floor's miniature worlds did not come for free. The first floor miniature worlds only cost 100 magic crystals per hour to maintain, yet the cost of operating the second floor miniature worlds was 100 mana stones per hour. Even if one could convert magic crystals to mana stones in the ideal 100-to-1 ratio, the cost of operating the second floor miniature worlds would still be 100 times greater than that of the first floor miniature worlds. In addition, the cost of maintaining the primordial tower itself had also increased drastically. Originally, the tower's maintenance only cost 1,000 magic crystals per day. Now, simply keeping the primordial tower active cost 1,000 mana stones per day. It seems I'm going to have to start stocking up on silver combat techniques from now on. Shi Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw the situation on the primordial tower's second floor. The consumption of mana stones was still acceptable since he could refine magic crystals into mana stones with the Seven Luminaries Codex. Although the Asura Mercenary Alliance would probably have to expend all of its magic crystals to let many members learn silver combat techniques, it was a worthwhile price to pay. Worst-case scenario, the Mercenary Alliance would simply have to earn more magic crystals. However, acquiring silver combat techniques was going to be a challenge. Silver combat techniques were incredibly valuable, each one as valuable as a fragmented legendary item. Moreover, the legacy items holding silver combat techniques would usually break after a few uses. The effects of the second floor's miniature worlds are simply too frightening. Guild Leader Black Flame. I suggest we only allow contracted members of the Asura Mercenary Alliance to use them, Liu Wusheng hurriedly said to Shi Feng after snapping out of his daze. We should also raise the price and usage requirements of the first floor's miniature worlds. Crimson Heart, Galaxy Past, and Zhuo Yalin also nodded in agreement. The upgraded Primordial Tower was simply terrifying. Just the changes to the first floor miniature worlds would already be enough to attract the attention of countless powers, let alone the second floor miniature worlds. After all, the first floor miniature world's mist-like mana could allow refinement realm experts to quickly master bronze combat techniques and possibly even advanced bronze combat techniques. It should be known that even peak experts had trouble mastering advanced bronze combat techniques. Meanwhile, peak experts who had mastered advanced bronze combat techniques could threaten even domain realm experts. If a peak expert managed to master multiple advanced bronze combat techniques of various types, even defeating domain realm experts wouldn't be out of the question. Domain realm experts, even in the greater world, domain realm experts were not cabbages that could be found everywhere. They were existences inferior only to god-ranked experts. I do have such plans, Shi Feng said, nodding. Aside from the Primordial Tower, I also plan to tweak the city's entrance fee. The standard entrance fee will be increased to 50 silver per person, and teleportation fees must be paid in magic crystals. Add 50 silver? Blackie's mouth widened when he heard Shi Feng's words. Because of the myriad world's descent, competition in the miniature ancient world had become much more intense than before. As a result, even refinement realm experts could only earn around 3 or 4 gold a day. If they were unlucky and failed to find any good equipment or rare materials, their daily earnings might even fall to just 1 gold. As for players beneath the refinement realm standard, they'd be fortunate if they could earn enough to break even with their daily expenditure. Previously, when Abyssal Star City charged 20 silver for its entrance fee, the average expert could still afford to enter the city. However, if the entrance fee were to be raised to 50 silver, even refinement realm experts might hesitate to enter the city. After all, they'd be left with hardly any money after paying the city's entrance fee, renting a hotel, repairing their equipment, and having a meal. Chapter 3177, Chapter 251, Greater Worlds Secrets. Chapter 251, Greater Worlds Secrets. Outside of Abyssal Star City, after the magic barrier enveloping Abyssal Star City disappeared, the millions of players outside looked at the city eagerly. The changes to Abyssal Star City were visible to the naked eye. The city's size and the mana it radiated to the surroundings were enough to let everyone understand that Abyssal Star City had already surpassed small NPC cities. Huge commotion had even started on the miniature Ancient Worlds official forums because of Abyssal Star City's changes. Everyone eagerly discussed what sort of changes might have taken place in Abyssal Star City, what they should do immediately after entering the city, and what they could do to make money via Abyssal Star City. At this time, even the Flower of Seven Sins, the Asura Mercenary Alliance's enemy, was filled with curiosity toward Abyssal Star City. Sparv's If Abyssal Star City attracted enough players and powers, the Greater Worlds conglomerates might decide to invest in the Asura Mercenary Alliance. Once that happened, the Asura Mercenary Alliance's development would skyrocket. Shadow Fog City, Flower of Seven Sins residence. Big Sis Omen, do you think those conglomerates will really set their sights on Abyssal Star City? Summerwolf asked worriedly when he saw the ongoing discussions on the official forums. If a conglomerate invests in the Asura Mercenary Alliance, we will most likely be numbered. Before learning about the Greater God's domain, players wouldn't know exactly how terrifying the Greater Worlds conglomerates were. However, once one came into contact with some information about the Greater God's domain, one would realize that even higher God's domains wouldn't dare to offend the Greater Worlds conglomerates. An example would be the Flower of Seven Sins, Thousand Scars. Ever since Thousand Scars caught the attention of a conglomerate, the various hegemonic powers in the miniature ancient world had promptly begun treating the Flower of Seven Sins courteously. However, if Abyssal Star City managed to attract the attention of a conglomerate, the Flower of Seven Sins would probably cease to exist in the miniature ancient world. After all, there is a big difference in significance between an individual and an entire organization receiving a conglomerate's attention. It wouldn't be difficult to imagine which of the two would receive greater priority from a conglomerate. What are you worried about? There's no way those conglomerates would decide to invest in a power so easily, much less a local power of the miniature ancient world. Death Omen said contemptuously, "The Asura Mercenary Alliance would first have to become a hegemonic power and gain control of at least 1/3 of the miniature ancient world, if it wants to attract a conglomerate's attention. No conglomerate would care about the small profits generated by Abyssal Star City, add. Moreover, Abyssal Star City's teleportation hall is only connected to Hundred Flow City's teleportation hall. Players will have to go through Hundred Flow City before they can teleport to other NPC cities.
He
Meanwhile, every upper-ranked hegemonic power was a frightening existence that had successfully established an empire in the greater God's domain, and whose rule spanned over 100 God's domains. So the likelihood of the Asura mercenary alliance attracting a conglomerate's attention with the abyssal star primordial city alone was incredibly slim. "What's the status of Thousand Scars?" Death Omen asked. "Whether the Flower of Seven Sins can secure a stable position in the miniature ancient world all depends on her now. We've delivered all the life potions and combat techniques we purchased to her already. I believe she can achieve further improvements within the near future," Summerwolf reported. "Good. So long as she can become a prioritized core talent, it's only a matter of time before we can make the Asura Mercenary Alliance disappear." Death Omen nodded, her mood improving significantly. Zero Wing's foundations might have exceeded her expectations. However, so long as the Flower of Seven Sins had a conglomerate to rely on, it wouldn't matter even if Zero Wing had multiple fourth-floor experts defending it. And as soon as Death Omen finished speaking, both Death Omen and Summerwolf received a message notification simultaneously. "Is Zero Wing crazy? If it sets the entrance fee at 50 silver, even the various powers will give up on Abyssal Star City, let alone independent players." Summerwolf exclaimed, a look of disbelief appearing on his face when he finished reading the report on Abyssal Star City's situation. If a power decided to set up an operating base in Abyssal Star City, it would assign a minimum of several thousand members to the city. If every one of these players had to pay 50 silver just to enter the city every day, it would become a significant expense, even for the various powers. Not to mention, the level 120-plus maps would soon open. Once that happened, Abyssal Star City would become nothing more than a teleportation hub, allowing players to reach the Boundary Mountain Range much more easily. However, if Abyssal Star City charged an entrance fee of 50 silver per player, nobody would be willing to use the city even as a teleportation hub. After all, players would have to first line up in 100 Flow City to teleport to Abyssal Star City. Rather than waste all that time just to save a negligible amount of money, it'd be much better if they traveled to the Boundary Mountain Range by mount, it seems. This is all Zero Wing amounts to, Death Omen said, sighing in relief. If Zero Wing freely let the miniature ancient world's various powers enter Abyssal Star City, a large number of powers would flood the city. At that time, there'd be a real possibility of the city attracting a conglomerate's attention. Meanwhile, if the Asura Mercenary Alliance truly managed to gain the support of a conglomerate, Hidden Soul's status would skyrocket, and the Flower of Seven Sins would become a joke. However, after the stunt Zero Wing just pulled, Abyssal Star City could at most attract the attention of local players and powers. The city would have great difficulty attracting the attention of the various foreign powers, let alone conglomerates. Add. At this time, the Flower of Seven Sins wasn't the only one surprised by Abyssal Star City's new rules. This change also caught the various local and foreign powers and players off guard. Is the Asura Mercenary Alliance crazy? Rather than secure itself a good future, it's choosing to target natives only? I doubt even natives will buy into an entrance fee of 50 silver. After all, the level 120-plus maps will be opening soon. All players above level 115 will definitely move their base of operations to the level 120-plus NPC cities. Who would want to settle in Abyssal Star City? 50 silver? Is Asura attempting daylight robbery? Moreover, teleportation fees can only be paid in magic crystals, and each teleportation costs 2 magic crystals. I only earn 3 magic crystals per advanced quest I complete for the Adventurers Association, and I can only pick up 1 advanced quest every 2 or 3 days. I know, right? Repairing epic weapons and equipment already costs a lot of magic crystals. Magical classes might only need to spend around 1 magic crystal per day for repairs, but plate armor classes like us need to spend at least 2 magic crystals, even on a good day, or 4 magic crystals on a bad day. Is Asura telling us to fight naked? That's not all. Now, even Asura's members are in a miserable state. Although bronze members will still receive discounts when entering the city, they'll no longer qualify to train in the Primordial Tower. Now, only silver members and above can train in the tower. Moreover, the hourly usage fee has increased to 300 magic crystals. Only peak experts could possibly afford such a price. If I have that many magic crystals, I'd rather spend it on buying a basic combat technique from the greater god's domains. It only costs 200 magic crystals to learn a basic combat technique in our guild. The Miniature Ancient Worlds official forums were filled with complaints from both local and foreign players. After seeing the changes to Abyssal Star City's rules, everyone was of the opinion that Abyssal Star City's development would only go downhill from now on. 100 Flow City, Teleportation Hall. I'm afraid Abyssal Star City is beyond salvation now, Maria. Are you sure you still want to establish your trade center there? Favre, holding a silver scepter in her hand, asked as she looked at her niece. Maria was a little dazed when she learned about Abyssal Star City's situation. However, after calming down, she earnestly said, I still plan to take a look at it first. Honestly, Maria was greatly confused by the action Zero Wing took. After all, now that Abyssal Star City had just been upgraded into a basic city, it was the best opportunity to attract the various powers to settle in the city and drive the city's trade. Yet, Zero Wing had chosen to forsake this opportunity. Chapter 3178, Chapter 252, Geniuses and Monsters, Misty Canyon, Abyssal Star City, Guild Leader, less than 4 million players are gathered in Abyssal Star City right now. Moreover, the majority of them are Asura's members, and few are independent players and members of the various powers. At this rate, the city's population will just barely exceed 10 million by the end of today. After deducting the city's daily maintenance cost, we would have made a profit of only 4 million gold and 170,000 magic crystals. Blackie reported to Shi Feng in a somewhat gloomy tone. If we can lower the entrance fee to 40 silver, I'm sure we can max out the city's population limit of 20 million. Currently, the various NPC cities were only charging an entrance fee of 30 silver. With Abyssal Star City's geographical advantage, many players would be able to accept an entrance fee of 40 silver. So, if they lowered the city's entrance fee to 40 silver, they'd have no problem filling the city's population limit of 20 million. After all, many of the Miniature Ancient Worlds local players had no way of entering NPC cities ad. No, it's not necessarily bad to keep Abyssal Star City's player traffic low. If we hit the population limit, Asura's members will likely have to wait in line for a long time, even if we reserve some slots. This will cause their leveling speed to lag behind, Shi Feng said, chuckling. I'm just a little sad about the lost income. If we can max out the city's population limit, we can earn an additional several million gold per day. In that case, we can buy a few more advanced lineage crystals every day. Not to mention, purchasing silver combat techniques from the various powers is also a considerable expense. Although silver combat techniques aren't as expensive as advanced lineage crystals, each one still costs 150,000 gold. Without these things, it's going to take our guild's main force members a lot more time to grow to an adequate standard, Blackie said, shrugging. But we only have a few days before the level 120+ maps open. The level 120+ maps were destined to be the competition grounds for the various powers in the Miniature Ancient World. At the same time, that was also the best time for the various powers to reveal their strength. However, Zero Wing had nothing to show other than its apex combatants. Its main force members were nowhere near as strong as the various superpowers' main forces. So how was Zero Wing supposed to compete for resources in the level 120+ maps? Let the various powers fight for the level 120+ maps if they want to. For the time being, it's best if Zero Wing and Asura accumulate strength quietly. Shi Feng said with a faint smile as he looked at the reluctant look on Blackie's face. So long as our main force members grow adequately strong, Zero Wing's name will shake the world sooner or later. While Shi Feng was chatting with Blackie, he suddenly received a message from Suqian Lu stating that the Green God Corporation's representative had already arrived at the God's Domain Association building's entrance. They're here already? After taking a deep breath, Shi Feng quickly passed his remaining work in Zero Wing to Blackie before going offline. The greater world. This was the place where everyone would eventually go to live in the future. It was the place where people from many worlds converged. It was also the place where people from many worlds competed with each other for the right to live. Whether a guild could prosper in the greater god's domain depended entirely on whether it could establish a foothold in the greater world. If a guild couldn't establish a foothold in the greater world, it would be as good as finished in the greater god's domain. During Shi Feng's previous life, Zero Wing had entered the greater world without any prior preparations. As a result, it had gotten targeted by a conglomerate very early on, which led to Zero Wing encountering numerous struggles in the greater world. At one point, Zero Wing had even nearly been eliminated by the Apex Power Demon's Gate and lost its ownership over its god's domain. However, Shi Feng did not intend to repeat his past mistakes. This time he must lay a solid foundation in the greater world before their god's domain was thoroughly linked with the greater god's domain. Only by doing so could Zero Wing improve its standing in the greater god's domain and reach the apex. Shortly after Shi Feng went offline, two women wearing black cloaks to conceal their identities appeared on the primordial tower's first floor. Their beautiful eyes filled with shock the moment they stepped inside the tower. The mana here has thoroughly condensed into a mist-like state. Abyssal Star City has hidden a truly terrifying strength, Favre muttered as she observed her surroundings with her eyes that had now turned completely silver. In addition, the properties of the mana here are similar to eternal energy in that it can increase players' brain activity by a significant margin. If we factor in the report we received on the tower's miniature worlds, even refinement realm players can master advanced bronze combat techniques if given enough time. Add mana that resembles eternal energy. Maria fell into a daze when she heard her aunt's words, her mind having difficulty accepting this information. Of course, that wasn't to say that she doubted her aunt's words. On the contrary, she trusted in her aunt's judgment. This was because her aunt was in possession of the Soul Eye's skill, an identification skill that allowed the user to see the essence of all things for a short time. Mana that shared similar properties with eternal energy was something that could be of considerable help to even Tier 6 God-ranked experts in their training, let alone helping refinement realm players master advanced bronze combat techniques. Meanwhile, the Primordial Tower's ability to provide players with such a mana environment was something that could be incredibly useful to any power in the greater god's domain. This was because third-floor experts, also known as superior adventurers, were incredibly rare. Most of the experts the various powers had under their command were only advanced adventurers who were at the second-floor standard. However, so long as an advanced adventurer mastered a sufficiently large number and variety of advanced bronze combat techniques, it was entirely possible for them to rival ordinary superior adventurers in terms of combat power. If news of the Primordial Tower were to get out, it would cause an unimaginable sensation even in the greater god's domain. At that time, the various powers would either try to get their members into the Primordial Tower or acquire the Primordial Tower. However, so long as Zero Wing could successfully defend Abyssal Star City, it would no longer have to worry about prospering. No matter how many new maps appeared in the miniature ancient world in the future, Abyssal Star City would forever remain the best place for superior adventurers and below to settle in. After Favre turned off her soul eyes, a flash of excitement appeared in her eyes as she said, "We have to act quickly, Maria. If the other conglomerates learn about this matter, we'll have much greater difficulty opening a trade center here." Maria also understood the significance of the matter, so she logged out of the game without hesitation. The process of opening a trade center involved many formalities. The trade center's design also had to be delivered from the greater god's domain, and that was a process that required some time. On the other side, after Shi Feng went offline, he took a plane to an isolated island far away from the city under the lead of several Green God Corporation employees. Upon arriving at the island, he found that there was actually an upper zone established on the island. However, unlike the upper zones found in first-tier cities, the one on this island was much smaller. There were also only several thousand people living here. After passing through a series of inspections, Shi Feng arrived inside a large room that was situated several dozen kilometers underground. There weren't many people in the room, only 10, excluding Shi Feng. Out of these 10 people, the oldest appeared to be in their 40s, while the youngest appeared younger than 20. In addition, all 10 of these people were big names that everyone knew on the main continent of God's domain. These people were either known as monsters or peerless geniuses by players. The 5 commanders of the 5 great superguild's main forces were the most famous among these people. Out of these 5 commanders, the most famous would have to be the mythology's silver ghost Prosciutto, aside from the 5 commanders. The 5 other people in the room were the secret pavilion's Empress Purple Jade, Divine Tribe's Magic Eye Hunter Phythalia, Miracle's Witch of the West Alice, the Flower of 7 Sins #1 Genius 1000 Scars, and last but not least, the legendary adventurer team Midnight Tea Party's first commander Breeze Wine. Except for 1000 Scars, the other 9 people in the room were all bona fide Tier 6 God-ranked experts. This was a gathering that most players in God's domain would probably never imagine happening. When Breeze Wine, who wore a pair of sunglasses, saw Shi Feng entering, he swept his gaze across the others in the room and said, "Since the last person has arrived, we can go now." Chapter 379, Chapter 253, Tier 3 Instructor. Chapter 253, Tier 3 Instructor. Inside the isolated room the size of a football field, the 9 other people in the room began scrutinizing Shi Feng as soon as they heard Breeze Wine's words. "He is the last person?" Everyone grew confused after they were done scrutinizing Shi Feng. Logically, anyone capable of getting into this room shouldn't be a nameless nobody in God's domain. However, aside from Purple Jade, nobody else managed to recognize Shi Feng. To further their confusion, Shi Feng had an inconspicuous appearance and did not have any presence whatsoever. "Did our God's domain have such an expert?" Phythalia quietly asked the others around her as she looked at Shi Feng strangely. Shaking her head, Alice said, "I've seen every known Tier 6 God-ranked expert in our God's domain. He shouldn't be any of the God-ranked experts we know." Prosciutto and the others weren't surprised when they heard Alice's statement. Aside from the Tier 6 God-ranked experts that had abruptly disappeared, every God-ranked expert in their God's domain had met each other in the real world at least once or twice. In fact, one could easily find the real-life information of all known Tier 6 God-ranked experts on the internet nowadays. However, Shi Feng definitely wasn't any of these known God-ranked experts. "I know him," Purple Jade said. "His name is Shi Feng. He isn't a God-ranked expert, but an instructor of a God's Domain Academy instead. He was a level 200, Tier 3 Sword King at his peak. He used to be the guild leader of the second-rate guild Shadow, but he was dismissed from Shadow and is currently the acting guild leader of Zero Wing." Purple Jade had paid close attention to Wu Lingling ever since the latter had won against her disciple Lei Li. Hence, she naturally looked into Wu Lingling's instructor as well. In Purple Jade's opinion, Wu Lingling possessed an extraordinarily sturdy foundation, and watching the girl carry herself felt like watching an old monster who had trained for many years. So it wasn't hard to imagine that the person responsible for teaching Wu Lingling possessed incredible knowledge and control over the human body. Even a God-ranked expert couldn't necessarily produce a student of Wu Lingling's caliber. Only, the result Purple Jade got from investigating Shi Feng was disappointing. Shi Feng was the acting guild leader of Zero Wing, while Zero Wing's true guild leader was Black Flame, a God-ranked expert from a different god's domain. After connecting the dots, it was obvious that Shi Feng must have handed Wu Lingling a special training method that he had received from Black Flame. There was also no way Shi Feng could be responsible for teaching Wu Lingling, since Shi Feng was barely a refinement realm expert. Hence, when Purple Jade saw Shi Feng appearing in the room and learned that he would be heading to the greater world with their group, she couldn't help but be surprised. The greater world was a very dangerous place. Even someone as strong as Breeze Wine had only recently managed to secure himself a foothold in the greater world. Yet, a refinement realm expert like Shi Feng was planning on heading to the greater world. Zero Wing. When 1000 Scars, who wore a white dress, heard Purple Jade's introduction, the gaze she used to look at Shi Feng immediately turned cold. Although she had no personal grudges against Shi Feng, Zero Wing was the Flower of 7 Sins' sworn enemy. The Flower of Seven Sins had even suffered severe losses recently because of Zero Wing. Originally, Thousand Scars had planned on challenging Zero Wing's guild leader Black Flame after the recent improvements she had made. That way, she could reduce Zero Wing's momentum to a certain extent. However, because she needed to enter the greater world and focus on becoming a core genius of the Paimon Corporation as soon as possible, she had no choice but to give up on challenging Black Flame. Now that she had come across Zero Wing's acting guild leader, she wouldn't mind taking care of him if the opportunity arose. All right, that's enough talking. All of you put on the quantum watch assigned to you and follow me inside. Breezewine interrupted and pointed at the translucent glass door standing in the middle of the room. If you don't wish to listen to me now, you don't have to listen to me once we reach the greater world either. Breezewine was the first commander of the legendary Midnight Tea Party. Even though most of the people he was currently dealing with were God-ranked experts, he did not bother being courteous with them. Moreover, he had already proven his strength by securing himself a foothold in the greater world without external help. So, Thousand Scars quickly dismissed her thoughts and followed Breezewine's command. In no time, everyone in the room had put on the quantum watches they had received from the Green God Corporation. Then they followed Breezewine through the glass door and seemingly arrived in outer space. Upon arriving in this space, everyone immediately took notice of the giant planet before them. The planet was thousands of times larger than the sun, and countless continents orbited around the planet. These orbiting continents were of varying sizes, with the smaller ones being several times larger than Earth, and the larger ones being hundreds of times larger. These continents were like arcs that traveled the universe. A moment later, everyone felt themselves being drawn toward a continent that was roughly 3 times the size of Earth. The density of the continent's air was less than 1% that of Earth, and its gravity was 3 times that of Earth. Many barriers could also be seen scattered across this continent, and many high-rise buildings and human beings could be seen within these barriers. After another 10 seconds, everyone arrived inside one of the many barriers, and the sight of a prosperous and sci-fi-like city entered their eyes. All of you are very fortunate. Thanks to the Green God Corporation's many years of effort, you get to be assigned to a third-tier city and receive citizenship as soon as you arrive in the greater world. You also get to enjoy a long lifespan and youth that cannot be achieved even in the upper zones of our world. In comparison, people from other elementary worlds can only start in third to first-tier towns and rely on mining and collecting various cosmic resources to make a living, Breezewine said as he turned around to look at everyone. Then a smile appeared on his face as he continued, "But I also have bad news to tell you. Do you want to hear it?" Chapter 380, Chapter 254, Contention in the Greater World. Chapter 254, Contention in the Greater World. Despite Breezewine mentioning bad news, everyone present behaved as if they didn't hear him, their expressions remaining calm. Bad news? Alice, who had tied her hair into a ponytail and was wearing a light blue sports top, looked at Breezewine curiously. Then she revealed a faint smile as she asked in a mature tone, "Could you perhaps be talking about how we will only be permitted to live in this city for a month, Commander Wine?" Purple Jade, Prosciutto, Thousand Scars, and the others showed no reaction to Alice's words. This was because they, too, knew about this piece of information. It was something they had learned through the players of the other god's domain, according to the foreign players. Although the greater world was a vast world with technology far more advanced than what was available in their home world, there was very little space suitable for human life. It was especially true for living spaces like the greater world's cities. The number of cities in the greater world wasn't even 1% of the number of towns. Yet as it just so happens, the resources available in the greater world's cities were vastly superior to that of towns. One example of the difference between towns and cities would be the residents' average life expectancy. People living in the greater world's towns could expect an average life expectancy of around 200 years. In contrast, the average life expectancy in even the lowest third-tier city was 500 years. 500 years were enough for a country to change dynasties multiple times during ancient times. Yet people living in a third-tier city in the greater world could easily outlive ancient dynasties, Not to mention, their bodies could also remain in peak condition for up to 300 years. Unfortunately, there were just far too many parallel worlds. As more and more of these parallel worlds merged with the greater world, it became increasingly difficult for people to live in the greater world's cities. Each city could only accommodate a limited population. Normally, unless one came from a world that had managed to establish a city in the greater world, one would have to pay a certain amount of contribution points each month to stay in a foreign world city. Contribution points had to be earned by completing tasks issued by the city. Either that or one could complete quests in the greater god's domain. These were the two main methods a person could earn contribution points through. If a person failed to earn enough contribution points after a month, they would be kicked out of the city. Even Tier 6 God-ranked experts were no exception. Of course, if a person didn't have enough contribution points to pay their rent, they could also purchase contribution points using star coins. Only, contribution points were not easy to come by, and few people were willing to sell them. Even if one chose to sell contribution points, one would typically only sell to close friends and relatives. "It seems you've done your homework," Breezewine said when he saw the confident look on Alice's face. Then he shook his head and continued, "But this isn't what I'm talking about. Since you have already researched the greater world to a certain extent, you should know that the greater world's various cities will hold simulation battles in God's domain to compete for the greater world's precious resources. These simulation battles will be held at 3 levels, and all participants must be under 50. In order to win these simulation battles, the various cities will form their own city legions to recruit and nurture young experts. The training the various cities offered to their respective city legions might not be comparable to that of the various conglomerates, but it is still vastly superior to the average corporation. This is also why the Green God Corporation is willing to pay the hefty price of bringing all of you to the greater world ahead of time. The corporation hopes you can get selected as a reserve participant during Star Lake City's selection. So long as you can become a reserve participant of Star Lake City's City Legion, not only will you receive Star Lake City's training, but you will also receive the Green God Corporation's resource support. I believe all of you should have been informed about this. However, Star Lake City won't just be recruiting talents from its territory. The selection is also open to the hundreds of neighboring towns and cities. In previous years, there would only be around 200,000 God-ranked experts applying for Star Lake City's selection. This year, however, the number has increased by more than 5-fold. Yet the city is still only accepting the top 1,000 applicants as reserve participants like always, with the top 100 applicants being able to become official participants directly. Currently, there's only 1 month left until the selection deadline. So, the Green God Corporation only has one requirement for you. Enter the top 1,000 within this 1 month. Over 1 million God-ranked experts are applying for the selection. Purple Jade and the others were greatly shocked. Although they had long known that there were countless God-ranked experts in the vast greater God's domain, they still couldn't help but doubt their ears when they heard Breezewine's words. It should be known that the various superpowers of their God's domain treated every one of their God-ranked experts as their backbone. Yet God-ranked experts were only the most common experts participating in Star Lake City's selection. At this moment, Purple Jade and the others weren't the only ones feeling pressured by the information Breezewine had just shared with them. Even Thousand Scars, who had many interactions with the greater God's domain's experts due to the Flower of 7 Sins, was experiencing much stress. Thousand Scars might have caught the Paimon Corporation's attention. Still, she needed to enter the top 100 of Star Lake City's selection should she wish to become an internal member of the Paimon Corporation. If she couldn't do that, she'd have to get into the top 300 at the very least to become an outer member. Originally, Thousand Scars had scoffed at this requirement. After all, she was strong enough to be close to entering the top 100 of the miniature Ancient World's God-ranked expert list. However, compared to the God-ranked expert list, the scale of the competition she needed to face in Star Lake City's selection was on an entirely different level. The selection is even open to experts from other cities? Shi Feng was a little surprised by this news. It was very rare for a city in the greater God's domain to recruit experts from other cities. He had only ever heard of such situations happening in the greater world before. Never had he actually seen it happening. He didn't think Star Lake City would be taking such action. After concluding his explanation, Breeze Wine turned to Shi Feng and said, "As for you, guild leader, Shi Feng, Zero Wing is paid for your travel to Star Lake City, so the Green God Corporation does not have any requirements for you. You are free to move independently once you complete your first entrance test." Nobody was surprised to hear Breeze Wine's words. This was because everyone knew there was no way a Tier 3 player like Shi Feng could remain in the city. All of you don't have to worry too much about scoring poorly in the selection. The simulation battle between cities is different from the standard combat in God's domain. Aside from combat standards, the simulation battle mainly tests participants' mental strength standards. Your mental strength standard will directly correlate to the quality of the weapons and equipment you receive in the simulation battle. The greater your mental strength, the better the weapons and equipment you will receive, Breezewine explained, as he returned his attention to the others. So the various cities will place more emphasis on mental strength standards and future potential in their selections. The selection isn't strictly a competition of combat standards. Ad Purple Jade and the others relaxed a little when they heard Breezewine's supplementary explanation. Even so, they still felt a lot of pressure. After all, anyone capable of becoming a God-ranked expert would have extraordinary combat standards and concentration standards. Sometime later, Breezewine and the others arrived at Star Lake City's God's Domain Association. The God's Domain Association was also the largest organization in the greater world, and it had a branch established in every town and city in the greater world. Coincidentally, the God's Domain Association building was one of the most spectacular buildings in Star Lake City. The building had over 600 floors and was over 3,000 meters tall. Out of these 600-plus floors, floors 100 and above were reserved as residences for the association's members. The requirements to stay in these residences would increase every 100 floors. Those qualified to live on floors 600 and above were big shots that even conglomerates had to treat with care. Meanwhile, even the weakest person inside the God's Domain Association building had physical fitness at the standard of Henglian Masters, while more than 30% of the building's occupants were at the standard of Henglian Grandmasters. There were even replays of duels between Tier 6 God-ranked experts being played in the lobby, the replays free for all to watch and learn from. I recommend that all of you take your first test now. It will give you an idea of your current placings. It will also decide which floors you will stay in the association for this month. Your first month's rent is free. This is the greatest welfare offered by the God's Domain Association to people entering the city for the first time. This will save you from living out on the streets and starving, Breezewine said. Then he pointed at a long line in the distance and continued. The Green God Corporation has already credited 3 test attempts into your watches, so your first 3 tests will be free. If you want more attempts, you'll have to spend star coins to buy them yourselves. Add. Everyone nodded and felt their shoulders growing a little heavier. It cost 10,000 star coins to attempt the God's Domain Association's test every time. This was nearly the average resident's annual salary in the greater world's various cities. It should be known that anyone capable of living in a city is an extraordinary individual. Yet even then, these individuals would have to go through great pains just to earn 1,000 star coins a month. Naturally, earning star coins would be even more challenging for people new to the greater world, although the powers behind them were incredibly powerful in their homeworld. Their respective powers had only managed to prepare several tens of thousands of star coins for them. That was only enough for them to make a few extra attempts. Meanwhile, after waiting in line for several hours, it was finally Shi Feng's and the others' turn to test their mental strength. Thank you for listening to the story on KevinAudio.com, Chapter 3181, Chapter 255, Mental Strength Standard, Chapter 255, Mental Strength Standard. This must be the first time you all are taking the test, right? In that case, I have to remind you of 2 things. The receptionist at the front desk said after scanning Shi Feng and the others with a device. The receptionist was a woman dressed in black office attire with long hair that cascaded down her back, and her figure and appearance were comparable to Hidden Soul. Firstly, while you are in the mental space, staying longer inside doesn't mean you will get a better score. Instead, you are scored based on how quickly you can conquer the obstacles on each floor. Secondly, Be wary not to push yourselves too far past your limits. Otherwise, you will suffer a mental breakdown, and it is unlikely you'll be able to make a second attempt within a month." Purple Jade and the others nodded when they heard the receptionist member's words, none of them daring to behave disrespectfully to her. Although they didn't know how old the other party was, judging by the dangerous aura they sensed from her, they could tell that the other party's physical fitness was far superior to theirs. Add, a mental strength grandmaster. Shi Feng couldn't help but be surprised when he looked at the woman behind the front desk. Mental strength grandmasters were existences that thoroughly transcended mental strength masters. Even in the greater world, a one-star mental strength grandmaster would be an executive-level individual in the various corporations, while three-star mental strength grandmasters were existences that even conglomerates would try their best to recruit. Although the Gods Domain Association was the largest organization in the greater world, it still wasn't at the level where it could afford to have mental strength grandmasters work as receptionists. So, Shi Feng couldn't help but be surprised and confused by this situation. A moment after the receptionist was done giving her advice, a man who had just completed his test walked out of the test hall. At the same time, his result also appeared on the test scoreboard in the lobby. Mental grade 2-star mental strength master. Potential rating 71. Mental strength rating C. Mental control rating B. Overall ranking 13,452. The receptionist read the man's result. Then, when she looked at the man's somewhat sluggish expression, she sighed and said, "Another stubborn one who refuses to listen." Next, this scene stunned Purple Jade and the others. The man who had just walked out of the test hall looked no older than 40. Individual capable of becoming a 2-star mental strength master before 40 was an incredibly rare talent, even in the various upper zones. Yet in this place, such a mental strength master couldn't even rank within the top 10,000 out of everyone present. Only Breeze Wine and Shi Feng weren't surprised by this situation. The standard of mental strength development available in their homeworld was vastly inferior to even the greater world's towns, let alone cities. This remained true even for the upper zones created by the Green God Corporation. Regardless, Alice was the first in the group to challenge the mental strength test, ADD. After entering the mental space for around 10 minutes, Alice walked back into the lobby with a somewhat ugly expression. At the same time, her results appeared on the lobby's scoreboard. Mental grade 2-star mental strength master. Potential rating 87. Mental strength rating B. Mental control rating A. Overall ranking 856. When the receptionist saw Alice's results, she said in praise, "You'll have a chance of becoming a 3-star mental strength grandmaster in the future if you already have such standards as a newcomer to the greater world. Good. Beautifully done." Joy appeared in Breezewine's eyes when he saw Alice's result. Although he had long since known that Alice could definitely enter the top 1,000 within the selection period, he didn't think she would accomplish this feat on her first attempt at the selection test. It should be known that newcomers to the greater world for the first time would typically see great improvements in their first month in the greater world. This was also why the Gods Domain Association would offer to cover newcomers' food and accommodation expenses for the first month. Alice had scored such a high rank on her first attempt, so it wasn't out of the question for her to get within the top 300 within the next month. Meanwhile, individuals who joined the City Legion would receive significantly different treatment depending on whether they were ranked within the top 100, top 300, or top 1,000. After the receptionist finished assigning Alice her room, the many experts in the lobby couldn't help but look at her enviously. Alice was assigned a room on the Association Building's 429th floor. Typically, the residences on such high floors were reserved for Star Lake City's official participants, and these rooms cost 2,000 star coins a day to rent. The average God-ranked expert could only dream of staying in such a room. Yet Alice could stay in this room free of charge for an entire month. However, Alice's result was only the beginning of a series of surprises for the people in the lobby. As Purple Jade and the others started attempting their test, the commotion in the lobby grew bigger and bigger. This was because out of the 8 subsequent people who took the test, aside from the 2 people who were already over 40 years old, Everyone else managed to rank within the top 1,000. As for the two who were older than 40, they were ranked within the top 2,000, and they had a high chance of entering the top 1,000 within the next month. This is insane. Where are these newcomers from? I think they all come from the same world. What? They're all from the same world? Are they the geniuses nurtured by an intermediate god's domain? The many god-ranked experts in the lobby began making all sorts of conjectures as they looked at Alice and the others. Due to the nature of Star Lake City's selection this time, individuals capable of ranking within the top 3,000 would already be considered geniuses among geniuses, let alone the top 1,000. Yet 7 out of 9 newcomers from the same world had managed to enter the top 1,000. Even intermediate gods' domains could not produce so many geniuses in the same generation. Not to mention, out of these 9 newcomers, 3 had managed to rank within the top 500, their ranks hovering in the 400s. These 3 people were Magic Eye Hunter Phythalia, Silver Ghost Prosciutto, and Thousand Scars Xue Qianhen. All 3 had received a potential rating of around 90 and AA ratings for their mental strength and mental control. In addition, there was also Purple Jade, who ranked 514th. These 4 individuals had a high chance of entering the top 100 within the next month and competing against the peerless geniuses of the various higher gods' domains. Breeze Wine grew ecstatic when he saw this outcome. With such results, he could easily complete the task the Green God Corporation assigned to him. After all, the corporation's task was for him, an official participant of Star Lake City, to produce 3 other official participants. When Prosciutto saw Shi Feng entering the mental space, he turned to Breeze Wine and said indifferently, "We've completed our tests already, Commander Wine. Shouldn't we start familiarizing ourselves with the training facilities here?" Add. Guild leader Shi Feng still hasn't completed his test. Prosciutto, isn't it too early for us to leave now? Purple Jade said, frowning. Is his test result even important? Prosciutto glanced at Purple Jade. Then, in a contemptuous tone, he said, "He's merely a Tier 3 instructor of a God's Domain Academy. He's not even an ant in God's domain. It is only by luck that he managed to come to the greater world. We have come to the greater world with an important task. The last thing we should do is waste our time on an ant. I agree with Commander Prosciutto. Commander Wine has also previously said that we are free to move independently once we finish our tests. Now that that person has entered the mental space, he no longer has anything to do with us," Thousand Scars said, nodding in agreement with Prosciutto. "If you wish to wait for him, you can wait by yourself, Commander Jade. Do not waste everyone's time." After saying so, Thousand Scars promptly turned around and left. She had no interest in Shi Feng's test result whatsoever. She only had one goal in her mind: to enter the top 100 as soon as possible. After seeing Thousand Scars leaving, Prosciutto and the others also left for their respective residences, leaving only Breeze Wine and Purple Jade in front of the test hall. The crowd in the lobby grew confused at this sight, and they couldn't help but wonder if Shi Feng wasn't actually from the same world as Thousand Scars and the others. "You should head upstairs with them, Commander Jade. You all will be comrade-in-arms when you enter the Star Lake Legion in the future. You will meet each other regularly at that time, and you might even have to work together to complete tasks. So it's best not to strain your relationship with them," Breeze Wine advised Purple Jade when he saw Prosciutto and the others leaving. "It's enough for me to wait here by myself. Zero Wing might have some interactions with the secret pavilion, but Shi Feng and Purple Jade were destined to live in completely different worlds. In Breeze Wine's opinion, it would be very unwise for Purple Jade to sour her relationship with Prosciutto and the others for Shi Feng. After all, the greater world wasn't an easy place to live in. Take himself, for example. It had taken him several years of struggling in the greater world before he managed to join the Star Lake Legion. Even then, he was only an ordinary official participant. Add. Of course, his slow progress was mainly because he had no companions. If he had reliable companions, he might have reached greater heights. "Thank you for your concern, Commander Wine." Shaking her head, Purple Jade said with determination in her eyes, "You may be right, but I still want to wait." Since learning about Shi Feng's existence until now, Purple Jade had never managed to see through the man. Even though Shi Feng was clearly only a refinement realm expert, he had earned such high praise from Wu Lingling that the girl refused to become her apprentice. Now that the opportunity to see Shi Feng's strength had appeared, Purple Jade naturally had to take a look. Breeze Wine could only sigh in regards to Purple Jade's decision. He simply couldn't understand why Purple Jade was willing to sacrifice her future for the sake of a Tier 3 instructor. Sometime after Breeze Wine and Purple Jade concluded their conversation, a new result appeared on the lobby's test scoreboard. Chapter 3182, Chapter 256, S-Rank Control. Chapter 256, S-Rank Control, God's Domain Association, Mental Space. When Shi Feng stepped into the mental space, he was greeted by the size of a spacious hall the size of a football field and a large staircase with over 100 steps. The staircase was brightly illuminated, and every step had stone pillars of varying sizes erected. Before Shi Feng could approach the staircase, the lights suddenly went out, and the hall was drowned in darkness. Sure enough, it's the same as in the past, Shi Feng thought as he closed his eyes and focused his mind on the mental blades that were coming at him from multiple directions. Then he swiftly evaded these mental blades while gradually making his way to the staircase. The mental space was one of the few places in the greater world that allowed people to develop their mental strength. However, very few people knew about this secret. Typically, only the various cities' administrators and the God's Domain Association's executives would know about it. As for most other people, they would simply treat the mental space as a place to test their mental strength. Hardly anyone knew about the intricacies and benefits of the mental space. Even Shi Feng had taken quite some time to figure out this secret during his previous life. The mental space's mental staircase had a total of 103 steps, and one could not reach the top unless one was at the 3-star mental strength Grand Master standard. Anyone who managed to ascend to the top could become an elder in the God's Domain Association and gain the right to pioneer a new continent. When ascending the mental staircase, one would have to face an increasing number of mental blades the higher one climbed. More specifically, the number would gradually increase from 4 to 107. In addition, the strength and agility of the mental blades would increase with every 3 steps. During his previous life, Shi Feng had only ever managed to climb to the 101st step before he abruptly reincarnated again. Now that he was no longer at his peak, he naturally couldn't climb back to the 101st step. Even so, he could still use the mental staircase to train his current mental strength. As for how he could accomplish this, it was simple. All he needed to do was concentrate his mental strength into a barrier to continuously defend against the mental blades. Of course, one couldn't develop one's mental strength just by blocking any random mental blade. The mental blade one blocked needed to be strong enough to shatter one's mental barrier. Moreover, the stronger the mental blade, the better. That way, the mental blade could shatter one's mental barrier more thoroughly, giving one an easier time absorbing the residual mental energy left behind by the mental barrier add. However, the stronger the mental blade one blocked, the greater the pain one would suffer. Fortunately, challengers were at no risk of dying in the mental space, as the test would be automatically stopped when they exceeded their pain tolerance. So, challengers could let the mental blades shatter their mental barrier without worry. As for how long a challenger could last, that would depend on their willpower. Subsequently, Shi Feng continuously evaded the oncoming mental blades and swiftly ascended the mental staircase, having no intention of wasting time on the lower steps. The mental space's difficulty didn't only increase with the number of steps a challenger had climbed. It would also increase along with time, simply put. The longer one spent dawdling around, the greater the difficulty one would face in ascending the mental staircase. This prevented people from taking their sweet time training their mental strength in the mental space. If Shi Feng wished to take full advantage of the mental space's training properties, the best way would be to ascend the mental staircase as quickly as possible until he reached his limit. Fortunately, Shi Feng was already familiar with the attack patterns of the mental space's mental blades. Even though he only had the physical fitness of a Henglian master right now, he reached the 60th step, a place only Henglian Grandmasters and above could reach in no time. However, after reaching the 67th step, Despite his familiarity with the mental blade's attack patterns and trajectories, Shi Feng could no longer evade the overwhelming number of mental blades that attacked him. So, he was left with no choice but to conjure mental barriers one after another to block the oncoming mental blades. Add, bang, bang. As a half-step mental strength master, the mental barriers Shi Feng conjured were only as thick as a sheet of paper. As a result, the mental blades instantly shattered his mental barriers into countless fragments and ruthlessly stabbed into his mental sea, causing him to feel as if his body was being torn asunder. The pain was so overwhelming that Shi Feng nearly lost consciousness when the pain first hit him. Hold on. I must hold on until I hit my gravity limit. The consecutive instances of pain Shi Feng suffered caused him to instinctively want to retreat. However, he resisted his instincts and kept pushing himself forward. The mental space's training effect would be at its best during one's first attempt. Aside from facing the mental blades, one would also be subjected to an increasing gravity as one remained in the mental space. Meanwhile, the rate at which the mental space's gravity increased would also increase with the number of times one challenged the mental space. This, in turn, would reduce one's mental tolerance and the time one could spend in the mental space. Hence, when a person was challenging the mental space for the first time, they should try to challenge the strongest mental blades they could and stay within the mental space for as long as they could to achieve the best training effect. Add 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Time passed, bit by bit, as Shi Feng continuously ascended the mental staircase with gritted teeth. However, even though Shi Feng's face was currently as pale as a sheet, the speed at which he conjured mental barriers was getting faster and faster. Evidently, the training offered by the mental space was doing wonders for his mental strength. At this point, his mental strength was already on par with 2-star mental strength masters. When Shi Feng climbed to the 79th step, a height only 3-star mental strength masters and above could reach, 83 mental blades shattered all of his mental barriers simultaneously and stabbed into his mental sea. Before the pain could take effect, the mental space's test abruptly came to an end. It seems this is my current limit. Shi Feng clenched his teeth as he gazed at the top of the staircase that was only a short distance away from him. Thanks to the mental space's training, Shi Feng's mental strength was now at the 2-star mental strength master standard. His perception and judgment toward danger could already allow him to fight against bona fide 1-star mental strength masters, even with his disadvantage in physical fitness. With such a high mental strength standard, he could already become an official member of the God's Domain Association and rent a room on the 100th to 200th floor of the association building. Although he would need to pay 10 star coins per day to rent a room on these floors, it was much cheaper than the alternative of renting a room in the city. However, whether he could find an unoccupied room to rent would depend on his luck. After taking a moment to catch his breath, Shi Feng turned around and descended the staircase. God's Domain Association's first-floor lobby. At the same time as Shi Feng concluded his mental strength test, silence enveloped the entire lobby as everyone stared at the scoreboard. At this moment, even Breezewine couldn't help but rub his eyes in doubt as he looked at the scoreboard. Mental grade, special mental strength expert. Potential rating, 86. Mental strength rating, A. Mental control rating, S. Overall ranking, 100. TL notes. 1. Special mental strength expert is the rank below mental strength master. Chapter 3183, Chapter 257, Tier 4 promotion. Chapter 257, Tier 4 promotion. After a short silence in the lobby, everyone turned to look at Shi Feng, who had just walked out of the mental space, as if they were looking at a monster. A special mental strength expert? How did a special mental strength expert get within the top 100? This mental space is definitely broken. I'm a 2-star mental strength master at 35, yet I can't even get within the top 1,000. No matter how you look at it, he's already over 30, so how can he get within the top 100, even though he's only a special mental strength expert? It should be because of his mental control receiving an S-rank rating. There hasn't been anyone with S-rank mental control appearing in Star Lake City for the past 10 years. If I remember correctly, the last person to get an S-rank evaluation for their mental control is the Star Lake Legion's current first vice commander. Is Star Lake City going to see the birth of another anomaly? I don't think you can consider this person an anomaly yet. When that vice commander joined the Star Lake Legion, he came in 43rd in his selection, and it's common knowledge that everyone who manages to rank within the top 50 of the Star Lake Legion's recruitment selection will always have a potential rating of 95 or greater. Moreover, these people all have a high chance of becoming one-star mental strength grandmasters before the age of 35. In addition, aside from having an S-rank mental control rating, that anomaly also concluded his selection with a potential rating of 97 and an S-rank mental strength rating. Afterward, he became a one-star mental strength grandmaster at 27. Now that he is 31, he has even become a two-star mental strength grandmaster already. The gap between these two people is utterly massive. Add feelings of madness, admiration, and jealousy filled the people in the lobby when they thought about Shi Feng's test result. However, despite everyone's feelings, nobody dared to behave disrespectfully toward Shi Feng. The Star Lake Legion was the accumulation of Star Lake City's apex combatants. It was also backed by the city itself. So even ordinary official members of the Legion would be recruitment targets for the various hegemonic powers of God's domain and ordinary corporations in Star Lake City. In addition, official members had the qualifications to purchase a plot of land and own it until they passed away. With this land, they could open up a shop or build a home to live in without having to pay an exorbitant rent to Star Lake City. In addition, they could even invite up to 10 people to become permanent residents of Star Lake City, which meant that they could pay their monthly contribution point fee in star coins instead. It should be known that even the greater world's various corporations couldn't afford to give all their members permanent residence status in a city. The greater world had existed for a very long time already, and many corporations and powerful families with long histories had gigantic family trees. To make matters worse, people living in the greater world could easily live up to 500 years old if nothing unexpected occurred. Because of this, many youths belonging to the greater world's various corporations and powerful families sought to join the various cities' city legions. Meanwhile, if Shi Feng managed to join the Star Lake Legion, he'd have plenty of opportunities to get acquainted with these youths with powerful backgrounds. So, it'd be foolish to offend Shi Feng simply because he was only a special mental strength expert right now. And he got into the top 100 on his first try. Breeze Wine was at a loss for words when he saw Shi Feng's test result. He had worked hard in the greater world for several years, participated in multiple selections, and challenged the mental space over 50 times. Even then, if he didn't receive the Green God Corporation's financial support, he would have never managed to become an official member of the Star Lake Legion. In contrast, Shi Feng had managed to rank within the top 100 of the selection on his first day of arriving in the greater world. Moreover, he had done so without the support of any corporation. So long as he managed to ascend to a slightly greater height on the mental staircase within the next month, he was practically certain to become an official member of the Star Lake Legion. Moreover, the top 100 rookies of every selection could typically become a team leader in the Star Lake Legion within 3 years. In addition, so long as Shi Feng managed to become a one-star mental strength grandmaster before the age of 50, even if he chose to leave the Star Lake Legion afterward, he could still receive financial support from Star Lake City and work for any of the institutions directly affiliated with Star Lake City. He could easily live up to 600 or 700 years old at that time. He might even receive marriage proposals from the city's influential families and corporations. This was because a genius of Shi Feng's caliber had a very high chance of becoming a 3-star mental strength grandmaster within their lifetime. If he managed to accomplish this feat, he would gain the opportunity to pioneer a new city and become the lord of a city in the greater world. "It seems you made the right decision to wait, Commander Jade," Breezewine said as he looked at Purple Jade with a smile. The position of team leader in the Star Lake Legion was significantly more valuable than the position of an official member. If Purple Jade went under Shi Feng's wing, she could earn a significantly greater amount of contribution points and star coins than the average Legion member when completing quests for the City Legion. Meanwhile, these points and coins would be crucial in purchasing the exorbitantly priced potions and resources that aided in mental strength development. Add, now that Prosciutto and the others were nowhere to be seen, and only Purple Jade remained so long as Shi Feng wasn't a fool, he'd be able to tell what had happened. At this time, Breezewine could already imagine the colorful expressions Prosciutto and the others would make when they learned about Shi Feng's ranking. "You're thinking too highly of me, Commander Wine," Purple Jade said with a bitter smile. Contrary to what Breezewine thought, she didn't choose to stay behind because she was confident in Shi Feng's strength. Instead, she simply thought about understanding Shi Feng's strength. Only she never expected Shi Feng to be this powerful. After Shi Feng was assigned a room on the 490th floor, he went upstairs together with Breezewine and Purple Jade. Breezewine had also gone out of his way to share some details regarding Star Lake City and the Star Lake Legion with Shi Feng and Breezewine. Shortly after Shi Feng's group of 3 left the lobby, the receptionist responsible for manning the test hall's front desk pulled up a report containing Shi Feng's personal information. The report was incredibly detailed, and it even had some of Shi Feng's battle videos from his early years in Shadow. Shi Feng, is it? When the receptionist finished looking through Shi Feng's information, a smile appeared on her face. Then she looked toward the video recording of Shi Feng's performance in the mental space and thought to herself, "What an interesting newcomer we have this year. It's as if he has long since known the attack patterns of the mental blades. It seems my visit to the association today wasn't pointless after all." As soon as the receptionist closed the recording of Shi Feng's test, her quantum watch suddenly lit up, indicating that someone was calling her. When she answered the call, the hologram of a dignified young man wearing the Star Lake Legion's Vice Commander emblem appeared above the quantum watch. "Your inauguration ceremony is about to begin, Commander Red Frost. Why haven't you come over yet? Do you know how ugly the City Lord's face has become already?" The young man grumbled. I know. "Stop rushing me," the receptionist said as she rolled her eyes at the young man. "I'll head over there now, Add." Inside a high-class room on the God's Domain Association's 490th floor, Shi Feng laid into the virtual gaming cabin that came with the room and prepared to log into God's Domain. Unlike the virtual gaming cabin he used on Earth, this one was made using significantly more advanced technology. Not only did it allow its user to experience God's Domain with near 100% fidelity, but it also allowed the user to maintain roughly the same combat training effect as in God's Domain. Players who used this cabin would essentially be training their physical bodies in the real world when doing combat in God's Domain. Moreover, the cabin even came with 2 large canisters of life potions. Shi Feng doubted that even a conglomerate like the Green God Corporation would be willing to provide such excellent provisions to its members. Yet the God's Domain Association had equipped every room on the 400th floor and above with such a virtual gaming cabin. If he combined the effects of this virtual gaming cabin with the greater world's significantly stronger gravity, his brain activity and physical fitness would automatically improve by themselves, even if he didn't want them to. After Shi Feng logged into God's Domain, he took out the legendary legacy scroll and chanted the incantation to activate it without hesitation. As soon as he was finished chanting, the dark purple scroll floated into the air and unfurled itself. Then, ancient divine runes quickly flowed out of the scroll and covered the entire office. Originally, Shi Feng had thought of waiting a little longer before challenging his Tier 4 promotion. After all, many of Zero Wing's main force members still needed help with leveling up. At the very least, he should wait until Zero Wing's main force members had reached level 115 on average before he left for his Tier 4 promotion. However, if he wanted to maintain his position within the top 100 of the Star Lake Legion's selection, he had no choice but to challenge his Tier 4 promotion immediately. There were 2 reasons for this. Firstly, players who had successfully gotten promoted to Tier 4 would receive a boost in their concentration, also known as mental strength in the real world. This boost in concentration was essential for Shi Feng to maintain his position top 100 since the Star Lake City selection. This time was a competition between the geniuses of hundreds of towns and cities. Add secondly, only Tier 4 players in God's Domain could become official members of the Greater World's City Legions. If he remained at Tier 3, even if he joined the Starlake Legion as one of the top 100 challengers, he'd only be given the position of a reserve member, and the benefits offered to official members would be out of his reach. Shortly after Shi Feng activated the legendary Legacy Scroll, a space-time passage surrounded by black lightning arcs appeared in the middle of his office. The space-time passage's size changed constantly. It expanded to a radius of over 1 meter sometimes, and shrunk to a radius of only a few dozen centimeters at other times. The portal was incredibly unstable, and the powerful aura that radiated out of the passage only made it even more difficult for Shi Feng to act. So, this is a legacy land related to the ancient abyssal god? Shi Feng was astonished as he looked at this space-time passage. Just the aura leaking out of the passage was already enough to intimidate him into inaction. He couldn't even begin to imagine what kind of fearsome opponents awaited him inside the legacy land. However, Shi Feng didn't put too much thought into the matter. After the space-time passage stabilized to a certain extent, he charged into it without hesitation. Chapter 384, Chapter 258, Immortal Equipment Set. Chapter 258, Immortal Equipment Set. Shi Feng slowly opened his eyes to a gray space shrouded by thick fog. At the same time, his brain was assaulted by a severe sense of dizziness, and he found it difficult to even stand up. Before Shi Feng could stand up from the ground, a series of system notifications entered his ears. System: you have discovered the ancient god graveyard. Starting Tier 4, Abyssal Sword Emperor Promotion Quest. Quest content: obtain the ancient god legacy power in the ancient god's graveyard. Rewards unknown. System: you cannot make contact with the outside world while in the ancient god graveyard. If you die in the ancient god graveyard, you will be forcibly teleported out of the ancient god graveyard, lose 10 levels, and have your soul weakened for 15 days. So, even with a legendary legacy scroll, I only get one opportunity. What a harsh condition. It seems I can't recklessly take risks now. Shi Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he finished reading the system notifications. Add: an ancient god's legacy land. He didn't think the legendary legacy scroll could teleport him to a legacy land related to the ancient abyssal god. However, it would seem that this unbelievable privilege also came at an extraordinary price. Just the penalty for failure was more than enough to ruin him completely. On top of losing 10 levels, he would also have his soul weakened for 15 days. Should he fail his promotion, he'd need at least a month to return to his current level. In the current miniature ancient world, losing a month's worth of progress was no laughing matter. A god-ranked expert wouldn't necessarily be able to catch up to frontline experts if they doubled their efforts after taking such a loss. However, what surprised Shi Feng even more was the environment in the ancient god graveyard. Mana was the foundation of all life in God's domain, yet there was not a trace of mana in this place. If the average Tier 3 player were to enter this place, they'd die within 30 seconds. Even players with epic mana bodies shouldn't think of using a single skill or spell in such an environment. As for Shi Feng, his legendary mana body might be capable of producing its own mana. However, in an environment devoid of mana, he could only use skills and spells a very limited number of times. To make matters worse, on top of having no mana whatsoever, the ancient god graveyard was also crawling with level 125 Tier 4 heroic spirits. Divine Graveyard Wanderer, Heroic Spirit, Tier 4 Sword Emperor, Level 125, HP 300 million. Heroic spirits were the spirits of deceased human heroes. They might not have very high HP and intelligence, but they possessed incredibly high combat standards. Stronger heroic spirits would even retain their combat standards when they were alive. In other words, they'd have combat standards of hero-level NPCs. Add: heroes were human NPCs who had received titles and blessings from gods after accomplishing great deeds that have left even gods in awe. Even the weakest hero would have combat power rivaling ordinary dragons of the same tier. When it came to utilizing skills and spells, heroes were superior to even domain realm experts. It's not going to be possible to engage them one-on-one. It seems I have no choice but to take things slowly. Shi Feng sighed deeply after observing the wandering heroic spirits for over an hour. Then he took out a magic tactical vehicle from his epic spatial bag based on his observation. He found that there should be at least several hundred Tier 4 heroic spirits wandering this vast forest shrouded in fog. Moreover, these heroic spirits never moved more than 100 yards apart from each other. This meant that should he attack against any of these heroic spirits, he would end up attracting the attention of at least 3 other heroic spirits. Normally, a Tier 3 player would get obliterated if they tried to fight against a Tier 4 heroic spirit alone. Although Shi Feng had Tier 4 physique and mana, in an environment without mana, he could at best defeat a Tier 4 heroic spirit in a one-on-one situation. If he had to go up against 4 heroic spirits simultaneously, only death would await him. The only solution to this problem would be to fight numbers with numbers. Subsequently, Shi Feng found the closest divine graveyard wanderer and threw a rock at the latter. Under the acceleration of Shi Feng's Tier 4 strength, the rock flew forward like a shooting star, penetrated through a tree, and exploded on the wanderer's back. However, the wanderer's armor had absorbed most of the impact, so the wanderer only lost around 9,000 HP, which was an insignificant amount considering he had 300 million HP. Meanwhile, the struck wanderer promptly unsheathed his greatsword and left behind an afterimage as he charged at Shi Feng. The berserker-type wanderer's speed was so fast that even Tier 4 assassin experts would be put to shame. In addition, the wanderer's advance was made without any excess movements. Every movement the wanderer made thoroughly utilized the forest's complex terrain to let him effectively close the distance, while making it hard for Shi Feng to predict the exact trajectory of his approach. The struck wanderer wasn't the only one who was approaching Shi Feng. 3 other nearby divine graveyard wanderers had also simultaneously charged towards Shi Feng. Moreover, despite not having communicated in any way, the 4 wanderers moved with perfect coordination, some approaching from Shi Feng's blind spots while some distracting Shi Feng with ranged attacks. "You have good coordination, but it's a pity that I'm not alone." Shi Feng smiled when he saw the 4 wanderers entering within 50 yards of him. Then he promptly injected 2,000 magic crystals into the Dragonhorn tactical vehicle to activate the advanced anti-magic barrier and hexagram protection simultaneously. Immediately, the movement of all 4 wanderers turned awkward, and none of them could use Tier 4 skills and spells any longer. In contrast, Shi Feng's mana was instantly elevated to the Tier 4 standard, even with the restraining effects of the surrounding environment. Subsequently, Shi Feng unsheathed the Winter of Eternal Night and activated World of Frost, summoning 9 frost swords around him. Then he executed Sword's Orbit against the 4 wanderers attacking him. The Sword's Orbit he executed with the 9 frost swords might not reach the standard of silver combat techniques, but it still reached the bronze standard. Moreover, each frost sword carried 120% of his strength. So, even though the divine graveyard wanderers had very high combat standards, they could at most defend themselves against 1 frost sword. As each wanderer had to go up against 2 or more frost swords, they would receive a direct blow with every exchange. Although every attack he landed could only cause around 3 million damage, he steadily reduced the 4 wanderers' HP. In less than a minute, even with their battle recovery, 3 of the 4 wanderers had already lost close to half of their HP. As for the 1 wanderer who had to go up against 3 frost swords, his HP had fallen below the 50% mark. Eventually, before 2 minutes passed, all 4 divine graveyard wanderers had lost all of their HP. Then their bodies transformed into light particles that scattered into the surrounding fog, leaving behind a bunch of weapons and armor pieces. At the same time, Shi Feng also saw his experience bar going up by 26%, showing that the 4 heroic spirits had awarded him an incredibly lucrative amount of EXP. Although progression will be slow, this gives me time to properly investigate this ancient god graveyard, Shi Feng thought to himself with a bitter smile. If it weren't for the Winter of Eternal Night, he would have definitely died to the 4 Tier 4 heroic spirits. Unfortunately, World of Frost only had a 3-minute duration, so he couldn't fight another group of divine graveyard wanderers, even if he wanted to. He'd have to wait for the skill's 2-hour cooldown to complete before he could start another fight. In the meantime, he could take his time investigating the ancient god graveyard. After sheathing the winter of eternal night, Shi Feng began inspecting the loot the 4 divine graveyard wanderers dropped. An immortal equipment set? Shi Feng was a little surprised when he saw that the runic weapons and armor that the wanderers had dropped all radiated a dark gray glow. Immediately, he used Eyes of Reality to inspect the rank of these immortal weapons and equipment. The dark gray glow effect was unique to immortal weapons and equipment, which were also the mainstream equipment in the greater god's domain. Meanwhile, any random secret silver immortal equipment set could be sold for an astronomical price. Chapter 3185, Chapter 259, Ancient God's Arm. Chapter 259, Ancient God's Arm. Not only did they drop level 120 fine gold immortal equipment sets, but they've even dropped dark gold immortal equipment sets. Shi Feng was at a loss for words when he finished identifying the equipment the divine graveyard wanderers dropped. If the miniature ancient world's various powers could enter this place, they'd probably faint from joy. The 4 divine graveyard wanderers dropped a total of 14 fine gold specter set pieces and 3 dark gold blazing flame set pieces. This was a considerably high drop rate for immortal equipment. Immortal weapons and equipment were incredibly precious in the greater god's domain. They were much more durable than ordinary weapons and equipment, which would not only allow players to stay in combat for a much longer time, but also let players save on a hefty sum of repair fees. In the greater god's domain, even epic weapons and equipment could only survive a few fights against Tier 4 mythic monsters and above. As for weapons and equipment at the dark gold rank or below, it'd be a miracle if they could survive a full fight against a mythic monster. Meanwhile, if the durability of weapons and equipment fell to 0 during battle, players would be left to fight barehanded and naked. Moreover, players couldn't even get their items repaired afterward, as weapons and equipment would be reduced to nothing but scrap once their durability fell to 0. Yet avoiding fights with mythic monsters and above wasn't an option, since monsters of such caliber were everywhere in the greater god's domain. As a result, even though ordinary epic weapons and equipment were very common in the greater god's domain, and the cost of repairing items was also significantly cheaper, repair fees remained a significant expense for most players. Meanwhile, because of the hassle and cost that came with maintaining ordinary weapons and equipment, immortal weapons and equipment became highly sought after in the greater god's domain. This was true even for secret silver immortal weapons and equipment. So long as a secret silver immortal weapon or equipment wasn't more than 10 levels below the player's level, any player would choose it over ordinary epic weapons and equipment. Unfortunately, few monsters dropped immortal weapons and equipment, and players mainly had to rely on themselves to craft these items. However, the success rate of producing immortal weapons and equipment at the secret silver rank or above was incredibly low. As a result, even the more inferior mysterious iron immortal weapons and equipment could sell for a higher price than ordinary epic weapons and equipment. In fact, immortal weapons were so rare that level 150+ secret silver immortal weapons and equipment could no longer be bought with the average currencies used for trading. Instead, they would only be traded using the incomparably precious 7 luminaries crystals. Although the fine gold and dark gold immortal weapons and equipment the divine graveyard wanderers dropped could only be used up to level 120. Their value wasn't inferior to that of level 150 secret silver immortal weapons and equipment in the slightest. This was because a complete immortal equipment set would generally grant far more basic attributes than the average equipment set of the same rank and level. Equipping a complete immortal set was akin to wearing an equipment set of a higher level. As for how big the difference was, a fine gold immortal set would grant basic attributes that were 15 levels higher, while a dark gold immortal set would grant basic attributes that were 15 levels higher. In other words, a level 120 dark gold immortal set would grant its wearer the basic attributes of a level 135 dark gold set. Even a player geared in level 120 epic equipment would be 2 thresholds behind a player geared in a level 120 dark gold immortal set in terms of basic attributes. If an ordinary expert obtained a level 120 dark gold immortal set, they could use it up to level 150 without a problem. The combat environment in the current miniature ancient world was essentially the same as the greater God's domain already. It was just that monsters in the miniature ancient world weren't as powerful. So, while ordinary experts could still barely make do with fine gold and dark gold weapons and equipment, frontline teams were already starting to face great pressure. The cost of repairing epic weapons and equipment after fighting against several mythic monsters was a significant expenditure. Currently, a frontline expert would need to spend around 40 magic crystals per day on repair fees alone, while a 1,000-man frontline team would have to spend around 40,000 magic crystals. This was a frightening expense, considering there were very few sources for players to acquire magic crystals from in the current miniature ancient world. Most of the magic crystals in the hands of players still consisted of magic crystals brought in by new players. However, if players could switch to using immortal weapons and equipment, they'd only need to do some simple mana maintenance to keep their gear at 100% effectiveness. In that case, they would at most have to spend 1 or 2 magic crystals a day. There was a stark contrast between the two. Not to mention, the immortal equipment sets dropped by the Divine Graveyard Wanderers were far above the average level of current players. If I wasn't trying to get promoted to Tier 4, I could have made a fortune from this place, Shi Feng thought to himself as he looked at the patrolling Divine Graveyard Wanderers. Then he quickly avoided these heroic spirits and advanced toward locations where he could avoid combat. Shi Feng only had one opportunity to challenge the ancient god graveyard, different from the leveling maps found in the outside world. So long as he died here, he would not get another chance to return. Players needed to collect legacy power to complete their Tier 4 promotion. The monsters in Legacy Lands were similar to monsters of leveling maps in that they would respawn after a certain period of time. Yet World of Frost had a long cooldown of 2 hours. It'd be unreasonable to try to clear out all of the patrolling Divine Graveyard Wanderers. So, the wisest move to make now would be to prioritize searching for his legacy fragments and collecting enough legacy power to complete his Tier 4 promotion. Killing monsters and acquiring loot should only remain as his secondary objectives. Meanwhile, after Shi Feng had defeated the 4 Divine Graveyard Wanderers, an obvious blind spot appeared in the Wanderers' patrol route. This allowed Shi Feng to advance without having to worry about getting discovered. However, for precaution's sake, Shi Feng would still kill 4 Divine Graveyard Wanderers every 2 hours, further enlarging the blind spot of the patrolling Wanderers as he progressed deeper into the foggy forest. After advancing for 2 days, Shi Feng finally exited the foggy forest and arrived at a graveyard. In these 2 days, Shi Feng had not only leveled up to level 120, but he had also obtained over 200 Spectre set pieces and over 40 Blazing Flame set pieces. In the case of the 6-piece Spectre set, he had managed to gather 7 complete sets. As for the 8-piece Blazing Flame set, it was a pity, but he didn't manage to complete a single set. Otherwise, he could have replaced his current mana equipment set and elevated his basic attributes to an entirely new standard. The graveyard was set on a vast plain, and the fog here was much denser than in the forest. The Divine Graveyard Wanderers had also stopped moving independently, all of them moving in groups of 3 to 5 instead. The difficulty of advancing had increased exponentially. If Shi Feng accidentally attracted the attention of 2 groups of wanderers, he'd definitely be beaten to a pulp. Fortunately, not all was bad news. When Shi Feng spread his senses, he noticed that the many glowing tombstones that covered the plains all radiated divine might. The divine might each tombstone radiated varied in strength. The stronger ones could deter even Tier 3 experts from approaching, while the weaker ones allowed even Tier 2 players to approach them easily. Meanwhile, these glowing tombstones were none other than the legacy fragments Shi Feng needed to complete his Tier 4 promotion. However, when Shi Feng moved around 1,000 yards into the graveyard, a pillar of dazzling light suddenly appeared in the distance. Following it, a frightening divine might swept over Shi Feng and alarmed his instincts, causing him to stumble backward by several steps. After taking a moment to calm himself, Shi Feng returned to his previous position. Then he cautiously observed the distant light while analyzing the divine might enveloping him. What a powerful divine might! Even though the dense fog covering the plains prevented Shi Feng from seeing more than 300 yards away, the light pillar was so dazzling that he could see it, even though it was much farther away. In addition, the divine might coming from that direction was so powerful that it felt like a real god had just descended before him. After scrutinizing the light pillar for a moment longer, Shi Feng suddenly noticed the faint silhouette of a gigantic arm amidst it. The arm easily measured several kilometers in height, and the surrounding fog could be seen lingering and drifting around it. An ancient god's arm? Shi Feng couldn't help but doubt his eyes as he looked at the towering arm enveloped within the pillar of light. It should be known that the legacies and possessions of ancient gods were incredibly hard to come by, even in the greater god's domain. They were so rare that most would only have their existences described in the Book of Origins. Yet, now, an ancient god's arm was placed in front of his eyes. Chapter 386, Chapter 260, Aiming for the Limit. Chapter 260, Aiming for the Limit. Shi Feng froze when he saw the gigantic arm in the distance. Only after quite some time had passed did he snap back to his senses. Ancient gods. They were the strongest existences in God's domain. At the same time, they were also the oldest existences. Any legacy or possession from an ancient god could cause countless Tier 6 god-ranked experts to fight for it crazily. Even the greater god's domain's apex powers would spare nothing at getting their hands on an ancient god's legacy or possession. As for the remains of ancient gods, Shi Feng had never seen or heard of anyone coming across one before in the greater god's domain. In fact, coming across an ancient god's remains was something no player would ever dare to dream of. This was because even the remains of ordinary gods could already offer heaven-defying effects to players. Out of the various uses a god's remains had, the most widely known usage would be to help players reach Tier 6. This was a feat not even god legacies could accomplish Only using a god's remains to help players reach Tier 6 was an incredibly extravagant action. So much so that not even the greater god's domain's apex powers would be willing to do so. Rather than that, it'd be much more worthwhile to use a Tier 6 god's remains to forge legendary weapons and equipment or higher. Of course, this was also considered a wasteful way of using a Tier 6 god's remains. Meanwhile, the method that was publicly known and acknowledged to be the best way of using a god's remains would be to upgrade a god's domain's rank. Once a god's domain received a rank up, not only would the world become stronger as a whole, but it would also become richer in resources and mana. Take the many intermediate and higher gods' domains that existed in the greater world, for example. Many Tier 6 gods were killed to upgrade these gods' domains to their current states, as for an ancient god's remains. Shi Feng couldn't even begin to imagine what kind of heaven-defying effects it could have. After taking a deep breath, Shi Feng quietly observed the divine graveyard wanderers within his view. A moment later, a bitter smile formed on his face as he thought, "Is the system putting the ancient god's arm there just for me to admire?" After moving within viewing distance of the ancient god's arm, he noticed that the number of divine graveyard wanderers on the plains had increased significantly. Instead of moving in groups of 3 to 5, every wanderer was now moving in parties of 6 or more. In addition, the frightening divine might, the ancient god's arm radiated constantly interfered with his focus, which forced him to allocate a portion of his attention to blocking the mental interference. If he had to defend against the ancient god's arm's mental interference, even if he used World of Frost, the sword's orbit he executed wouldn't be able to reach the standard of bronze combat techniques should he fight against a party of divine graveyard wanderers under such circumstances. He'd quickly be worn down and killed. No. I'm not completely out of options. After pondering for a moment, Shi Feng's eyes widened in excitement as he suddenly came up with an idea. My current basic attributes are inferior to the divine graveyard wanderers. If I can raise my basic attributes to a sufficiently high level, I should be able to wear down the wanderers even if I can't execute bronze combat techniques. The Blazing Flame set might only be a level 120 Dark Gold Immortal set. However, so long as he could complete the 8-piece set, he'd have a level 135 Dark Gold equipment set at his disposal. At that time, he should be able to suppress the divine graveyard wanderers even without the help of bronze combat techniques. Thinking up to this point, Shi Feng promptly retreated from his current location and began harvesting the lives of the divine graveyard wanderers that moved in groups of 3 to 5, although opportunities to strike at these grouped wanderers didn't come by very often. Shi Feng still managed to find 4 opportunities to strike after laying in wait for half a day. Unfortunately, even after killing 14 divine graveyard wanderers and obtaining over 40 specter set pieces and 11 blazing flame set pieces, Shi Feng was still missing the blazing flame set's headpiece. As Shi Feng was considerably exhausted, he took a break from God's domain after lamenting his bad luck. While Shi Feng had gone offline to rest, access to the top of 2 worlds, the place where the miniature ancient world's level 120+ maps resided, was made available to players. When this long-awaited moment finally arrived, the frontline teams of the miniature ancient world's various powers flooded into the top of 2 worlds. For a time, the 2 of 2 worlds became the biggest battlefield in the miniature ancient world as countless powers fought to get an advantage over each other. The competition was so fierce that some superpowers were forced to withdraw. This was especially true for the various local powers. In only a day, aside from the Flower of 7 Sins, which had suddenly gained an additional 20+ God-ranked experts, the main force of every other power was forced to withdraw from the top of 2 worlds. Now only the various powers' God-ranked experts and apex experts could afford to roam the top of 2 worlds. Even then, they had to move covertly and carefully. This situation caused the Flower of 7 Sins fame to become unrivaled among the various local powers, and the organization was now recognized as the #1 local power in the miniature ancient world. Countless geniuses also sought to join the Flower of 7 Sins. Guild leader, I don't know what happened to the Flower of 7 Sins, but it has suddenly started recruiting the younger generation's geniuses without any regard for costs. The Flower of 7 Sins is accepting all refinement realm experts under 22 as its core members. Moreover, it is offering all core members the privilege of buying 3 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid every year, Su Qianlu said anxiously as she looked at Shi Feng through their video call. Many of Asura's and Zero Wing's geniuses have already shown signs of flocking to the Flower of 7 Sins. If we don't do something about this now, it's only a matter of time before they make up their minds and leave. Should we loosen the conditions to use the Primordial Tower's 2nd floor? Geniuses of the younger generation might not be able to become useful combatants right away, but they represented the future of a power. If Zero Wing allowed the Flower of 7 Sins to steal all of its young geniuses, Zero Wing's aim of expanding a development would vanish like a dream. 3 bottles per person? How generous of them. Shi Feng was quite surprised when he heard Su Qianlu's report. Typically, the various superpowers would only offer the peak geniuses they recruited the privilege of purchasing 2 or 3 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids per year. Yet, the Flower of 7 Sins was now offering this privilege to all of its core members. However, a moment later, Shi Feng shook his head and said, "We cannot allow more people to use the Primordial Tower's 2nd floor. We need to ensure every person who uses the 2nd floor's rooms successfully learns their silver combat techniques as soon as possible. As for the Guild's privileges, we can let core members purchase 1 bottle of S-rank nutrient fluid per year, but that is the most we can afford. Add." He had just arrived at the greater world, so he didn't have any star coins. The stockpile of S-rank nutrient fluids he currently had only consisted of the ones he received for nurturing the various superpowers' peak geniuses. If Zero Wing wanted to compete with the Flower of 7 Sins in resources, he'd first have to become an official member of the Star Lake Legion. Then, he'd need to complete quests that awarded a large amount of star coins. Before that, there was no way Zero Wing could afford to compete against the Flower of 7 Sins when it came to giving away S-rank nutrient fluids. After listening to Shi Feng's command, Su Qianlu promptly left to carry it out. The privilege of exchanging for 1 bottle of S-rank nutrient fluid might not be comparable to what the Flower of 7 Sins was offering its core members. However, it was still much better than what the other superpowers offered to their core members. As for how many of Zero Wing's core members would choose to stay, that would be up to luck. I can't afford to waste any more time here. After ending his call with Suqian Liu, Shi Feng quickly finished the premium nutritious meal the God's Domain Association delivered to him daily and logged back into God's domain. If he wanted Zero Wing to compete with the Flower of Seven Sins and the Greater God's domain's various powers and training resources, he would have to join the Star Lake Legion and receive official participant status as soon as possible. As soon as Shi Feng returned to the ancient god graveyard, he promptly resumed slaughtering the divine graveyard wanderers. What followed next was 8 consecutive days of fighting and exploring. Shi Feng did not log out even once during this period. Aside from killing divine graveyard wanderers, he would spend the rest of his time collecting legacy fragments. On the 8th day of his grind, Shi Feng finally obtained the headpiece for the Blazing Flame set and completed the 8-piece Dark Gold Immortal set. Aside from that, Shi Feng had also risen to level 125 and collected enough legacy fragments to push his accumulated legacy power to 90%. Normally, players could complete their Tier 4 promotion after their legacy power reached the 70% standard. A legacy power of 90% would result in a relatively complete legacy, and it was enough for even peak classes to get promoted to Tier 4. However, Shi Feng did not plan on concluding his Tier 4 promotion so soon. He only had one opportunity to get promoted to Tier 4. A legacy power of 90% might be good, but it wasn't the limit. So long as he explored deeper into the legacy land, he might be able to gather more legacy fragments and raise his legacy power even further. This, in turn, would let him receive a more complete legacy. Hence, Shi Feng planned on exploring the legacy land a little longer before deciding whether to accept his Tier 4 legacy. I've finally collected the last piece. I wonder how much of a boost it will give me. After taking a look at the complete Blazing Flame set in his bag, Shi Feng switched it with the mana equipment set he was currently wearing. Chapter 387, Chapter 261, Eight-Winged Valkyrie. What a powerful mana barrier. The instant Shi Feng equipped the Blazing Flame set, an invisible connection formed between the 8 pitch-black armor pieces, lightly decorated with crimson runes, turning them into a single unit. Immediately afterward, the crimson runes drew some of Shi Feng's mana and used it to form a translucent mana barrier around him. Meanwhile, the moment the mana barrier took shape, Shi Feng immediately felt it isolating him from the surrounding environment. On top of that, the density of the mana within the barrier increased substantially, the mana seemingly unaffected by the manaless environment outside in the slightest. Most importantly, once the mana barrier stabilized, Shi Feng could feel the restrictions that the surrounding environment had put on him, weakening significantly, a sense of liberation spreading across his body. Is this the effect of a Dark Gold Immortal set? Shi Feng couldn't help but look at the Blazing Flame set he wore in bewilderment. He had never equipped a Dark Gold Immortal set in his previous life. The best immortal items he could find on the open market were ordinary Dark Gold Immortal weapons and equipment, and he never saw any point in using such items. After all, even the weakest piece of equipment on him was at the fragmented legendary rank. However, after donning the 8-piece Blazing Flame set, he could feel his body's flexibility rising to an entirely different level. The set had even weakened the effect Ancient God's Arm's divine might had on him. The Blazing Flame set's effects exceeded Shi Feng's expectations. After taking a moment to digest the Dark Gold Immortal set's effects, Shi Feng took a short break before advancing deeper into the area enveloped by the Ancient God's Arm's divine might. Amazing. Shi Feng couldn't help but grow a little joyful when he began advancing toward the Ancient God's Arm. Originally, he had to allocate most of his mental capacity to defend against the Ancient God's Arm's mental attacks. This, in turn, prevented him from using combat techniques at the advanced bronze standard. At most, he could just barely execute a basic bronze combat technique. Yet, thanks to the Blazing Flame set, he only needed to allocate half of his mental capacity to defend himself. However, before Shi Feng could familiarize himself with the Blazing Flame set's effects, a party of divine graveyard wanderers noticed his presence and charged at him. These 6 wanderers showed much better coordination than the wanderers outside the Ancient God's Arm's sphere of influence. Not only did they move like a single entity, but they could even use Tier 4 combination skills. For their opening move, the Wanderers bombarded Shi Feng with several dozen mana blades, each blade carrying enough power to destabilize the space here. It should be known that the surrounding space was being held down by the ancient god's arm's divine might. It would take at least a full-powered attack from a superior mythic monster to destabilize such a stable space. Add. However, Shi Feng remained unfazed when he saw the mana blades raining down on him. On the contrary, he revealed an excited look as he unsheathed the Winter of Eternal Night and the Blasphemer sword's orbit. Boom, boom, boom. A lotus flower made of sword lights bloomed around Shi Feng, and all of the descending mana blades were stopped 10 yards away from Shi Feng. The collision between the sword lights and mana blades also created countless sparks and caused the space within a 50-yard radius to tremble violently. The 6 divine graveyard wanderers froze at this scene. None of them expected a Tier 3 human to stop their combination attack. Shatter? Shi Feng naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Immediately, he executed Light Shadow with the Winter of Eternal Night and swept the illusory greatsword at the 6 wanderers. When he was directly enveloped by the ancient god Graveyard's manaless environment previously, mana techniques became a luxury he could not afford to use. However, now that he was protected by the Blazing Flame set's mana barrier, not only was he surrounded by mana again, but this mana was even denser than the mana found in the miniature ancient world. As a result, the light shadow he now executed exhibited power nearing the Tier 5 standard. At the end of the day, heroic spirits were merely the remnants of deceased heroes. They weren't actual heroes, and they definitely didn't have the strength to match dragons of the same tier. Hence, when they were struck by Shi Feng's light shadow, even with their armor dampening some of the mana technique's power, they still lost over 10 million HP to the attack. Moreover, Shi Feng's attack had also put the Wanderers in a heavily injured state, which caused them to be at an absolute disadvantage when it came to strength and speed. Now, even without relying on mana techniques, Shi Feng could easily strike the Wanderers' vitals and cause significant damage. Furthermore, as he could now exhibit power at the level of bronze combat techniques with his every move, every attack he landed caused over 5 million damage to the Wanderers. In less than 3 minutes, the 6th-level 125 Divine Graveyard Wanderers fell under Shi Feng's blade, loot appearing all around their corpses. Shi Feng did not choose to rest after defeating the 6 Wanderers. After collecting the loot, he promptly resumed his advance toward the Ancient God's arm. The Ancient God's arm was constantly unleashing mental attacks at him. Although he had a much easier time defending against these mental attacks now, it still didn't mean he could shrug them off like nothing. It still drained his concentration to defend against these mental attacks. Even if Shi Feng stood still and did nothing, he would run out of concentration and lose consciousness after 4 or 5 hours within the Ancient God's arm's sphere of influence. Meanwhile, losing consciousness in such a dangerous place was no different than a death sentence. Thankfully, it isn't as far away as I thought. 4 hours should be enough for me to make a round trip. After advancing for another few hundred yards, Shi Feng couldn't help but sigh in relief when he saw the Ancient God's arm becoming a little bigger. This showed that he was moving closer to the Ancient God's arm and that the distance between them wasn't unimaginably big. If the distance between him and the Ancient God's arm showed no signs of shrinking even after he had run several hundred yards, he definitely couldn't reach it within 2 hours even if he had a Tier 4 player's movement speed. In that case, he'd give up on approaching the Ancient God's arm without hesitation. After all, there was no guarantee that he could obtain the Ancient God's arm even if he could reach it. For all he knew, he might very well be wasting his time. So, to ensure he could complete his Tier 4 promotion under the best circumstances, he had to leave enough time to make a return trip. This meant keeping the time he spent advancing toward the Ancient God's arm under 2 hours. Meanwhile, just like Shi Feng estimated, after advancing wildly for nearly 2 hours and killing over 20 Divine Graveyard Wanderer parties, Shi Feng finally arrived before the towering Ancient God's arm. Shi Feng was deeply shocked the instant Shi Feng laid eyes on the Ancient God's arm. Although the arm was severely damaged, the information he gleaned from the arm using the eyes of reality told him that this arm was akin to a broken god's domain. He could also see many world law chains binding the arm, every one of these chains carrying enough power to severely wound a Tier 6 god. It wasn't hard to imagine how powerful the owner of this arm was. One attack from this person could probably destroy an entire god's domain. This person was definitely leagues above Tier 6 gods. However, the ancient god's arm wasn't the only thing in the area. Hovering next to the ancient god's arm was a slumbering female angel. The angel was clad in silver armor and had 4 pairs of pure white wings tucked behind her back. An 8-winged Valkyrie? Shi Feng's expression sank when he saw the female angel. Tia Polena, Valkyrie, Tier 4 life form, level 125 HP 400 millions. Valkyries were a race born for combat. Meanwhile, the more wings a Valkyrie had, the greater their life rating and combat talent would be. Among them, 6-winged Valkyries already possessed strength close to rivaling dragons of the same tier. As for 8-winged Valkyries, they were trickier opponents to deal with than even ordinary dragons. And 8-winged Valkyrie simply wasn't an opponent that players could deal with at the same tier ad. System, you have discovered the Ancient God's Arm, beginning absorption of the Ancient God's legacy power. Estimated time required 30 seconds. Before Shi Feng could snap out of his daze, the radiance the Ancient God's Arm radiated began flowing into his body. This, in turn, caused his accumulated legacy power to increase rapidly. 90%, 90%, 5%, 91%. At the same time, the slumbering 8-winged Valkyrie suddenly opened her eyes. Immediately afterward, Shi Feng felt an aura that could cause even Tier 4 mythic monsters to tremble, locking onto him. Human, how dare you disturb the almighty ancient god's resting place? Disappear from this world. Tia Polena bellowed as she looked down at Shi Feng. Then she conjured a spear made of silver lightning and threw it at Shi Feng. Chapter 261, 8-Winged Valkyrie. Chapter 3188. Chapter 262, Sword Law Saint. Chapter 262, Sword Law Saint Dammit. Shi Feng's expression turned grim when he saw the oncoming lightning spear. He didn't think the system would be so ruthless as to start the legacy power absorption without giving him any options or time to prepare. However, Shi Feng dared not withhold his cards as he activated the Abyssal Eye's abyssal power. Immediately, a layer of black fog enveloped him, and his body began radiating an aura close to rivaling superior mythic monsters of the same level. Yet, even after activating abyssal power, Shi Feng could still feel the threat of death descending upon him as the lightning spear neared him. As an 8-winged Tier 4 Valkyrie, Tia Polena could exhibit Tier 5 power even with a casual attack, let alone with a spear that concentrated the power of lightning. An attack of such caliber could severely injure even a superior mythic monster of the same level. Upon realizing that he still couldn't survive the Valkyrie's attack, Shi Feng promptly unsheathed the Winter of Eternal Night and activated Radiant Night, forcibly increasing the power of his attack by 2 ranks. Subsequently, a black streak of light collided with the silver lightning spear. However, no sound or explosion came from the collision. On the contrary, the battlefield darkened and became devoid of sound. Amidst the battlefield of shattered space, Shi Feng remained standing steadily. However, going by his disheveled hair, his trembling arms, and his HP bar that was only half full, it was obvious that he had lost to the Valkyrie in their competition of raw power, as expected of an 8-winged Valkyrie. She really isn't an opponent I can challenge at Tier 3. Shi Feng couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile when he saw that Tia Polena had already conjured a second lightning spear during the time he was defending against her first lightning spear. It should be known that Shi Feng had used Sword's Orbit in conjunction with Radiant Night to defend against Tia Polena's attack. This was the strongest combination he could currently muster, and it allowed him to exhibit power at the Tier 5 intermediate standard. Yet, even his strongest attack was only enough to just barely keep him alive. Moreover, he wouldn't be able to use this attack again within a short period of time. In fact, if he hadn't switched out his mana equipment set for the Blazing Flame set, he might not even be alive right now, Yet the system wanted him to hold out for 30 seconds. This was just asking him for the impossible. Atone for your sins, human. When Tia Polena saw that Shi Feng no longer had the strength to replicate his previous attack, she coldly threw the second lightning spear she conjured at him. She did not plan on giving Shi Feng any time to rest. The lightning spear was incredibly fast, and it crossed the 200 yards that separated Tia Polena from Shi Feng in the blink of an eye. When Shi Feng saw that the lightning spear was only 30 yards away, he gritted his teeth and unfurled the ancient scroll he had secretly taken out after blocking Tia Polena's first attack. Meanwhile, this ancient scroll was none other than the Tier 5 defensive magic scroll he had obtained from killing Dioclo, the Nether King. Tier 5 magic scrolls were extremely rare even in the Greater God's domain, each worth several fragmented legendary items. Tier 5 defensive magic scrolls were especially valuable, and they were labeled as the best life-saving tools in the Greater God's domain. A Tier 5 defensive magic scroll could even withstand the full-powered attack of a Tier 5 dragon, giving players enough time to use Tier 3 or Tier 4 teleportation scrolls to escape to safety. Originally, Shi Feng had planned to use this Tier 5 defensive magic scroll when he embarked on his search for the Godslayer's legacy. However, he had no choice but to use it in this situation. As soon as Shi Feng activated the magic scroll, an invisible barrier stopped the lightning spear in its tracks, preventing the attack from getting anywhere near Shi Feng. This is broken space? Tia Polena frowned when she saw her attack failing to eliminate Shi Feng yet again. What a lucky human you are. Shi Feng shrugged at Tia Polena's comment. Then, he said, I'm sure you know about the Tier 5 broken spaces effect. It can keep me protected for 1 minute. So how about we call a truce? An 8-winged Valkyrie possessed high intelligence, so it was possible to hold a conversation with one. Keep your dreams to yourself. You might have a broken space protecting you, but you aren't in control of it. So long as I keep attacking it and draining its mana, its reserve mana will run out sooner or later. Tia Polena snorted coldly. Immediately, she began bombarding Shi Feng with lightning spears one after another. In only the blink of an eye, she had already thrown 3 lightning spears, the rate of her attack significantly greater than before. Seeing this, Shi Feng couldn't help but grow anxious. It was just like Tia Polena stated. The Tier 5 broken space stored in the Tier 5 defensive magic scroll wasn't under his control, although the scroll's introduction stated that broken space had a 1-minute duration. That was under the assumption that the magic scroll's mana reserve did not get depleted. Meanwhile, the invisible barrier protecting him might be unfazed even after stopping multiple lightning spears. Still, he could tell that the barrier's mana fluctuations were growing weaker with each subsequent attack. In a situation where he couldn't supply more mana to the defensive spell, once the magic scroll's mana reserves were depleted, the spell would lose effect automatically. Shi Feng in his current state did not have the strength to block another attack from Tia Polena. If broken space couldn't last for 30 seconds, he'd die for certain. However, if it could last for 30 seconds, he would still have hope of completing his Tier 4 promotion and getting out of this legacy land alive. As for running away, that wasn't an option at all. Unless he had a Tier 4 teleportation scroll or above, there was no way he could get away from an 8-winged Valkyrie's spatial lockdown. While Tia Polena was frenziedly bombarding the Tier 5 broken space with attacks, time passed by quickly. 10 seconds, 15 seconds, 20 seconds. 25 seconds after Shi Feng had started absorbing the ancient god's arm's legacy power, the invisible barrier protecting Shi Feng started wavering as if it could disappear at any moment. 3 more seconds, 2, 1. Shi Feng stared at the loading bar before him intently, while praying that broken space could last for a moment longer. It ends here. When Tia Polena saw that the mana fluctuations separating her from Shi Feng still did not disappear completely, she resolved herself to use Sword of Judgment, the strongest skill unique to Valkyries. Immediately, a sword of lightning that measured several hundred meters in length appeared above Tia Polena. Then, before Shi Feng could react, Tia Polena swung the lightning sword at Shi Feng. Bang! The sound of glass shattering echoed throughout the battlefield as the invisible barrier generated by broken space crumbled. With the barrier gone, Shi Feng was now thoroughly exposed to Tia Polena's wrath. Die. Tia Polena conjured a lightning spear and threw it at Shi Feng without hesitation. However, Shi Feng did not grow anxious even after seeing this attack. This was because he had already received his long-awaited system notification a second before broken space lost effect. System, your accumulated legacy power has reached 110%. Do you wish to activate the Tier 4 Sword Law Saint legacy and change classes into a Sword Law Saint? Chapter 3189, Chapter 263, Lightless Sword, Scepter 263, Lightless Sword, Sword Law Saint. When Shi Feng saw the system notification, he chose to activate his Tier 4 legacy without hesitation. Immediately afterward, a series of notifications rang in his ears. System, you have activated your Tier 4 legacy. You have unlocked all 3 learning topics of your legacy. You have 1 hour to learn them. So long as you learn just one topic listed below, you will be promoted to Tier 4. Holy Law, action type, requires Sword, Tier 4 Apex Legacy skill. Integrate your weapon with the world and transform every object within a 200-yard radius into your weapon. All weapon bonuses will be increased by 100%. 10 seconds cooldown. 1 minute learning condition. Achieve 85% skill completion rate, 1,000 lights. Domain type. Requires Sword. Tier 4 Apex Legacy skill. Transform your mana into a maximum of 1,000 mana swords that can cover a 500-yard radius. Each mana sword will carry 40% of your strength. Mana swords conjured can be merged, and each mana sword merged will grant the primary mana sword an additional 10% of your strength. 30 minutes, cooldown, 1 hour. Learning condition, achieve 85% skill completion rate. Godslayer, action type, requires Sword, Tier 4 Ultimate Legacy skill. Integrate your weapon with your body, greatly increasing your mana and concentration. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Learning condition, achieve 90% skill completion rate. A Tier 4 Ultimate Legacy skill. Shi Feng was stunned by the system notifications. Tier 4 legacy skills could be categorized into 4 ranks: Basic, Advanced, Peak, and Apex. Among the many players in God's domain, the average Tier 6 God-ranked expert would generally receive the option of 1 or 2 peak legacy skills when they were challenging their Tier 4 promotion, with the rest of their options being advanced legacy skills. So long as a player completed their Tier 4 promotion with a peak legacy skill, they could hold their ground against a superior mythic monster of the same level, even if they were only equipped in epic weapons and equipment. As for Tier 4 Apex Legacy skills, these were incredibly powerful skills that, when mastered, could allow players to essentially become invincible among players of the same tier. However, players who could receive the privilege of learning one during their Tier 4 promotion were exceedingly rare even in the greater God's domain, and those who could complete their Tier 4 promotion with one were even rarer. Yet now, 2 out of the 3 options Shi Feng had received were Tier 4 Apex Legacy skills. As for Tier 4 Ultimate Legacy skills, Shi Feng had never even heard of legacy skills having such a rank. However, before Shi Feng could ponder any further over this anomaly, the sound of broken space shattering brought him back to reality. Then he gritted his teeth and chose to learn Godslayer. The Tier 4 promotion was achieved by making a Tier 4 legacy skill into the core of the player's Tier 3 mana body. Completing this process would cause the mana body to undergo a qualitative transformation. This was the main reason Tier 4 players were vastly stronger than Tier 3 players. Now that Shi Feng had the option of choosing a Tier 4 Ultimate Legacy skill, which was superior to Tier 4 Advanced Legacy skills, he naturally wouldn't consider the other 2 options. Moreover, Godslayer was the only skill that could help him survive his current predicament. Mana was the basis of everything in God's domain. If he could elevate the standard of his mana, he would receive a corresponding boost in all aspects. After Shi Feng chose to learn Godslayer, All information and simulations related to the skill flowed into his mind. This difficulty, Shi Feng's expression darkened when he finished processing Godslayer's information. The difficulty of learning Tier 4 skills and spells was very high. Even peak experts tended to only be able to achieve a completion rate of roughly 80% on their first learning attempt, and every subsequent increment of even 1% would require a lot of training. As for Tier 4 legacy skills and spells, their learning difficulty was even greater. Yet players were only given 1 hour to learn their chosen Tier 4 legacy skill during their Tier 4 promotion. It was why many Tier 3 players failed to reach Tier 4 AD. One shouldn't underestimate the complexity of Tier 4 legacy skills, even if many of them only require a few simple physical actions to execute. In reality, executing a Tier 4 legacy skill was far more than just a series of physical actions. It also involved the manipulation of one's mana and mana body, which wasn't something one could master within a short time. The complexity of Tier 4 legacy skills would naturally vary depending on their rank. In the case of peak legacy skills, they typically required the user to construct 3 to 5 magic arrays in their mana body. As for Apex legacy skills, they required the user to construct no more than 15 magic arrays, yet Godslayer required the simultaneous operation of 28 magic arrays. Moreover, even the slightest interruption in the flow of the user's mana would result in the ultimate legacy skill failing to activate. However, before Shi Feng could start to marvel at Godslayer's complexity, Tia Polena had already thrown another lightning spear at him. Let's hope this works. Shi Feng manipulated his mana body according to the instructions he received and merged the Winter of Eternal Night with his body, causing the standard of his mana and concentration to skyrocket. Immediately afterward, he executed Light Shadow to block the incoming lightning spear. Boom. The collision between greatsword and spear caused the surrounding space to shatter into oblivion once more. This time, however, Shi Feng only lost a few thousand HP from the clash, which was nothing compared to Shi Feng's max HP, which exceeded 3 million. He also felt extraordinarily spirited after the clash. System, Godslayer activated successfully. Skill completion rate 70%. Learning conditions not met. You may use Godslayer again in 30 seconds. Add, what a powerful legacy skill. It can already provide such significant improvements to my mana and concentration at a 70% completion rate. When Shi Feng focused on his mana and concentration, he found that both had reached extraordinary heights. It should be known that a Tier 4 skill executed at a 70% completion rate could only exhibit 80% of the skill's original effects. Only after a skill's completion rate had reached 85% could it exhibit 100% of its original effects. Yet even though Godslayer had only exhibited 80% of its effects, Shi Feng found that his mana had not only reached a near-solid state in terms of density, but its strength was also nearing the Tier 5 standard. As for his concentration, it had grown so strong that he could shrug off the ancient god's arm's mental attacks entirely. In fact, his current mental state was even better than when he was in the outside world. Now, he could execute Light Shadow without much thought, and executing the mana technique hardly depleted his concentration. Your mana might have improved, but it still isn't enough to get you out of this place alive. When Tai Polena saw her attack failing to eliminate Shi Feng yet again, she thoroughly grew serious as she began throwing lightning spears at Shi Feng like a machine gun. She did not intend to give Shi Feng any breathing room whatsoever. That remains to be seen. Shi Feng smiled and responded to the hail of lightning spears by executing Light Shadow without reserve. Whenever their attacks clashed, Shi Feng was bound to lose some of his HP. However, the amount of HP he lost could be entirely offset by his battle recovery, so this loss was negligible. Moreover, with each subsequent use of Light Shadow, Shi Feng also grew more familiar with manipulating his mana. This, in turn, allowed him to manipulate his mana with much greater ease. Add, when 30 seconds passed, Shi Feng could finally use Godslayer again. Taking advantage of the gradually dissipating bonuses to his mana and concentration, Shi Feng quickly reconstructed the 28 magic arrays needed to activate Godslayer. Then, he swung the Winter of Eternal Night he wielded at the 3 lightning spears that flew at him simultaneously. Second sword, Holy Devour, boom. The 3 dazzling spears vanished instantly, and the sky above the ancient god graveyard transformed into a dark void. Then silence fell onto the battlefield. System: Godslayer activated successfully. Skill completion rate 91%. Learning conditions met. Do you wish to be promoted into a Tier 4 Sword Law Saint and utilize Godslayer as the core for your mana body? Chapter 3190, Chapter 264, Concentration Metamorphosis, Chapter 264, Concentration Metamorphosis, Silence, Cold, and Darkness. As if time had stopped in the ancient god graveyard. Tia Polena quietly hovered in the pitch-black sky with her sacred wings spread out. Several small cracks had appeared in the illusory barrier that protected the Valkyrie's pristine wings. Although these cracks were gradually mending themselves, it was obvious that they had suffered damage beyond their tolerable threshold. Is this the true power of a Tier 4 Ultimate Legacy skill? At this moment, Shi Feng could feel that the mana around him had taken on a near-solid state. He could even feel the surrounding space becoming significantly heavier. Shi Feng was no stranger to this phenomenon. On the contrary, he was incredibly familiar with it. However, it was precisely due to his familiarity with this phenomenon that he couldn't help but be surprised. After all, this was a phenomenon that would only appear when players had raised the strength and density of their mana to the Tier 5 standard. With mana of such high caliber, he could immobilize ordinary Tier 3 experts with nothing but the mana he radiated. "I applaud you for the tenacity you've shown," Tia Polena said, a hint of admiration appearing in her eyes when she saw that Shi Feng still refused to die to her attacks. "However, nothing will change even if you've gained Tier 5 mana. You're simply prolonging your suffering. Do not think even for a moment that you can leave this place alive." As soon as Tia Polena finished speaking, several dozen magic arrays suddenly appeared around her. Every one of these magic arrays was formed using divine runes and radiated an ancient and sacred divine might. Then, a moment later, several dozen 6-winged Valkyries emerged from these ancient magic arrays. "Are you kidding me?" Shi Feng's excited mood instantly fell to rock bottom when he saw the 6-winged Valkyries that filled the sky. These 6-winged Tier 4 Valkyries might not be as strong as Tia Polena, an 8-winged Tier 4 Valkyrie, but a force of several dozen of them was enough to erase an ancient empire that ruled over several hundred cities. There was no way a Tier 4 player like himself could go up against such a force. "Disappear from this land," Tia Polena shouted as she swung an arm forward. Immediately, the 6-winged Valkyries began launching lightning spears at Shi Feng one after another, blotting out the sky with hundreds of lightning spears in the blink of an eye. Every one of these spears carried power at the Tier 5 basic standard, and even a Tier 5 expert would have to flee in the face of hundreds of such attacks. Needless to say, Shi Feng had chosen to flee as soon as he saw the rain of lightning spears. "Now that I've completed my Tier 4 promotion, all I need to do is get out of the range of the ancient god's arm's divine might, and I should be able to leave using the legacy scroll," Shi Feng thought while dodging the lightning spears flying at him. If he were still a Tier 3 player, he would have died instantly to the several dozen 6-winged Valkyries. However, he had completed his promotion already. He was no longer a Tier 3 Sword King, but rather a bona fide Tier 4 Sword Emperor. Moreover, he was a Sword Emperor who had formed his mana body's core with an ultimate legacy skill. He was superior to even players with Tier 4 peak classes. System, congratulations. You have become a Tier 4 Sword Law Saint Sword Emperor. You have activated the Ultimate Legacy Core. All basic attributes plus 2400, all resistances plus 200, mana recovery rate increased by 120%, mana strength increased by 20%, all physical and magical attacks received that are below Tier 4 will be weakened by 40%. All basic attributes increased by 100%, and physique increased by 180%, rewarding 150 legacy skill points. If comparing purely in terms of basic attributes, he already rivaled superior mythic monsters of the same level. After factoring in the bonuses he received from Abyssal Power, his strength and agility had already reached the Tier 5 threshold. There was also his mana that had reached the Tier 5 standard. So long as he focused entirely on escaping, Even a force of several dozen six-winged Valkyries would need some time to kill him. Subsequently, Shi Feng could be seen dodging the descending lightning spears one after another, as if he were the moon's reflection on a lake. No matter how many lightning spears rained down on him, none of them managed to hit him. The only thing they managed to accomplish was to devastate the land around him. None of them are hitting? When Tia Polina saw Shi Feng's performance, a hint of surprise appeared on her face for the first time. Even a Tier 5 existence would suffer serious damage when subjected to the aerial bombardment of several dozen six-winged Valkyries. Yet Shi Feng had come out of this bombardment unscathed. The footwork and body technique he executed was so strange that even she had trouble keeping up with his movements. She found it especially bewildering when some of the lightning spears would swerve away from Shi Feng just when they were about to hit him. It was as if these lightning spears were actively trying to avoid him. In reality, even Shi Feng himself was surprised by this strange situation, though unlike Tia Polina, Shi Feng knew exactly what was causing this strange performance. Ascending into a Tier 4 Sword Law Saint provides such a huge improvement to concentration. If mana was described to be the foundation of all things in God's domain, then concentration could be regarded as a player's entire being. With a powerful concentration, not only could players control their bodies better, but they could also control mana much more easily. Previously, Shi Feng's concentration had already reached an exaggerated level after using Godslayer. His concentration had grown so strong that he could execute Holy Devour with relative ease. Now that he had gotten promoted to Tier 4, his concentration had undergone another qualitative transformation. Now, not only could he manipulate his body much more easily, but he could also manipulate the mana around him with much greater ease and precision. If his previous control over ambient mana was akin to moving a rock to his desired destination, his current control over ambient mana was akin to moving a piece of cotton. He could freely move it around while exerting little to no effort. Even manipulating his own mana, which had already taken on a solid state, required hardly any effort. This was also why Shi Feng could easily and rapidly disrupt the lightning spear's flight trajectory by changing the density of the mana around him. Otherwise, even if he were to reach Tier 5, he still wouldn't be able to dodge several hundred lightning spears without getting hit even once. After seeing the six-winged Valkyries trying and failing to do any damage to Shi Feng for a moment longer, Tia Polina grew impatient and joined in on the offensive as well, commanding, "Assist me! Do not let the trespasser escape!" Immediately, with Tia Polina as the center, the six-winged Valkyries began working together to create a gigantic magic array that covered a 1,000-yard radius. The magic array harnessed the power of lightning from the surroundings and concentrated it to form a dazzling ball of lightning that enveloped Tia Polina. This sphere of lightning even grew bigger and stronger as time passed. Thunder annihilation? Are they trying to erase this entire land? Shi Feng's expression grew incredibly somber when he saw the growing sphere of lightning in the sky. Thunder annihilation was a super large-scale curse that could erase an entire city. When cast by several dozen Tier 4 Valkyries, the curse could obliterate even the capital city of a kingdom. If the average Tier 5 MT received this move, they'd turn into dust instantly. "Let's see how you dodge this," Tia Polina said after she finished chanting Thunder Annihilation's incantations. Immediately afterward, the lightning sphere that had reached a size of several hundred meters descended toward Shi Feng, the sphere obliterating everything in its path and leaving a trail of broken space. Without even looking back, Shi Feng left behind an afterimage as he flew forward as fast as he could. "Faster! I need to be faster!" There was no question that he would die should he get hit by the Valkyrie's Thunder Annihilation. Even his soul would be erased until nothing remained. However, as it wasn't feasible to flee out of Thunder Annihilation's massive attack range, his only way of surviving now would be to fly out of the Ancient God's arm's influence and teleport out of the Ancient God graveyard using the legendary Legacy Scroll. As the lightning sphere got closer and closer to hitting the ground, Shi Feng also flew closer and closer to the edge of the Ancient God's arm's influence. 300 yards? 200 yards. The lightning sphere hit the ground, exploded, and unleashed countless arcs of lightning to the surroundings. Even the patrolling divine graveyard wanderers were instantly reduced to ashes when they came into contact with these lightning arcs. "I'm out. Let me make it." At the same time, Shi Feng had also finally fled out of the ancient god's arm's influence. Immediately, he unfurled the legendary legacy scroll in his hands, causing it to split apart into countless fragments. Then, these fragments formed a silvery gray space-time fissure in front of him. The instant the space-time fissure formed, Shi Feng immediately jumped into it without waiting for it to stabilize and vanished from the ancient god graveyard. Even after Shi Feng had disappeared, the countless arcs of lightning continued devouring everything in their path. By the time the lightning arcs subsided, the land they traversed looked as if it had never existed. TL notes. For reference, this is what Shi Feng got when he became a Tier 4 Blade Saint, taken from Chapter 2694. System. Congratulations. You have become a Tier 4 Blade Saint Sword Emperor. You have activated the Apex Legacy Core. All basic attributes, plus 2,000, all resistances, plus 150, mana recovery rate increased by 100%, all physical and magical attacks received that are below Tier 4 will be weakened by 30%. All basic attributes increased by 100%, and physique increased by 150%, rewarding 100 legacy skill points. Chapter 3191, Chapter 265, God List Rank 21, Chapter 265, God List Rank 21. Under the blue sky and several meters above a vast and boundless ocean, a space-time fissure that was hundreds of meters in height and width appeared all of a sudden. Then a black shadow shot out of the fissure and smashed into the ocean below. Just as this shadow was about to hit the calm ocean, an invisible force halted this shadow's descent and kept this shadow hovering a few meters above the ocean. Great. It worked. Shi Feng couldn't help but grow excited when he sensed that his surroundings were brimming with mana. He had very nearly lost his life in the ancient god graveyard and wasted the ancient god legacy he had acquired. Fortunately, the legendary legacy scroll did not disappoint. Even though he had entered the space-time passage before it had stabilized, it still allowed him to safely escape from the ancient god graveyard. With this, he had successfully completed his promotion. Now all that was left to do was to report to the Adventurers Association and get himself certified as a Tier 4 player. What a strange place. It won't even let me use return scrolls here. Shi Feng couldn't help but be a little surprised when he saw that he couldn't use any of his return scrolls or guild transfer scrolls. Have I not returned to the miniature ancient world? There were a few reasons return scrolls and guild transfer scrolls would fail to take effect. Meanwhile, one of these reasons was that the user wasn't in the same world as the target destination of these scrolls. After factoring in the situation he had just experienced, Shi Feng felt that this was a likely possibility. Thinking up to this point, Shi Feng bitterly smiled as he thought, "It seems an unstable passage still comes with its risks, no matter. Although I don't know where this place is, at least I managed to escape from the ancient god graveyard. For now, I should find a place to settle down." Immediately, Shi Feng began flying in the direction that had denser mana. In God's domain, players could fly by manipulating their mana after reaching Tier 4, and their speed would be faster than even Epic Land mounts. Moreover, they could remain in flight for a much longer than Tier 3 experts who have grasped a mana domain. The only flaw with flying using this method was that it consumed players' concentration. It was similar to how players would expend stamina when running on land. Hence, players couldn't remain in flight forever. What a special place this is. The mana here is incredibly dense, and the mysterious energy here is astonishingly violent. Even a Tier 3 player with a gold mana body wouldn't last more than 5 hours in this place. After Shi Feng flew for around an hour, he took notice of the peculiarity of this foreign space. The density of the ambient mana in this foreign space was already close to rivaling Abyssal Star City. Even peak experts would see significant improvements if they lived in such an environment for a long time. However, The problem was that this place was also inundated with a kind of mysterious energy. Meanwhile, the rate at which this mysterious energy corroded players' bodies was several times greater than the mysterious energy found in the Boundary Mountain Range. Before reaching Tier 4, any player who tried to explore this space alone would meet a swift death. This was because, apart from the violent, mysterious energy, this foreign space was also filled with many wandering monsters, be it in the air or in the ocean. The sea monsters in the ocean were especially dangerous, and they were significantly stronger than land-based monsters of the same rank and level. When it came to HP, sea monsters had several times more HP than land monsters, after including their ability to fight freely in the ocean. Even a level 120 Great Lord-ranked sea monster would be beyond the strength of a 6-man party of level 128 Tier 3 players. If Tier 3 players wished to fight sea monsters, they'd need the support of ships. Otherwise, they'd only become food for sea monsters. Players? At this time, Shi Feng suddenly noticed several dozen ships over 1,000 yards away from him. These ships were split into 2 groups and constantly shelled each other with cannon fire. The explosions were so intense that Shi Feng could hear them clearly, even from over 1,000 yards away. Fire! Quickly get the defensive magic array ready. The other side's destruction spell is coming. Standing on an advanced ship capable of carrying 20 passengers, a woman dressed in light blue robes and wielding an epic staff quickly issued commands to her teammates in response to the enemy's destruction spell. Boom! A pillar of flames descended from the sky and struck the 2-fold magic barrier that had just formed, shattering it instantly. Although the barrier had blocked most of the flame pillar's power, some residue power that got past still caused the advanced ship's energy shield to tremble and crack a little. The ship's energy shield can only withstand 2 more of such attacks. Vice Commander Rain, a level 114 Elven Ranger, reported when she saw the ship's dwindling energy reserve. At this rate, the energy shield will break in under 10 minutes. We should just hand that item to them. If we do that, they might stop troubling us. Stop joking, Commander Daybreak, Moonrain said as she looked at the elven woman. You are Soulfire's ally. If we let you surrender that item after accepting your commission, Soulfire will become a laughingstock in the future. Not to mention our opponents are only one of Divine Hunter's leveling teams. Our chances of escaping aren't 0. However, despite hearing Moonrain's words, the elven woman named Daybreak Mist shook her head and said, You aren't familiar with Divine Hunter's behavior, but the attacks they have used so far are only a warning to us. If we continue struggling and anger Divine Hunters, my side won't be the only one to suffer Divine Hunter's retaliation. Even Soulfire will most likely have trouble establishing a foothold in Crying Sea City. Such an offensive is only a warning. Moonrain grew a little speechless when she heard Daybreak Mist's words. Even now there was a constant stream of cannon fire bombarding their energy shields. No matter how she looked at it, the other side clearly intended to obliterate them. Yet Daybreak Mist was saying that this was only the other side's way of sending them a warning, and the other side wasn't attacking them seriously at all. It should be known that their current fleet was Soulfire's main fleet. The fleet had 5 advanced ships and 15 common ships. Although the other side had 10 advanced ships and 10 common ships, they weren't without a chance of escaping. After all, naval battles differed from land battles. On land, the quality of expert players was very important. However, at sea, the importance of ships far exceeded the importance of expert players. In a naval battle, so long as the ships of both sides retained their energy shields, the only thing the players of both sides could do was fling ranged skills and spells at each other. In a situation where both sides were composed of only Tier 3 players, there wouldn't be a significant difference when it came to flinging ranged skills and spells. If Soulfire's fleet took advantage of the winds and tides, escaping from Divine Hunter's fleet shouldn't be a difficult challenge. Of course, Moonrain did not doubt Daybreak Mist's words. After all, Daybreak Mist was the commander of Nightblade, a top adventurer team that originated from one of the Four Saints' higher gods' domains. At the same time, Daybreak Mist was also a bona fide 4th floor expert. While Moonrain and Daybreak Mist were talking, a deep and cold voice suddenly came from afar. It seems you're quite the sensible person, Daybreak Mist. I guess it isn't without reason you managed to develop Nightblade to its current scale. Following this voice, a young man dressed in dark red robes and wielding a crimson staff suddenly appeared above Moonrain and Daybreak Mist's ship. "What? Why is he here?" Moonrain was greatly shocked when she saw the male elementalist hovering in the air. At this moment, Moonrain and Soulfire's members weren't the only ones panicking over this unexpected development. Even Daybreak Mist's expression sank when she saw the young man, Balrog Hart. Currently ranked 21st on the God-ranked expert list, while also being one of the two little monsters nurtured by divine hunters. Moreover, 2 years ago, at the age of 27, Balrog Hart had already received the title of Balrog from the Seven Luminaries Alliance. After undergoing 2 years of training as one of Divine Hunter's future successors, nobody knew exactly how powerful Balrog Hart had become. The only reference everyone had was the fight in Crying Sea City's Colosseum a few days ago, where Balrog Hart had defeated a veteran titled expert in only 20 moves and received the 21st rank on the God-ranked expert list. "Hand over the Tier 4 Legacy Guidance Scroll and all of your ships, and I will spare your lives," Balrog Hart said in a commanding tone. "Otherwise, all of you will suffer triple the death penalty and be eliminated from Crying Sea City. You're going too far, Balrog. I can hand over the Legacy Guidance Scroll, but not the ships. We can't even survive in Crying Sea City without them," Daybreak Mist shouted angrily. The ocean made up over 90% of the top of 2 worlds, so ships became crucial for players seeking to develop here. Because of this, ships were in great demand, and replacing even one lost ship would require a lot of magic crystals, time, and effort, let alone an entire fleet. "Too far?" Balrog Hart laughed. "Do you think you people can leave this place alive?" Nobody on Soulfire's side could offer a rebuttal in response to Balrog Hart's question. Even Daybreak Mist could only grit her teeth in silence. Just when Balrog Hart thought of starting another round of mockery, a deep and clear voice suddenly entered everyone's ears. "What if they can leave this place alive?" Chapter 3192, Chapter 266, Zero Wings Guild Leader Black Flame. Chapter 266, Zero Wings Guild Leader Black Flame. Everyone instinctively turned toward the source of the voice. Without anyone noticing, a cloaked man had appeared 100 meters above the ocean. The man carried 2 swords around his waist, but he radiated neither the aura of an expert nor a dangerous aura. At first glance, this cloaked man seemed like an ordinary swordsman one could find anywhere. "Is this guy nuts? He dares to speak like that to Lord Balrog? Seeing as he can fly, he should have grasped a mana domain, so I guess he can be considered a powerful expert. However, he probably hasn't seen Lord Balrog in action before, so maybe that's why he dares to utter such bold words. He's probably an ignorant native, then. This is the end of his life now that he has spoken so rudely to Lord Balrog." Divine Hunter's members held a merry discussion among themselves as they looked at the cloaked man in the sky. Some of them had even started worrying about the cloaked man's future. As for the words the cloaked man uttered, none of them treated those words seriously. In the greater God's domain, titled 4th Floor experts were known as walking disasters. Even at Tier 3, such an expert could fight a team of 1,000 experts in the greater God's domain's environment. Not to mention Balrog Hart was in existence capable of defeating a veteran-titled expert using only 20 moves. Experts capable of grasping a mana domain at Tier 3 might seem rare in the eyes of the miniature ancient world's natives. But experts of such caliber were no different than a Tier 3 ordinary player in front of Balrog Hart. Balrog Hart could defeat such players with a flip of his hand. What a powerful expert. When Daybreak Mist looked at the cloaked man in the sky, a hint of surprise appeared in her silver eyes. She was in possession of the sacred eyes. Compared to ordinary experts, she could see the flow of mana much more clearly. Hence, she could see that the cloaked man had seemingly matched the flow of mana in his body with the ambient mana around him. This was a feat that required incredible control over mana. This was also why nobody present could sense the cloaked man's presence, even though he was clearly standing under the glaring sun. Experts capable of controlling their mana to such an extent were typically titled experts. However, Daybreak Mist quickly shook her head. Titled experts might be apex existences in the current miniature ancient world that even the various hegemonic powers had to be wary of, but Balrog Hart wasn't an ordinary titled expert. He was someone capable of defeating a veteran titled expert in 20 moves. Before Daybreak Mist could give a word of advice to the cloaked man, Balrog Hart glared at the cloaked man and sneered. Immediately afterward, 2 Tier 3 two-fold magic arrays appeared next to him, each magic array carrying mana nearing the Tier 4 standard. Of these 2 magic arrays, one was for the Tier 3 confinement spell Flame Lock, and one was for the Tier 3 destruction spell Lava Explosion. Double silent casting? Moonrain shuddered, her mind having trouble accepting this situation. Moonrain was an elementalist, so she knew how difficult it was to execute silent casting. It was also the technique she hoped to master. When players were casting spells in God's domain, they typically had to form an impression of the spell's magic array in their minds. Afterward, they would need to chant the necessary incantation to deepen their impression of the magic array. Then their spell would take shape. Of course, a more convenient way to cast spells was to draw the magic array directly in one's mind. This would drastically reduce the chanting needed to strengthen the magic array's formation. This technique was also known by people as speed casting. Meanwhile, magical class players would only be considered experts if they could execute speed casting. As for players capable of executing double speed casting, they were typically peak experts. Currently, triple speed casting was Moonrain's limit. However, there was another type of spellcasting method that was superior to speed casting, and that was silent casting. Silent casting did not require the process of drawing a magic array. Instead, players would form the magic array directly with mana. Meanwhile, double silent casting was a feat Moonrain didn't even think was possible. Not to mention, Balrog Hart had created twofold magic arrays for both of his spells. This meant that he had created the same magic arrays twice, effectively doubling the power of his spells. Meanwhile, Daybreak Mist quickly shouted, "Quickly dodge!" The reason Balrog Hart had received the title of Balrog wasn't because of his player ID. Instead, it was because of his extraordinary mastery over fire-type spells. Not only could he manipulate fire-type spells effortlessly, but he also had the ability to resolve the slow mana gathering problem that plagued all fire-type spells. By the time Daybreak Mist had shouted her warning, Balrog Hart's twofold magic arrays were already done gathering the mana they needed. Suddenly, a flame barrier appeared in the air, enveloping the cloaked man entirely. This flame barrier was incredibly sturdy, and even a Tier 4 mythic monster would need several attacks to break this flame barrier from the inside. Immediately afterward, a sphere of lava with a radius of several dozen meters emerged from one of the magic arrays next to Balrog Hart and flew toward the flame barrier. "It's over." Daybreak Mist closed her eyes. Flame Lock would not block attacks coming from the outside. In other words, Balrog Hart's lava explosion could bypass the Flame Lock and attack the cloaked man directly. Meanwhile, Lava Explosion was a destruction spell, so it couldn't be dodged or blocked. Just when the lava sphere was passing through the Flame Lock, the cloaked man's voice appeared once again. "This is quite the powerful move. It's a pity it's useless against me." As soon as the cloaked man finished speaking, an explosion rang out in midair. Subsequently, a blooming flower made of sword lights instantly ripped the flame barrier to shreds and fragmented the lava sphere into countless pieces. As for the cloaked man, he remained unscathed as he hovered in midair and quietly looked down at Balrog Hart.
"He blocked it?"
Impossible. That was Lord Balrog's trademark move. Divine Hunters members were stupefied by this scene, their jaws dropping. Even a superior mythic monster would get injured when going up against such a rapid double silent casting. Yet the uncloaked man didn't lose a single HP from the exchange. Balrog Hart was similarly stunned by this situation. Immediately, his expression turned serious, and he looked at the cloaked man in the air and asked, "Who are you?" Anyone capable of blocking his twofold lava explosion couldn't be a nameless nobody in the miniature ancient world. As for those capable of receiving his combination attack without taking a single point of damage, they numbered no more than a handful. However, Balrog Hart did not receive an answer from the cloaked man, though he did get a response from Moon Rain, who had muttered something in surprise. Guild leader Black Flame? The spread of sword lights was a very familiar sight to Moon Rain. As far as she could recall, Shi Feng was the only person to have ever used such a sword technique. Guild leader Black Flame? Daybreak Mist fell into a daze when she overheard Moon Rain's mumbling. He is Zero Wing's guild leader Black Flame? Chapter 393, Chapter 267. Splitting the World. Chapter 267. Splitting the World. Black Flame's name was quite famous in the miniature ancient world, after all. Not only was he a fourth-floor expert, an existence that was rare even in the greater world, but he was also the de facto owner of the popular abyssal Star City. In addition, he was also the guild leader of Zero Wing, the ruling power of the Asura Mercenary Alliance. Are you sure you're not mistaken, Rain? Daybreak Mist couldn't help but ask Moon Rain. Daybreak Mist had received an invitation to join the Asura Mercenary Alliance from Moon Rain multiple times before. However, she had turned down the offer every time. While the Asura Mercenary Alliance might offer its members a high degree of freedom and priority entry into Abyssal Star City, the Mercenary Alliance was far too weak when it came to combat capabilities. It should be known that competition in the current miniature ancient world was no less intense than the competition in the greater god's domain. Weak powers might be able to survive and even gain an advantage over other powers during the early periods of the miniature ancient world, but this would no longer be true in the long run. In fact, unless these weak powers could gather a sufficient number of experts, they would quickly lose their place and be eliminated from the miniature ancient world. Daybreak Mist's opinion, the Asura Mercenary Alliance would be categorized as one of these weak powers. After all, the Asura Mercenary Alliance only had a handful of fourth-floor experts and not even one titled expert. With so few capable experts under its command, how was it supposed to contest against the various hegemonic powers over resources in the future? Yet, now, Moon Rain was saying that the cloaked man, who had come out unscathed after receiving Balrog Hart's combination attack, was actually Zero Wing's guild leader Black Flame. This was a very astonishing revelation, so Daybreak Mist couldn't help but doubt it. It should be. I've only ever seen guild leader Black Flame using that sword technique, Moon Rain said, her eyes glowing with excitement. The achievement of fighting Balrog Hart, the 21st ranked player on the god-ranked expert list, would definitely become an inspiration for all players of their god's domain. It should be known that ever since the Myriad World's descent, apart from Cassio, nobody else from their god's domain had managed to get onto the god-ranked expert list. Moreover, because more and more god-ranked experts began to appear afterward, Cassio was quickly squeezed out of the ranking list. This situation caused the various foreign gods' domains players to look down on their gods' domains experts, and they were now regarded as wild monkeys by these foreign players. However, it was a different story now that Shi Feng had shown himself capable of fighting Balrog Hart to a standstill. Setting aside whether Shi Feng could steal Balrog Hart's position on the god-ranked expert list, he should have no problem getting into the top 30. Once this matter became official, the Asura Mercenary Alliance would definitely see a rise in its position in the miniature ancient world. Black Flame? So, he's that Zero Wing's guild leader? Is he really that Black Flame? Didn't the rumors say that he had refrained from appearing in Hundred Flow City's Colosseum because he was too weak? How could he receive no damage from Lord Balrog's attack? The Divine Hunters members were all experts among experts. They possessed incredibly powerful senses, so even though Moon Rain was several dozen yards away from them, they still managed to hear her mutterings. Only Divine Hunters members couldn't help but doubt their ears when they heard the name Moon Rain uttered. Balrog Hart's trademark move was an attack that even ordinary titled experts could not block without taking damage. Experts capable of accomplishing such a feat were all existences standing at the apex of the miniature ancient world. Even if Shi Feng managed to get his hands on a portion of the greater god's domain's legacies, there was no way he should be able to accomplish such a feat. Interesting. So you're Zero Wing's guild leader? A hint of fighting spirit appeared in Balrog Hart's eyes as he looked at Shi Feng. "No wonder you dare to spout such nonsense in front of me. However, if you think that you can protect them just because you can block my lava explosion, I'll have you know that you are sorely mistaken." After saying so, Balrog Hart raised his crimson staff and began rapidly chanting a series of incantations. Immediately, the mana within a 1,000-yard radius began swarming toward Balrog Hart, the gathered mana creating a storm that covered a 1,000-yard radius. The degree of control Balrog Hart had exerted over the surrounding mana was so great that seeing it made even a fourth-floor expert like Daybreak Mist feel ashamed of herself. Monstrous. This was the only description Daybreak Mist could come up with to describe what was taking place before her. The influx of mana had not only increased Balrog Hart's mana to the Tier 4 standard, but it had also allowed Balrog Hart to create 4 two-fold magic arrays simultaneously. Twofold Tier 3 Curse, Breath of Madness, twofold Tier 3 Curse, Flame Domain, twofold Tier 3 Curse, Scorched Blessing, twofold Tier 3 Curse, Flame God Spear. Every one of these Tier 3 curses originally possessed power and effects rivaling Tier 4 spells already. Their complexity was also incredibly high. Although the twofold version of these Tier 3 curses could exhibit power beyond ordinary Tier 4 spells, their complexity also went beyond ordinary Tier 4 spells. Yet Balrog Hart had successfully cast the twofold versions of all 4 of these Tier 3 curses simultaneously via quadruple speed casting. The strength he currently displayed was significantly stronger than what he had shown during his Colosseum fight in Crying Sea City. In fact, Daybreak Mist couldn't help but suspect that if Balrog Hart had executed this high-level quadruple speed casting during his Colosseum fight, he wouldn't have even needed 20 moves to finish the fight. Of the 4 curses Balrog Hart cast, Breath of Madness was a confinement spell that could be used to lock down a space. Meanwhile, enemies trapped within this space would have their mobility and reaction speed reduced. Their control over mana would also be reduced by over 50%. While trapped within Breath of Madness, players would find it extremely difficult to use skills, spells, combat techniques, and mana techniques. As for the 3 other curses, Flame Domain increased the power of the user's fire-type spells by 100% and weakened the effects of other attributed spells by 50%. Scorched Blessing increased the user's basic attributes by 80% and control over the fire element by 30%. And Flame God's Spear was a large-scale destruction spell capable of breaking a town's defensive magic array in one hit. These 4 Tier 3 curses synergized with each other incredibly well. With this move, Balrog Hart could annihilate even fourth-floor experts with the flip of a hand. Subsequently, a flame spear measuring 1,000 meters in length suddenly descended from the sky, the aura of power the spear radiated, instilling a sense of despair into everyone present. After being enhanced by 3 Tier 3 curses, Balrog Hart's Flame God's Spear could destroy not only a town's magic array, but also the town itself. "Try blocking this move," Balrog Hart said, laughing. However, before Balrog Hart could say anything more, Shi Feng suddenly swung the Winter of Eternal Night. First sword, Light Shadow. Suddenly, time on the battlefield seemingly froze as everything and everyone stopped moving. Even the descending Flame God's Spear was no exception. Then, under everyone's gaze, the sky, the ocean, and the 1,000-meter spear all split in half. However, before everyone could even start to feel surprised, the bisected flame spear fell into the ocean and created 2 huge holes that were several kilometers deep. At the same time, the advanced ships that were in the flame spear halves way, the players on board these advanced ships, and Balrog Hart vanished without a trace. Chapter 3194, Chapter 268, Sword Emperor. Chapter 268, Sword Emperor. What happened? They're gone. Be it Soulfire's members or Nightblade's members, everyone was dumbfounded by what just happened. Even Daybreak Mist couldn't help but rub her eyes and take another look. When Balrog Hart's Flame God's Spear appeared, Daybreak Mist had felt the presence of death enveloping her. The power of the attack had already gone beyond her ability to survive. In front of this attack, the average titled expert was nothing but a joke. This was because Balrog Hart's attack had already reached a level where it could destroy an entire town. Upon realizing Balrog Heart's strength, Daybreak Mist couldn't help but feel suffocated. Yet Shi Feng's attack had not only erased Balrog Heart's full-powered attack, but it had also left a gash in the ocean that extended for several kilometers. Rain, are you really sure this person is the guild leader Black Flame you mentioned? Daybreak Mist whispered to Moonrain, trying to seek further confirmation. This was Balrog Heart they were talking about, the 21st ranked player on the God-ranked expert list. Yet, not only did Black Flame defeat Balrog Heart, but he had even accomplished it in one move. This was a feat that probably only the monsters ranked within the God-ranked expert list's top 10 could accomplish. It should be known that every one of these top 10 monsters was an existence capable of monopolizing an entire medium shipyard. Meanwhile, not only could a medium shipyard generate tremendous amounts of wealth for a power, but it could also increase the chances of a power being recruited by a conglomerate in the future. It was the dream of countless powers to join a conglomerate in the greater god's domain. Unfortunately, generally speaking, only upper-ranking hegemonic powers could catch the attention of conglomerates and become a part of a conglomerate. However, now that the miniature ancient world had become a gathering place for the myriad worlds, an immense amount of wealth was gathered here. Moreover, many ore veins capable of producing 7 luminaries crystals have been discovered across the top of 2 worlds. If a power could dominate a sizable portion of the miniature ancient world, even if said power wasn't an upper-ranking hegemonic power, it might still have a chance of catching the various conglomerates' attention. After all, 7 luminaries crystals were a rare commodity that was in high demand no matter where one went. Even if a power was weak, so long as it could generate enough 7 luminaries crystals, the various conglomerates wouldn't mind extending an olive branch to it. It should be, Moonrain answered hesitantly. At this moment, even Moonrain couldn't help but grow uncertain. Although she knew that Black Flame was powerful, she never thought he would be so powerful as to kill Balrog Heart in one move. While Moonrain and Daybreak Mist were talking, Shi Feng waved his hand at the items Balrog Heart and Divine Hunter's other members dropped. Immediately, the items dropped by these 100-plus players flew toward him. Then he began stuffing the items into his bag one after another. This is a large sea map. Shi Feng was pleasantly surprised as he looked at the tattered map in his hands. Generally, when players entered a region they had never visited, their system map would only display their nearby surroundings. If players wished to have a more informative map of the region, they would have to explore the region in person. Either that or they could purchase a region map from a nearby NPC city. If players wanted to operate out at sea, a sea map was an indispensable item. This was because a sea map would not only display islands that wouldn't be displayed on the system map, but it also covered a large area. Moreover, the sea map would also mark the player's specific location, preventing players from getting lost while navigating at sea. Typically, sea maps could be divided into small, medium, and large sizes. Each size category of sea map would also cover an increasingly larger area. Small sea maps would cover an area roughly the size of 2 or 3 land-based leveling maps. Medium sea maps would cover 7 or 8 leveling maps, and large sea maps would cover at least 20 leveling maps. During the exploration phase of a region, a large sea map could easily be worth 2 or 3 fragmented legendary items. So it was a truly pleasant surprise to Shi Feng that Balrog Heart would gift a large sea map to him. It should be known that he had only helped Soulfire get rid of Balrog Heart in passing. He never really thought of gaining anything from this action. After all, Soulfire had already joined the Asura Mercenary Alliance. Moreover, Moonrain had given Wu Lingling a lot of help thus far. So, he naturally had to help Moonrain now that the other party was in trouble. As for how Shi Feng managed to eliminate Balrog Heart so easily, it was because Balrog Heart was only a Tier 3 player. There was a significant gap between Tier 3 and Tier 4 players. Not to mention, Shi Feng was even equipped with the Blazing Flame set, a level 120 Dark Gold Immortal set. It might be a different story if Balrog Heart had reached Tier 4 already, but before that happened, Shi Feng would only need one move to take care of him. So this place is the top of 2 worlds? Shi Feng was a little surprised after he was done inspecting the sea map. He didn't think that the top of 2 worlds would be a world within a world. Moreover, It was quite a huge world, at the very least. Judging by the information he gleaned from the map, the top of two worlds should be significantly larger than the miniature ancient world. The nearest NPC city from here is Crying Sea City. I should head there and get some rest. Afterward, Shi Feng stored the sea map and flew toward Crying Sea City. He's flying away. It will take him over 10 hours to reach Crying Sea City, even if he can fly with his mana domain. Even if he exhausts his concentration, there's no way he can reach the city, right? Could he have reached Tier 4 already? Everyone was stunned when they saw Shi Feng flying into the distance. A Tier 3 player could fly so long as they had a mana domain. However, flying via this method consumed a lot of concentration, so flying for long periods of time wouldn't be possible. Seeing as Shi Feng was flying in Crying Sea City's direction, he should be aware of the city's existence. In that case, he should also know that the city was over 10 hours away from their current location. Yet, he had still chosen to fly there. This could only mean that he had already reached Tier 4 and gained the ability to fly for long periods of time. Only Tier 4 should still be a goal far out of the reach of the miniature ancient world's various powers, although many hegemonic powers had already found Tier 4 legacy lands. A few days had only passed since the first batch of challengers had left to challenge their Tier 4 promotion. Going by the average time it took for players to complete their Tier 4 promotion, this first batch of challengers would still need at least 10 days before they could complete their promotion. There was an incredible gap between Tier 3 and Tier 4 classes. If Shi Feng had indeed reached Tier 4 already, it wouldn't even be an exaggeration to say that he was invincible in the current miniature ancient world. A Tier 4 Sword Emperor, Moonrain's eyes lit up in excitement as she looked at Shi Feng's departing back. Crying Sea City is probably going to see a change of hands soon. Crying Sea City was a gathering place for over 100 million players, and it was currently under the rule of two tyrants, Divine Hunters and Morning Light. Both were hegemonic powers originating from a higher god's domain, and they had ruled over the city ever since players gained access to the top of two worlds. Now, though, Crying Sea City might be seeing a change of hands. So, this is the strength Asura has kept hidden Daybreak. Mist also fell into a daze after coming across this revelation. It was already astonishing that Shi Feng had managed to kill Balrog Heart. The fact that Shi Feng had reached Tier 4 was even more surprising. Daybreak Mist couldn't help but reevaluate her opinion of the Asura Mercenary Alliance. At the same time, she also decided that she would have her adventurer team join Asura as soon as she returned. Meanwhile, shortly after Shi Feng left, news of Balrog Heart's death also reached Crying Sea City, the news making waves in the city. Chapter 3195, 95, Chapter 269, Tier 4 Powerhouse, Chapter 269, Tier 4 Powerhouse. Two Worlds Sea, Crying Sea City. Crying Sea City was one of the few super-large NPC cities present in the Two Worlds Sea, and it had become the gathering place of countless powers from the myriad gods' domains. However, out of all these powers, only two guilds had successfully garrisoned Crying Sea City, Divine Hunters and Morning Light. Both guilds possessed a guild residence in the city's central area. Because of this, the two guilds' members could freely teleport into the city via guild transfer scrolls. This situation not only caused the various powers and players to grow envious, but it also established the two guilds' authority in Crying Sea City. As for powers that failed to garrison Crying Sea City, they could only compete for the limited number of temporary guild halls available at the city's Adventurers Association. The guild leader killed Balrog Heart? Su Qianliu, who was resting in her office, was shocked when she heard the report Wu Lingling had just made to her. "Are you sure about this?" "This matter has already reached the ears of Crying Sea City's various hegemonic powers, so it shouldn't be wrong. Soulfire has also messaged us offline, saying that the guild leader is on his way to Crying Sea City," Wu Lingling said excitedly. Because of this, the number of adventurer teams looking to join Asura has increased substantially. Everyone thinks that Asura can secure an administrative seat during the upcoming medium shipyard competition. Ships were the basis of survival in the Two Worlds Sea. Players couldn't do without ships if they wished to make progress here. However, obtaining ships from NPCs was incredibly difficult and costly. If players wished to acquire a large number of ships at an affordable price, their only option was to construct them at a shipyard. The only problem was that players needed to compete for the administrative rights of the various NPC cities' shipyards. Every shipyard had a fixed number of administrative seats, and this number would typically range from 2 to 3. So long as a power managed to secure a seat, it could spend materials to mass-produce ships. The advantages and wealth a power could generate through this were self-evident. Meanwhile, powers looking to compete for a shipyard's administrative seats could only send 6 experts to represent them. So one could imagine how much of an advantage the Asura Mercenary Alliance would have if one of its representatives was a powerhouse capable of defeating the 21st-ranked Balrog Heart. Not to mention, the Asura Mercenary Alliance's experts had grown significantly because of all the clashes they've had with the Myriad Worlds experts and the Primordial Towers effect. They've grown so much that Shi Feng would probably be surprised when he saw them. With the help of a top 20 god list expert, it was entirely possible for the Asura Mercenary Alliance to secure an administrative seat in the upcoming competition. The guild leader is on his way here? Su Qianlu's expression suddenly changed when she heard Wu Lingling's words. Lingling, notify Hidden Soul and have her bring a team outside the city to meet up with the guild leader immediately. I'll head over with a team as well. What's wrong, Vice Guild Leader? Wu Lingling asked in confusion. The nail that sticks out gets hammered. While contacting some trustworthy core members of Zero Wing in the city, Su Qianlu explained, the various powers in Crying Sea City have only ignored Zero Wing and Asura previously because we were only inconspicuous powers. Even establishing a foothold in the city had taken us a lot of effort. However, now that we've suddenly become a strong contender for Crying Sea City's medium shipyard, and there are only a few days left before the medium shipyard competition, how do you think Crying Sea City's various hegemonic powers will react? How will Divine Hunters and Morning Light react? They'll destroy the guild leader? Wu Lingling suddenly felt a chill crawling down her spine, her expression turning somber. Whoever gained control over Crying Sea City's shipyards would gain dominance over the city. Currently, Divine Hunters and Morning Light only held control over Crying Sea City's small shipyard. Even then, they had already become nigh invincible out at sea. They had also gained control over an important ore vein out at sea. A medium shipyard was capable of manufacturing ships of higher ranking than what a small shipyard could manufacture. If a power managed to secure it, its naval power would definitely skyrocket. Shi Feng was the Asura Mercenary Alliance's only hope for winning an administrative seat. So long as the various hegemonic powers could kill Shi Feng once, they would have one less competitor in the upcoming medium shipyard competition. That's right, Su Qianlu nodded. The guild leader might have the strength to kill someone as strong as Balrog Heart, but the mysterious energy at sea is incredibly violent. If the various hegemonic powers surround him, it won't be difficult for them to kill him. So we must meet with the guild leader before the other powers find him. The Top of Two Worlds was different from the rest of the miniature ancient world. Players could only communicate via the system if they were within a certain range of each other. At most, this range was enough to cover an entire city, hence it was incredibly difficult for players to communicate over long distances. If players wished to do so, offline communication would be the quickest method. However, they evidently couldn't contact Shi Feng via offline means now that he had already left for the greater world. So their only option was to send people to find Shi Feng. I understand. I'll go and inform Big Sis Soul right away, Wu Lingling said before quickly logging out of the game. Zero Wing might be the heart of the Asura Mercenary Alliance, but the Mercenary Alliance's various teams did not operate in the same area. The quickest way to gather these teams would be to contact them offline. Not long after Su Qianlu and the others began making their move, a figure suddenly got enveloped by a magic barrier in the sky a short distance from Crying Sea City. Subsequently, a fleet of more than 500 advanced ships quickly gathered underneath the barrier. This was a rare sight even in Crying Sea City, and the ships passing by couldn't help but avoid this massive fleet.
Damn it, we were too late.
When Hidden Soul saw the figure enveloped in the magic barrier, her complexion turned incredibly gloomy. Hidden Soul had rushed back to Crying Sea City as soon as she heard the news from Wu Lingling. She originally thought that she could get in touch with Shi Feng first, since friend communication had a much bigger range. Yet Crying Sea City's various hegemonic powers still managed to get ahead of her. "What is the meaning of this?" Shi Feng asked, a slight frown forming on his face as he looked at the 4 people before him. Shi Feng was rather familiar with these 4 people. They were Titan Sword One Step, 100 Beast Florence, Dark Banner Melissa, and Shadow Emperor Convicted. All 4 were famous individuals in the Greater God's domain. At the same time, they were also veteran-titled monsters. During their younger days, they were not the slightest bit weaker than the current Balrog Heart. Take Divine Hunters One Step, for example. Although he was in his 50s now, he was more talented than even Balrog Heart, having received a title from the 7 Luminaries Alliance at the young age of 25. As for why he had received the title of Titan Sword, it was because he possessed the Titan bloodline, an extremely rare bloodline even in the Greater God's domain. It was the bloodline of Titans, an apex race that rivaled dragons. The bloodline granted One Step with strength and physique that was beyond his tier. As for Divine Hunters Florence, he received his title because of his unique class beast illusionist. He could absorb the strength of God's domain's monsters and turn it into his own. The more powerful monsters he defeated, the greater his strength would become. As for Dark Banner Melissa and Shadow Emperor Convicted, both were peerless monsters belonging to Morning Light. When they fought, they were just as strong as One Step and Florence. Among them, Melissa possessed a special legacy that granted her incredible affinity with the water attribute. She would essentially become invincible among opponents of the same tier when fighting out at sea. Although these 4 people didn't have very high levels, all 4 being at level 1/22 only, the life aura they radiated indicated that they were all bona fide tier 4 players. You must be Zero Wing's Black Flame, right? "It seems you have indeed reached Tier 4 already," One Step, clad in dark gray plate armor and carrying a greatsword that was as tall as he was, said as he looked at Shi Feng arrogantly. "I am Divine Hunters One Step. Divine Hunters will only give you 2 options, submit or die." "It seems you are quite lucky to be able to reach Tier 4 so quickly," Melissa, dressed in a black dress, said as she looked at Shi Feng indifferently. "If you submit to Morning Light can ensure your safety." Of the 2 people that spoke, one was arrogant while the other was indifferent. However, the meaning their words conveyed was obvious. Submit or die. There was no third option. Chapter 3196, Chapter 270, 1/outside the city. Chapter 270, 1/outside the city. TL Notes. Changes made to Chapter 257, Anomaly Paragon. Changes made to Chapter 265, One of 2 Little Monsters, One of 2 Paragons. Changes made to Chapter 269, Veteran Titled Monsters, Veteran Titled Paragons, Peerless Monsters, Peerless Paragons. Shortly after Divine Hunters and Morning Light's Tier 4 experts appeared, chaos ensued among the massive fleet of advanced ships gathered beneath them. "Damn it! Damn it! Now that Divine Hunters and Morning Light have taken action simultaneously, our chances of recruiting him are gone. Judging by the auras those 4 are radiating, they've definitely reached Tier 4 already. I really did not think Divine Hunters and Morning Light had hidden so much of their strength. It seems we have truly underestimated them. I heard that the city's medium shipyard only has 2 administrative slots. How are we supposed to compete with those 2 guilds now?" The various powers making up the massive fleet of advanced ships were greatly shocked when they saw Divine Hunters and Morning Light dispatching a total of 4 Tier 4 experts. None of them thought that Divine Hunters and Morning Light had hidden so much of their strength. While the various powers were making a fuss over Divine Hunters and Morning Light's show of power, a noble-looking lady with long cyan hair and a pair of silver eyes was sipping tea as she observed this situation. Then she looked toward the demi-dragon woman next to her and smiled, saying, "It seems our trip this time wasn't a waste, after all, Maria. Divine Hunters and Morning Light have hidden a lot more strength than what was mentioned in the reports. But it seems they've decided to go big to deal with Black Flame. Moreover, they've even sent One Step and Melissa out of all people. It's not every day you get to see such a grand occasion. You're still in the mood for jokes, Auntie?" Your niece has already wagered all of her resources into Abyssal Star City. If Zero Wing suffers a massive setback here, it'll definitely affect Abyssal Star City. Maria, who was clad in silver armor, complained, "Are you just going to watch as your cute and obedient little niece suffers?" When an ordinary expert killed a player, the player in question would typically only lose one level. However, experts of One Step and Melissa's caliber could inflict heavy damage to the souls of the players they killed. They could accomplish this even if they were only at Tier 4 right now. Meanwhile, not only would the players they kill lose several levels, but these players would also have their souls remain weakened for around half a month. During this period, they'd be utterly useless in combat. They were currently at the crucial exploration phase of the Two Worlds Sea. Being rendered useless for half a month was a fate worse than death. It was especially true for a Tier 4 player. It's his fault for not keeping a low profile. He shouldn't have killed Balrog Hart in just one move. Balrog Hart's strength is already the ceiling for Tier 3 players. There are only two types of people who can possibly kill him with one move. The first type would be the God List's top 10 monsters or someone of their standards, while the second type would be Tier 4 experts. Experts of those top 10 monsters' caliber are exceedingly rare, and you'd be hard-pressed to find even one such expert in an elementary god's domain. So, the only logical explanation would be that Black Flame has reached Tier 4, Fabra said before pausing to take a sip of tea. Then, she continued, currently even one Tier 4 player is enough to affect a naval city's status quo. Divine Hunters and Morning Light naturally won't sit by and watch another power rising up to match them. Had Black Flame spent some time killing Balrog Hart, Divine Hunters and Morning Light might have made a response, but they would have never mobilized One Step, and Melissa, even the God List's top 10 monsters will have trouble escaping from such a lineup. "Can't you help him, Auntie?" Maria asked, as she looked at Favre hopefully and anxiously. "Not now," Favre said, shaking her head. Then she looked up at the sky and continued, "As a fourth-floor expert, Black Flame can definitely hold his ground for some time. He'll have a greater chance of escaping if I act when they are busy fighting." Maria felt relieved when she heard Favre's answer. Titan Sword, One Step, and Dark Banner Melissa were paragons of an older generation. However, her Aunt Favre was also a paragon of the same generation. Moreover, her Aunt Favre had achieved massive improvements in recent years. It was just that her Aunt Favre mainly operated solo, so few people actually knew about her true strength. At this point, her Aunt Favre should be just as strong as the God-ranked expert list's top 10 monsters. Although her Aunt Favre would not be able to defeat the joint force of One Step, Melissa, and two other Tier 4 experts, she should have no trouble helping Black Flame escape. While Maria and Favre were talking, the atmosphere in the sky suddenly changed, and many people on the sea subconsciously shuddered. "You refuse?" One Step's arrogant expression instantly turned cold, the runes on his epic armor suddenly glowing and causing the surrounding space to tremble. "You impertinent brat! It seems you're tired of living." As soon as One Step finished speaking, the pitch-black greatsword on his back disappeared and reappeared above Shi Feng's head. One Step had drawn his weapon and executed his attack so swiftly that the spectators below could only see a black flash appearing briefly in the sky. Moreover, One Step's attack was incredibly discreet, not creating any sound or spatial fluctuations throughout the entire process. Yet his attack carried enough power to compress the space around Shi Feng, making it difficult for Shi Feng to move his body. Meanwhile, in response to this sudden attack, Shi Feng drew his sword to block it. What an interesting kid. It's a pity his career is over after this, Melissa thought. When she saw the attack One Step executed, she got ready to turn around and leave, not planning to waste any more time here. It might seem like One Flash had only executed one slash, but he had, in fact, executed multiple slashes. It was just that these slashes had combined to create the illusion of an arc of light that descended toward Shi Feng, Black Moon. It was an advanced silver combat technique, and it was also One Step's trademark move. When combined with his fragmented legendary greatsword, he could heavily injure even a superior mythic monster of the same level. Even a Tier 4 MT would die on the spot if they tried to receive this attack without activating any life-saving skills, much less a Tier 4 swordsman. So, when Melissa saw Shi Feng trying to block One Step's attack, she could already foresee what would happen. Boom. A loud explosion shook the battlefield, the intense shock waves causing the sky to shatter. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, two figures appeared in their sight as the world rapidly worked to mend the shattered sky. Both figures remained standing proudly amidst the sky of spatial fissures. He didn't die? Melissa and the other spectators were greatly confused when they saw Shi Feng alive and healthy, unlike what they expected. Not only did Shi Feng not die, but he didn't even receive any damage from blocking One Step's attack. However, compared to Melissa and the others, One Step felt an even greater shock. This was because when his greatsword clashed with Shi Feng's longsword, he felt as if he had struck an impenetrable wall. His arms had even gone numb from the reactionary force. Did he use an invulnerability skill? This was the first thought that came to One Step's mind. However, he quickly denied this thought. Invulnerability skills only prevented players from taking damage. It wouldn't mitigate the force of an impact, much less turn players into an impenetrable wall. If Shi Feng didn't have enough strength to block his attack, he would still be sent flying, even if he used an invulnerability skill. However, before One Step could figure out what had happened, Shi Feng leisurely said, "Since you've made your move, it's my turn now." TL notes, "You refuse?" Very. There is no missing translation before this part. The Raws never described Shi Feng refusing, so the refusal must have happened while the story's perspective was changed to Maria and Favre. Chapter 3197, Chapter 271, Twilight of the Gods. Chapter 271, Twilight of the Gods. TL notes, changed convicted to convict. You're a strong kid, I'll give you that. But do you think this is over? One Step might have felt surprised when he saw Shi Feng blocking his attack without using an invulnerability skill, but his calm expression remained unfazed. Before One Step had even finished his words, a figure suddenly appeared behind Shi Feng. This figure belonged to none other than 100 Beast Florence, a hulking man over 2 meters tall and clad in beast leather. At this time, Florence's eyes had turned blood red, and the phantom of a 50-meter-tall golden lion had formed around him. The aura the golden lion radiated was stronger than the aura of level 122 superior mythic monsters. Immediately afterward, the golden lion swung its claws at Shi Feng, the razor-sharp appendages the size of houses. The claws were so large that they covered even One Step in their attack range. Indeed, the instant One Step had made his move against Shi Feng, Florence had also gone into action. So, even if One Step's attack failed to kill Shi Feng, Florence would finish the job. However, before Florence's attack could connect, a black-clad figure suddenly appeared on Shi Feng's other side. Then the crimson short sword this black-clad figure wielded transformed into several dozen streaks of crimson light that struck Shi Feng from his blind spots. "Convict, mind your own damn business," Florence cursed when he saw the black-clad figure. The timing and angle of Shadow Emperor Convict's attacks were perfectly on point. He chose to attack the moment Shi Feng had lifted his head to look at Florence's golden lion. A sneak attack of such caliber was something even One Step would fail to react to, should he be the target, however. Before Florence's cursing could even reach Convict's ears, the Shadow Emperor coldly said, "Nobody is allowed to live after refusing morning light." Repentance. This was Convict's ultimate move. The 41 strikes Convict executed with this combat technique were like laser beams, their speed exceeding the speed of sound and the limit of a Tier 4 player's reaction speed. Only someone like Convict, gifted with extraordinary nervous reactions, could execute such a move. Just when the 41 sword lights and the golden lion's gigantic claws were about to land on Shi Feng, a second sword suddenly appeared in Shi Feng's left hand. Break. After letting out a low shout, Shi Feng brandished his two swords and shrouded himself in a galaxy of stars. Whether it was the golden lion's claws or the crimson sword lights, both had their advance halted when they came into contact with these stars. Unlike the previous clash between One Step and Shi Feng, the clash of attacks this time generated hardly any shock waves. Instead, Only the sound of metal ringing could be heard echoing continuously across the sky. When Florence and Convict eventually concluded their attacks, their expressions turned solemn. An uproar also occurred among the various powers underneath when they saw the outcome of this exchange. After all, Shi Feng had successfully held his ground against Hundred Beast Florence and Shadow Emperor Convict simultaneously. Such an accomplishment was enough to put him into the top 10 ranks of the God-ranked expert list. Who is this kid? How did he manage to deflect all of my attacks? Convict's eyes no longer contained his previous coldness when he looked at Shi Feng. Instead, taking its place was a trace of fear. Ever since he had risen to fame, Convict rarely met anyone who could match him in attack speed at the same tier. This was the case even among titled experts. Yet Shi Feng had not only matched his attack speed, but also deflected all of his attacks. This was a situation he had never encountered before. "I'm afraid the 4 of us will have to work together to take down this kid," Florence said, a grim look on his face. From an outsider's perspective, it might seem like Shi Feng had fought the 2 of them to a standstill. However, as someone who had clashed with Shi Feng, Florence could tell that none of his attacks had managed to threaten Shi Feng. This situation was completely different from what they imagined. They had severely underestimated Shi Feng, thinking he had only relied on his advantage in tears to overwhelm Balrog Hart. Melissa, who had originally planned to leave, sighed as she looked at Shi Feng. Then she said, "Although I don't want to, I guess we have no better choice. If Divine Hunters and Morning Light failed to kill Shi Feng, even after mobilizing 4 Tier 4 experts, their 2 guilds would definitely become a laughingstock in Crying Sea City." However, the strength Shi Feng had just displayed showed that he was in no way inferior to the God-ranked expert list's top 10 monsters. If they wanted to kill Shi Feng, their only option was for all 4 of them to work together. Otherwise, neither Divine Hunters nor Morning Light should consider killing Shi Feng. As soon as Melissa nodded in agreement, One Step, Florence, and Shadow Emperor promptly got ready to use their respective specialties. Meanwhile, when Favre noticed this scene from down below, her expression turned serious as she promptly picked up the silver staff resting against her chair. "Are those 4 planning to attack together?" How can this be? Hidden Soul and the others also despaired when they saw this situation. 4 Tier 4 titled experts. The combat power of such a lineup was definitely at the miniature ancient world's very apex. Even a monster as strong as Shi Feng would have no chance of surviving against such a lineup. However, before Hidden Soul and the others could recover from their despair and make a response, the 4 titled experts in the sky made their move. One Step brandished his greatsword after activating his Tier 4 Legacy skill Titan's Wrath, the skill increasing his strength attribute to the Tier 5 standard. Now, whenever he swung his greatsword, even the Tier 3 players down below found themselves immobilized by the compressed space around them. Meanwhile, the Golden Lion Florence had transformed into released an angry roar, its size doubling. Then the Golden Lion used the Tier 4 Legacy skill Golden Roar at Shi Feng, the skill's activation dyeing the sky in a golden hue. As for Convict, he used his Tier 4 Legacy skill Shadow Extermination, instantly splitting into over 100 doppelgangers that flickered around and attacked Shi Feng from all directions. Lastly, Melissa raised the sky-blue flag she wielded, causing the sea's surface within a 1,000-yard radius to rise like an awakened beast and directing this beast to devour Shi Feng. When these 4 people took action, the scene they created looked nothing like a battle between players, but rather an epic war in ancient mythology instead. The sheer power these 4 people's attacks radiated caused the various powers' young talents to feel as if death had come to greet them. The power of these attacks was so overwhelming that it made even Favre, who had thought of moving to save Shi Feng, feel powerless. Yet, when faced with these seemingly apocalyptic attacks, Shi Feng did not choose to dodge them. Instead, he simply sheathed Blasphemer and raised the Winter of Eternal Night with both hands. Then he swung the sword at the space in front of him. Second Sword, Holy Devour. This would be the first time Shi Feng had executed Holy Devour with all of his strength after becoming a Tier 4 Sword Law Saint. The Holy Annihilation mana technique was the Heavenly Blue Saint's greatest achievement. The mana technique could unleash power capable of overwhelming even Tier 6 gods. The technique was divided into 3 parts, each with a greater usage requirement than the other. Out of the 3 parts, First Sword, Light Shadow, could only barely be used at Tier 3. As for Second Sword, Holy Devour, it wasn't something a Tier 3 player could use. As for why Shi Feng could use Holy Devour when he was at Tier 3, it was because he had thoroughly mastered the Holy Annihilation mana technique. Even so, he could never unleash Holy Devour's true strength. Even when he was going up against Tia Polena, the 8-winged Valkyrie, the Holy Devours he executed were incomplete. However, now that he had reached Tier 4, he had barely met the requirement to execute the complete Holy Devour. Subsequently, as soon as Shi Feng swung his sword, mana within a 1,000-yard radius of him exploded and ignited into flames, transforming the sky into a sea of flames. At the same time, the attacks of One Step, Florence, Convict, and Melissa were reduced to nothing by this sea of flames. As for the attackers themselves, all 4 of them were sent flying over 100 yards away, their HP falling by over 1/3. Chapter 398, Chapter 272, The True Way of Using Holy Devour. Chapter 272, The True Way of Using Holy Devour. I'm no match for him in a frontal clash. One Step couldn't help but be shocked and confused as he looked at his trembling hands. The Titans were a race known for having incomparable strength. Even dragons were inferior to Titans when it came to strength. Logically, the combination of his Titan bloodline, Dragon Blade, and Tier 4 legacy skill Titan's Wrath should allow him to damage even a Tier 5 monster in a frontal clash. Yet the strength One Step prided himself in had actually lost to Shi Feng. At this moment, One Step wasn't the only one confused by this outcome. Everyone else present was in a similar situation. The combat power One Step, Florence, Convict, and Melissa had displayed was sufficient to destroy even an entire city. Their combat power definitely ranked at the apex of the current miniature ancient world. Yet the 4 were no match for Shi Feng even after joining forces. They had even lost over 1/3 of their HP. The strength Shi Feng displayed was no longer just terrifying. It was simply incomprehensible. The only person unsurprised by this situation was Shi Feng himself. It was true that One Step and the others possessed combat power at the apex of Tier 4. However, it should be known that Shi Feng was equipped with a Blazing Flame set, which granted basic attributes equivalent to a level 135 Dark Gold equipment set. In comparison, while One Step and the others might be equipped with epic equipment sets, their sets only granted a level 122 epic equipment set's basic attributes. A gap of 13 levels wasn't something that could be overcome by just a difference of 1 rank. Not to mention, when Shi Feng completed his promotion and became a Tier 4 Sword Law Saint, the basic attributes he received as a reward was significantly greater than other classes. So, even if One Step and the others worked together, there was no way they could gain an advantage over Shi Feng's Holy Devour. A mana technique? It's a saint-ranked mana technique, Melissa said as she wiped the blood that had flowed down the corner of her mouth, a trace of fear appearing in her eyes when she looked at Shi Feng. Moreover, it's a perfectly mastered saint-ranked mana technique. This is really bad. Saint-ranked mana techniques were extremely rare even in the greater gods' domain, their rarity not the slightest bit lower than gold combat techniques. Meanwhile, every expert she knew who had managed to perfectly master a saint-ranked mana technique held the position of honorary elder in the Seven Luminaries Alliance. Unlike gold combat techniques, while saint-ranked mana techniques did not grant players an instant boost in combat power, it had the advantage of being able to grow stronger as players reached higher tiers. By the time players reached Tier 6, they could defeat even Tier 6 gods with a perfectly mastered saint-ranked mana technique. Although Shi Feng was only at Tier 4 right now, he was still a tricky opponent nonetheless. So what if it's a saint-ranked mana technique? Florence glared at Shi Feng. Then he spoke to the other 3 through a private channel. We might not be a match for him in a frontal clash, but we can whittle him down. Using a saint-ranked mana technique is incredibly taxing. How many times do you think he can use it? Shi Feng indeed deserved to be called a monster if he could perfectly master a saint-ranked mana technique. However, Shi Feng was currently only a Tier 4 player. In a situation where stamina and concentration were limited, Shi Feng could only use his Saint-Rect mana technique a few times. If he couldn't kill all 4 of them in one move, they could easily whittle him down and kill him. It seems that's our only option. I'll block his attacks while you guys find opportunities to strike, Melissa said before starting to chant an incantation. Immediately, gigantic serpents measuring over 1,000 meters in length emerged from the surrounding sea, their appearance instantly dwarfing Florence's golden lion. The other 3 nodded. Then they each took out a master regeneration potion from their bags, drank it, and went into action. Dark Banner Melissa was known to be invincible at sea because of her nigh-impeccable defensive capabilities. Moreover, so long as she was at a place with dense water-type mana, she could recover her HP, mana, stamina, and concentration rapidly. So long as she didn't get killed instantly, she could quickly make a full recovery and whittle down any player of the same tier. Do you really think you can outlast me? Shi Feng remained calm, even after seeing that his opponents did not intend to duke it out with him. He could tell what was going through the minds of these 4 players. There was a basic guideline for players on what to do, should they come across an expert who had perfectly mastered a saint-ranked mana technique as an opponent, flee or drag out the battle. Shi Feng had come across many opponents who had tried the latter option against him during his previous life. Their strategy was always the same, to kite him with ranged attacks. They would never try to fight him at close range. After saying so, Shi Feng held the Winter of Eternal Night horizontally before him. Subsequently, 9 frost swords appeared next to One Step and the others and promptly lashed out at them, swords orbit. Each frost sword carried 120% of Shi Feng's strength. Shi Feng originally had greater strength than One Step and the others already, so the 4 had to go all out just to block even 1 frost sword. When faced with the attacks of 2 frost swords simultaneously, One Step and the others didn't even have the time to breathe. Even Melissa, who possessed nigh-impeccable defensive capabilities, could only focus all her attention on blocking the 3 frost swords attacking her. She did not have any spare energy to focus on Shi Feng. For a time, apart from Melissa, One Step and the others started to get pushed back one time after another, their HP rapidly decreasing.
Damn it! How is his strength so high?
Florence cursed. Whenever he clashed with Shi Feng's frost swords, the phantom of the golden lion he summoned would darken slightly. Not only did the golden lion's massive body not bring him any advantages, but it was even holding him back now as it gave Shi Feng a bigger target to strike. While Florence was in the midst of blocking a frost sword, Shi Feng suddenly appeared within 50 yards of him and swung his longsword, Holy Devour. Crimson flames covered the sky once more. Even though Florence had responded to Shi Feng's attack immediately by doubling his defense and HP with a life-saving skill, he still lost 1/5 of his HP to the attack. Thank goodness I blocked it. Florence sighed in relief when he saw that he was still alive. However, before Florence could distance himself from Shi Feng, another tide of flames assaulted him. Upon seeing this, he instinctively raised the golden lion's paws to defend himself. Boom! Florence was sent flying over a dozen yards backward this time. However, before he could even stabilize his posture, a 3rd flame pillar came at him again. Fuck! What is going on here? Florence was stupefied when he saw the 3rd fiery tidal wave approaching him. Unfortunately, even though Florence had executed a defensive combat technique to block this 3rd attack, he failed to execute the technique perfectly due to his unstable posture. As a result, when the tide of flames devoured him, he instantly lost all of his remaining HP 3 times. Shi Feng had used Holy Devour 3 times consecutively. He did not rest for even a moment in between these 3 executions. It was as if the mana technique did not cost him anything to execute, and he used it as casually as if he were using an ordinary combat technique. Chapter 399, Chapter 273, Horror, Chapter 273, Horror 3. He used 3 Saint Mana techniques in a row. Is he a monster? Melissa, desperately defending herself against the 3 frost swords attacking her, couldn't believe what she had just seen. She was a magical class player who had perfectly mastered 10 mana techniques, so she had a great understanding of mana techniques. Even an advanced mana technique would put a significant toll on a Tier 4 player's concentration, let alone a Saint mana technique. If a Tier 4 player were to use a Saint mana technique, not only would they deplete a significant portion of their concentration, but they would also fall into a fatigued state for a short time. In this fatigued state, even focusing their mind would be a difficult task, let alone executing 2 more Saint-ranked mana techniques consecutively. The information we got is completely wrong. One Step's eyes twitched when he saw Florence's vanishing corpse. According to their intelligence report, Black Flame should only be an ordinary 4th-floor expert. The only reason he managed to kill Balrog Hart was that he had gotten promoted to Tier 4. However, the strength Shi Feng had just displayed was not something an ordinary 4th-floor expert could have. Shi Feng was practically a monster. Even One Step doubted he could survive the 3 consecutive attacks Shi Feng had used against Florence. It should be known that Florence would gain HP and defense, surpassing even MTs of the same tier when he went into his Golden Lion form. After activating his Tier 4 life-saving skill, his HP would instantly exceed 10 million. Even if he simply stood still and did nothing, a berserker of the same tier would need some time to kill him. Although One Step was a berserker, he was only superior to Florence when it came to strength and speed. When it came to taking damage, he was nowhere near as durable as Florence. That's one down. After collecting the loot Florence dropped, Shi Feng turned his gaze to One Step and Convict, saying, "You two are next." As a Saint Mana technique, Holy Devour indeed cost a lot of concentration to use. However, after Shi Feng became a Tier 4 Sword Law Saint, his concentration underwent a qualitative transformation. Now his concentration neared the Tier 5 standard already. Hence, he could use Holy Devour multiple times in a row. Moreover, 3 times wasn't his limit yet, according to his estimates. He should only reach his limit after executing 5 Holy Devours consecutively. "Do you think you still have a chance to kill us?" One Step said after taking a deep breath, his voice still as confident as before. "We've seen your trump card already, but you still don't know what our trump cards are, however. We do not wish to use our trump cards for no reason. Since you've killed Florence already, how about we leave it at that?" "I agree," Convict said in conjunction. "We've already seen your strength, Guild Leader Black Flame. You won't be able to kill us even if you try, so we should just stop for today. If we fight, we will only be giving the other powers an advantage." Shi Feng's ability to execute 3 Saint Mana techniques consecutively was indeed astonishing. However, Shi Feng could only kill them under the precondition that they didn't know about this ability. Now that they knew what to expect of Shi Feng, it would become extremely difficult for Shi Feng to kill them. After all, they had their own trump cards. It was just that they didn't wish to use these trump cards. However, so long as they used their trump cards, Shi Feng could do nothing against them. On the contrary, they might even have a chance of killing Shi Feng. However, they prepared to use these trump cards for the medium shipyard competition later. If they used them now, the other hegemonic powers would definitely come up with a counter. How funny. "You were the ones who attacked me first, yet you are saying that we should stop fighting now?" Shi Feng laughed. "Do you think I'm some kind of pushover?" "Don't go too far, Black Flame. You might be strong, but you're not invincible," One Step coldly said. "If we disregard all costs and attack you, you won't be getting away easily. It'll also be impossible for you to kill us. Let me see what kind of ability you people have then," Shi Feng said, chuckling before manipulating his frost swords to attack once more. With Florence out of the way, One Step and Convict had to face 3 frost swords simultaneously. A sword's orbit executed by 3 frost swords simply wasn't something the two could defend against, so their HP quickly fell. One Step's and Convict's HP fell below the 30% mark in less than 5 seconds. Even a master regeneration potion wasn't enough to help them mitigate the incoming damage. Eventually, One Step took a deep breath and signaled Convict with his eyes. Then he glared at Shi Feng and bellowed, "Black Flame, you forced our hand." As soon as One Step finished speaking, his body suddenly expanded into a 10-meter-tall giant, and a demonic glow enveloped his body. In addition, the aura he exuded was so powerful that it had started to destabilize the space around him. Tier 4 legacy skill, Titan Awakening. All basic attributes increased by 200%. Since you've made me use this move, don't even think of leaving this place alive today. Immediately, One Step brandished his greatsword, which had similarly been enlarged to have a 10-meter-long blade, knocking away all 6 frost swords over 100 yards away with just 2 sword lights. Then he appeared within 100 yards of Shi Feng and sent over a dozen sword lights flying at Shi Feng, thoroughly sealing all of Shi Feng's escape routes. As for Convict, he quietly observed the exchange. His plan was to fight a battle of attrition with Shi Feng, so he decided to let One Step attack Shi Feng without him for now. If One Step could finish Shi Feng off, great. If not, he would strike when Shi Feng was exhausted. "Is this all you have?" Shi Feng couldn't help but chuckle when he saw the sword lights attacking him and sealing his escape routes. Then, the winter of eternal night he wielded suddenly transformed into a stream of energy that flowed into his body. Godslayer. Immediately, Shi Feng's mana and concentration increased to an unprecedented height. At the same time, his naturally formed mana domain also transformed, and a miniature world began to expand with him at the center. "Halt!" As soon as Shi Feng spoke, the sword lights approaching him abruptly stopped, and the energy used to compose them vanished without a trace. In addition, before anyone realized it, Shi Feng had already appeared in front of One Step and grabbed the blade of One Step's greatsword with his right hand. Not only did the greatsword lose all of its ability to move, but it didn't even manage to reduce Shi Feng's HP by 1 point. For a time, both One Step and Convict were stupefied. At the same time, a look of horror also gradually appeared on their faces.
World creation. Impossible.
Melissa, still busy defending herself against Shi Feng's frost swords, uttered these words under her breath in shock and disbelief. Chapter 3200, Chapter 274, Consecutive Falls. Chapter 274, Consecutive Falls. This is spatial imprisonment. When Convict noticed the space surrounding him had become frozen solid, and saw Shi Feng grabbing One Step's enlarged greatsword with one hand, his expression turned incredibly grave. World creation? One Step was one of Divine Hunter's veteran paragons, although he no longer had the legendary weapon and equipment he used in the Greater God's domain. He could still unleash tremendous strength when he went all out. Even at Tier 4, with the help of his Titan bloodline and swordsmanship, he could hold his ground against Tier 5 monsters of the same level. Tier 5 monsters. These existences were leagues above Tier 4 mythic monsters. They were moving disasters capable of single-handedly destroying an entire kingdom, and not even a force of several Tier 5 players would be enough to kill a Tier 5 monster. So, one could easily imagine how powerful One Step was after going all out, to be able to hold his ground against a Tier 5 monster. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was unrivaled among Tier 4 players when it came to frontal confrontations. This was also why Divine Hunters had chosen to let One Step get promoted to Tier 4 first instead of Balrog Heart. Previously, if anyone were to tell Convict that someone could receive One Step's all-out attack with their bare hands, he would definitely think that this person was high. But now such a scene had taken place before his very eyes. In Convict's mind, the only thing that could allow a player to accomplish such an absurd feat was world creation's spatial imprisonment ability. However, world creation logically shouldn't be something Tier 4 players could achieve. Even among Tier 5 players, world creation was something that could only be achieved by paragons who had mastered mana to an incredibly high standard. This was because world creation was the act of subliming one's mana domain into a miniature world, transforming the space that one's mana covered into one's own world. Meanwhile, within this world, be it space or mana, everything would be subjected to the caster's will. An example would be the current situation. Even though Convict was surrounded by air, he felt as if he was trapped within a block of metal. The ambient mana that he could previously use to his favor had also become a poison that constantly tried to invade and erode his body. In this situation, he had no choice but to focus a significant portion of his own mana on defending against the invading mana. Otherwise, his body would get eroded and ruined in no time. Meanwhile, when One Step saw Shi Feng looking at him with a smile, he subconsciously shuddered and hurriedly shouted to his two allies in the distance.
"Convict, Melissa! Attack! Otherwise none of us will leave here alive!"
Shi Feng's strength had completely exceeded their imaginations. Any Tier 5 player capable of grasping world creation would be invincible under Tier 6. Although Shi Feng was only at Tier 4 right now, One Step did not think even for a moment that he could face Shi Feng in a frontal confrontation. It was just like the current situation. So long as Shi Feng wanted to, he could suppress him with just a thought. Even his berserk skill would be rendered useless. Currently, their only hope of escaping with their lives was to split Shi Feng's attention. World creation's spatial imprisonment was incredibly taxing to maintain. It might be fine if it was used against only one opponent, but against multiple players, a world creation expert would have no choice but to weaken the spatial imprisonment they placed on each target. Otherwise, their mind would have trouble keeping up, and they would leave themselves open to attacks. Meanwhile, the average world creation expert could only exhibit a thorough spatial imprisonment when going up against one opponent. If they wanted to suppress two or more targets, the power of their spatial imprisonment would grow weaker and weaker. Of course, even the natural suppression effect of world creation wasn't something the average Tier 4 experts could resist. A Tier 4 expert would need to have Tier 5 combat power, at the very least, to fight normally. Meanwhile, the scene of One Step calling for help stunned not only the various powers on the sea, but also Melissa, who had already planned to conduct a rescue even before One Step's call for help. Nobody thought that One Step, a representative of Divine Hunters, would ask Shadow Emperor Convict and Dark Banner Melissa for help. It should be known that Divine Hunters and Morning Light were rivals. Previously, it was precisely because One Step worried that he would get backstabbed by Morning Light's duo that he had kept his guard up around the two and chose to clash with Shi Feng without their help. Yet now, One Step had seemingly stopped caring about this concern. He had even planned to execute a pincer attack with Convict and Melissa. Not even the top 10 experts on the God-ranked expert list had received such treatment from One Step before. It seems we cannot hold back anymore. Convict took a deep breath when he saw that Shi Feng remained unscathed, even until this moment.
"Melissa, we'll attack together. It seems that's our only option," Melissa said, sighing as she put away her flag with a pained expression.
I originally planned to save this for the God list's top 10 monsters. I never thought I would use it on an unknown expert. What a loss this is. When Melissa finished speaking, a golden bone spear appeared in her hands. Immediately afterward, mana began congregating around Melissa, Shi Feng's spatial imprisonment having no effect on her whatsoever. Then, in the blink of an eye, an army of fully armed NPCs appeared around Melissa. Every one of these NPCs was at level 125, Tier 4. These NPCs numbered 100, and they wore standardized equipment sets that joined together to form a complex battle array. Under the effects of this battle array, these Tier 4 NPCs became immune to the suppression of Shi Feng's world creation. While the army of Tier 4 NPCs was flying toward Shi Feng, Convict, wielding his two short swords, transformed into an untouchable shadow that appeared behind Shi Feng in the blink of an eye, as for One Step, not willing to be overshadowed, put greater strength into his arms and shook away Shi Feng's hand that was holding onto his greatsword. Then, he promptly brandished his weapon and swung 3 black moons at Shi Feng. The power of the black moons was so great that not even Shi Feng's world creation could influence them. This scene caused the various powers members watching from the sea's surface to gasp. So, these are Divine Hunters and Morning Light's apex combatants. The strength One Step, Convict, and Melissa were currently displaying greatly shocked even the various hegemonic powers titled experts. Even an NPC city would crumble in the face of such might, let alone a single Tier 4 player. Interesting. I didn't think you three still had more cards to use. Shi Feng chuckled when he saw the trio before him increasing their strength even further. Then, without any foreshadowing, he abruptly executed a horizontal slash at his surroundings with the Winter of Eternal Night. Third sword, Holy Annihilation. This was the final move of the Holy Annihilation mana technique. Usually, it wasn't a technique that could be used at Tier 4. However, under the strengthening effect of Godslayer, Shi Feng could use this move normally now. At this moment, be it One Step, Convict, Melissa, or the spectating players down below, everyone felt as if time had stopped, none capable of moving their bodies. The only thing that remained in motion was Shi Feng's Winter of Eternal Night. Subsequently, when Shi Feng's Winter of Eternal Night came into contact with One Step's 3 black moons, the black moons split apart as if they were made of paper. Then Shi Feng's sword passed through One Step's gigantic body and Convict's incorporeal body. Meanwhile, all One Step and Convict could do was watch all this happen. When Shi Feng completed his slash, time began moving normally again. At the same time, Titan Sword One Step's and Shadow Emperor Convict's bodies split into 2 halves that fell into the sea down below.